Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. A magical journey starting at Hogwarts. Chapter 61. Is everyone here? Filch asked at the door, holding a lamp in his hand, but Mrs. Norris did not follow him. They're all here. Aaron pointed to a few people behind him, 2 Slytherins and 3 Gryffindors. If there are other unlucky people, that's a different matter. Quote. Let's go. Filch didn't say much and led them out of the hall. It's a pity that we can't use the old-fashioned method of punishment. In the past, when we were in solitary confinement, we had to tie our thumbs and hang them in the basement. I really miss those things. Screams. Is this too perverted? Aaron asked meaningfully. Are those punishments for teachers? As far as I know, all the students in the school are minors. What do you know? At least Hogwarts was the most stable during that time. There are not so many students like you who are naughty and stay out at night. Filch sneered. I still have those chains in my office. I oil them frequently. Maybe they will be used someday. Quote. The 3 Gryffindors looked horrified, and they all made a silent decision in their hearts. They would not make mistakes again, and even if they made mistakes, they would never be caught by Filch. The current punishment is enough for them to drink a pot, but who knows if Filch will suddenly have a seizure one day and punish them in the old-fashioned way. Just hearing these few words will make their scalps numb. Draco also looked a little unnatural, but he was not worried. He had a rich and powerful father, and even a few decades ago, the school did not dare to punish him. Aaron smiled nonchalantly. He was a man of rules. Even if he broke the rules, Filch couldn't catch him. What happened this time was a complete accident. They were blocking the door with a professor. No one else could stand it, and they had no chance to escape. Mr. Filch, I personally feel that Hogwarts can't accommodate you. Azkaban is really in need of talents like you. Filch paused slightly. I also thought about being transferred there as a guard or something, but it's a pity that I'm not needed there. Their treatment of prisoners is much crueler, which I will never be able to achieve. Quote. The corner of Aaron's mouth twitched. He said it symbolically. I'm sure this guy really has this idea. Several people walked out of the castle, walked through a meadow in the dark night, and arrived at the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. The illuminated windows in Hagrid's hut were particularly conspicuous in the night. What are we doing here? Draco asked. Isn't it confinement? Yes, solitary confinement. A hint of joy appeared on Filch's face. Didn't Professor McGonagall tell you? This forest is your solitary confinement room, and you are contracted by it. You have to follow Hagrid tonight. He happens to have a little errand to take care of. Quote. It's okay. Harry secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. With Hagrid taking care of him, this confinement should be a little easier. Forbidden Forest. Draco's face changed wildly, and his voice was trembling. Aaron, please tell me this is a joke. We can't go there, let alone in the middle of the night. Are you scared? Ron joked. Malfoy is actually scared of a forest. Aren't you scared? Aaron asked meaningfully, and then gave a thumbs up. As expected of Weasley, you were really brave. I hope you won't be scared to wet your pants for a while. What's the meaning? Weasley, you idiot. Dumbledore clearly said that students are not allowed to enter this forest. Do you think this is a joke? Let me tell you generously, this forest is very dangerous, and there are even werewolves. Quote. As soon as Draco finished speaking, a wolf howl came from the Forbidden Forest. It was probably the full moon that broke through the clouds that stimulated them to transform. Ron shuddered and subconsciously clenched his sleeves, not daring to say anything. There are more than just werewolves in the woods. Filch turned around and stabbed him, that's for sure. Hagrid walked out of the hut, carrying a lantern of the same style as Filch's, with his pet Fang following behind him. There were shallow tears on his face, as if he had just cried. They're a bunch of troublemakers, Hagrid, said Filch. Hagrid did not speak, but took a choked breath, as if he had suffered some great grievance. He walked to the fire, slung a bag of arrows over his shoulder, and then checked the crossbow again. Oh my God, are you still sad about that dragon? Hagrid raised his head and glanced at Filch. Norbert is gone, and Dumbledore arranged for him to go to Romania to live in a group. Isn't that great? Aaron laughed. It can be with its kind. You don't have to worry about being able to support it, let alone whether your house will be suddenly demolished by it. It doesn't hurt to stand and talk. Hagrid looked at Abe, who was following Aaron's feet. Are you willing to let Abe leave you and live in a group? Don't even think about it. I raised it with my own hands. Quote. Then it's over. Norbert is still a baby. What if other dragons bully him? What if it doesn't like living in groups? Quote. Aaron frowned. Actually, you can think so. Maybe it likes to live in groups, and maybe other dragons will protect the baby. Hagrid nodded, but the frustration on his face did not dissipate at all. I said okay, you have to cheer up and stop being sad. You have to go to the Forbidden Forest soon. Filch said, turning around and looking at a few people. Good night, I hope you can come out safe and sound, otherwise I will have to go in and collect your bodies. Quote. After saying that, Filch was about to walk towards the castle. Wait, Aaron stopped him. Is there a problem? If you are asking me, then give up. The punishment was set by Professor McGonagall, and I can't undo it. Quote. No, Mr. Filch, you misunderstood. The Forbidden Forest cannot scare me. In fact, I wanted to go in and take a look during the Christmas vacation, but Professor McGonagall didn't agree at that time. Quote. Then why did you stop me? Filch asked in confusion. You didn't want me to go in with you. That's really fantastic. No, Aaron shook his head and pointed to the lamp Filch was holding. I just want that. It was the middle of the night, and the place we were going to was a dark forest. One light for 6 people was obviously not enough. Quote. Oh, Filch suddenly realized, but what does this have to do with me? You brought this all on yourself, didn't you? You should have thought of this before you got into trouble. Quote. Yes, you are right, you have to consider the consequences before doing bad things. But aren't we being punished now? I just need a small lantern, wouldn't you disagree? Quote. No, of course I won't agree. Filch sneered, I don't have any sympathy for students who make mistakes, so don't expect me to help you, even a little bit. Forget it, Aaron, there's no need to look for him. Draco said unhappily. Pull it down. The danger of this forest will increase significantly at night. If you can't see clearly, you might end up in the lair of some ferocious beast. Quote. No, the creatures in the Forbidden Forest will give me face. Hagrid puffed up his chest proudly. He had a good relationship with the creatures in the Forbidden Forest and was confident to say such a thing. Animals will give you face, but what about plants? You should know that animals are not the only dangers in a forest. Quote. Hagrid was stunned for a moment, thinking about the various injuries he had suffered due to the uneven road conditions in the Forbidden Forest and not knowing how to refute it. But it seems that another lamp is necessary. Filch, look at this. Hagrid, you don't need to persuade me. Don't blame me for not giving you face. I'll buy it, Aaron said bluntly. This is property assigned to me by the school. I have no right to sell it to you. Then let's rent the head office. I don't agree. Aaron raised a finger and said, rent for 1 galleon for 1 night. I admit that the price is fair, but I don't lack the money. 5 galleons. Filch hesitated. He had nothing to spend money on, and he had saved a sum of money after spending so many years at Hogwarts, which was enough for his retirement. But no one would object to having too much money, but when he saw the 5 students who had made mistakes in front of him, he gritted his teeth and said, this is not about money. 10 gold galleons, if you don't agree, forget it. The worst case scenario is that I'll suffer some losses and use the fluorescent spell to illuminate. I still know how to do this spell. Quote. Wait, deal. Filch quickly put the oil lamp in Aaron's hand, fearing that he would regret it. Wait a moment. Aaron lifted Abe up and put his hand into the pocket of his clothes under its reluctant gaze. After groping for a while, he took out a handful of gold galleons and said, no more, no less, exactly 10. After the transaction was completed, Filch held a handful of gold coins and staggered away into the night, while Aaron had a lantern in his hand that emitted light. The Forbidden Forest is composed of countless towering giant trees and various plants. The thin mist in the night makes it look even more eerie, especially the howling of wolves that come from far away from time to time, which makes several people feel uneasy. Hagrid took the lead, leading a few people along a path into the forest and heading deeper. Aaron was particularly lucky that he rented a lamp, otherwise he might not even be able to see the road clearly. After walking for who knows how long, Hagrid frowned when he saw a pool of viscous silver liquid on the ground in front of him. What is this? Harry asked. I have seen unicorn blood. Aaron knelt down and twisted a little with his fingers. The blood is very fresh. It is initially judged that he was seriously injured. He's right, a unicorn died a few weeks ago. The death was extremely miserable, with almost half of the blood in the body drained away. This is the second one, and all we have to do is find the poor guy and protect it. Quote. This is not easy. Aaron thought for a while and said meaningfully, this forest is very dangerous now, and I'm afraid it's not just animals and plants. I suggest punishing us at another time, preferably during the day. Quote. Yes, it's very convenient during the day, and you don't need a lantern. Hagrid said, but the unicorn can't wait that long. One night is enough for its condition to change from serious injury to death. But I don't think 5 of us wizards are any less safe than a unicorn. Draco's expression changed slightly and he couldn't help but swallowed. What do you mean? Don't scare me. Calm down, at least we are safe now. Aaron patted his shoulder and explained. Unicorns are noble, and generally this forest will not harm them, and some creatures will even protect them. But according to Hagrid, one of them was already dead, and the second one was in quite bad condition. It was a bit abnormal for 2 unicorns to be attacked in a short period of time. Quote. That's why we're here. Hagrid acted matter-of-factly. That unicorn needs our help, so please be more compassionate. The corner of Aaron's mouth twitched. No one is more caring than me. But the situation is different now. There must be an alien creature in the Forbidden Forest, and it is not weak. No one knows whether it will attack us. Quote. How do you know? Harry asked. This is all speculation, and since we are following Hagrid, our safety is guaranteed. Aaron pointed to the silver blood stains on the ground. The blood of unicorns can prolong life, and before this, unicorns should have never been attacked or even killed one after another in the Forbidden Forest. When something goes wrong, it means that something is out of control, and the unknown is the scariest thing. Quote. After the words fell, several people's faces looked a little unnatural. They admitted that they were frightened, and from Aaron's words it was not difficult for them to guess who was hunting the unicorn to obtain its blood. And those who can be so arrogant in the Forbidden Forest are definitely not ordinary people. If they meet, they will not be their opponents. Hagrid. Ron looked at him with pleading eyes. Can we exit this forest? In short, there are only a few of us here. If you don't tell us, no one will know. No, confinement is confinement. Professor McGonagall had already scolded me about noble, and Dumbledore was caught off guard and in a panic. I also want to lose face, so I can no longer show favoritism. Quote. Ron lowered his head bitterly, and the others also looked heavy, knowing that they couldn't escape this time. Don't worry too much, it might be a unicorn attacked by a werewolf. Werewolf. What's worse, the moon is still very round today, and the werewolf's fighting power will be even more violent. Draco subconsciously took a step back, his back feeling a little chilly. He originally thought that confinement meant being locked up in a small dark room to write for exams or something, but this confinement was completely beyond his expectation. It was outrageous enough that the dark room turned into a forbidden forest, but it was even more outrageous now that writing an examination turned into finding a seriously injured and dying unicorn, and possibly being attacked in the process. It is unacceptable, and one instinctively wants to resist. Okay, I know what we are going to do tonight will be dangerous, and I don't want to put anyone in danger. But this is your punishment, and you cannot escape it. Quote. But the problem is that the danger this time is unknown. Hagrid was stunned for a moment and stared at Aaron seriously. If everything is already known, what else do we need to do? The Forbidden Forest is inherently dangerous. Didn't Filch say he would collect your bodies for you? You don't think he's joking, do you? In addition, even if there is an unknown creature, I can guarantee that it will not be more dangerous than the dark creatures in the Forbidden Forest. Quote. Okay, Aaron spread his hands helplessly. You're right, we brought this on ourselves. Hearing this, Hermione looked frustrated and bit her lip subconsciously. If she hadn't kidnapped Abe, Draco wouldn't have found out, Aaron wouldn't have violated school rules, and they wouldn't have been caught by Filch and Professor McGonagall. In the final analysis, she has to bear a large part of the responsibility for where they are today. As long as you know. Now we split into 2 groups to look for it, following the blood trail. Quote. Wait, we still need to be divided into groups. Draco asked in surprise. Don't tell me that Gryffindor is in one group and Slytherin is in another group. It's not fair, you have twice the number of us and we would be in danger. Quote. I didn't say that. As long as you are with me or Yaya, the creatures in the Forbidden Forest will not harm you. And I'm very fair, you, Ron, and Harry are in the same group, Hermione, Aaron, and Teeth are in the same group. Hagrid said, winking at Hermione and quietly making an okay gesture. The opportunity is given to you, it's up to you whether you can seize it or not. Hermione cast a grateful look and nodded heavily. I didn't make it yesterday, but I have enough time today. Anyway, I have to apologize first. I don't agree. Aaron said, this grouping feels particularly awkward. I suggest changing to another group. What happened last night made me very unhappy and I can't let it go easily. If Hermione and I form a team, it may affect the unity within the team, which is very detrimental. Quote. Hagrid paused, glanced at Hermione, whose eyes were slightly red, took a deep breath and said, reject, the objection is invalid. I am responsible for your confinement, so you must listen to me. Quote. Hagrid, what you are doing now will only make me suspect that you have ulterior motives. I thought you were a fair person. Now it seems that I was wrong. Quote. Hagrid hesitated, feeling war between heaven and man in his heart. He did have some selfish motives in arranging Hermione and Aaron together, and wanted to resolve the misunderstanding between them. After all, he is only a 12-year-old child, so there is something he cannot say clearly. As long as Hermione sincerely apologizes, the relationship will slowly recover over time, and Aaron doesn't seem to be such a vindictive person. But now there is a hat called Justice on his head, and the hat has a tendency to fly away, which makes him feel very uncomfortable. I decided on the team up between you and Hermione. If you think it's unfair, I can assign you another person. This is already the limit. Quote. Aaron didn't raise any objections. Hagrid had already said this, so he had to be sensible and give the other party some face. Ron, it's definitely not possible. Aaron glanced at him with some disgust, and then turned his attention to Harry Potter. It's too troublesome. I have a hunch that it will be particularly troublesome to team up with you. Then there is no choice. Draco smiled. Sure enough, Slytherin must be trustworthy. No, don't think too much. In fact, there are other options. Aaron poured a basin of cold water on him. Hagrid, why don't you and Yaya change it? Me. Hagrid was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand and said, this is not possible, absolutely not. With the abilities of the three of them, the risk would be greatly increased if they were away from me. It's Malfoy. He is more suitable for your team. Quote. This is okay, it's better than the other two. Draco's eyes twitched slightly, and he felt inexplicably as if he was being disliked. Okay, next, we divide our forces into two groups. If someone finds the unicorn, they will shoot green sparks, if they are in trouble, they will shoot red sparks. We'll come over and meet up immediately. Okay, just be more careful. Quote. After Hagrid finished speaking, he took Harry and Ron to the path on the left, leaving the path on the right for Aaron, Hermione and Draco. Aaron took a deep breath, put Abe on top of his head, and then looked at Hermione and Draco. Listen to my command tonight, don't you have any objections? No, I definitely listen to you. Draco said, patting his chest. Aaron was better than him in all aspects, so he had nothing to be dissatisfied with. I also listen to you. Hermione said immediately. You. Draco glanced at her suspiciously. It would be nice if you don't leave us and run away alone when you are in danger. I won't, definitely not. Who knows? That's enough. That's why I don't want to be grouped, it's too much trouble. What do you two have to say? Now that we are in the Forbidden Forest, can we all keep a low profile? Quote. Hermione and Draco looked at each other and closed their mouths in unison. Now it's right. Now listen to me. Check your shoes, and tie them if they have laces. As Aaron said, he squatted down and tied his shoelaces. Hermione didn't waste any words and just followed suit. Draco was a little confused. Tie your shoes. Can you tell me why? It's convenient for escaping. You don't really think that everything will be fine if you have a dog like Yaya here. Aaron held a lantern and led Draco and Hermione through the woods. Yaya and Abe followed the team on both sides. The two pets kept a certain distance and did not invade each other. I hope that unicorn is not on this road, otherwise we will be in big trouble. Aaron looked at the specks of silver blood scattered on the road, his face darkened, but it is very likely that things will backfire. It looks like it was seriously injured, and it was still running fast even though it was seriously injured. Draco analyzed and said, "It can't really be a werewolf, can it?" "No, Hagrid just lied to you. Werewolves may not be as fast as unicorns. I have paid some attention to this forest, but I have never heard of any rumors of unicorns being hurt or even killed. So, be mentally prepared, the unicorn may be in danger. If we happen to be lucky enough to encounter a creature that hurts it, then, it's time to test our physical strength." Quote. Hermione and Draco both looked down at their shoes to make sure nothing happened to them while running. "Aaron, Hermione glanced at Draco and took a deep breath after a few awkward seconds. "I apologize to you. I'm really sorry about what happened last night, I shouldn't have done that." Quote. Aaron nodded and continued walking forward with the lamp in hand. "You should say something," Hermione said aggrievedly. She would rather be scolded than Aaron treat her with this attitude. It was so bland, he almost treated her like a stranger. "What do you want me to say? You knew you shouldn't do it, but you did it anyway. Do you know how hard I worked to hide Abe's identity? I carry it with me every day and wrap it up tightly. The college professors and even Dumbledore didn't see any flaws. But I didn't expect that you would expose it in just one night." Quote. "I'm sorry." Hermione bowed her head and apologized sincerely, her voice aggrieved and her eyes slightly red. Snapped. Aaron helplessly held his forehead and shook his head, sighing, okay, I forgive you, don't you?" "Really?" Hermione cried with joy, and the suppressed tears finally broke out at this moment and continued to flow from the corners of her eyes. She felt a lot more relaxed, and the heavy feeling of being deducted 50 points disappeared. "Aaron, you just forgive her like that?" Draco asked in confusion. "Is this too soft-hearted? To forgive a wrong, not to blame, not to punish is to forgive. But forgiveness doesn't mean I will forget about it, do you understand?" Quote. "I seem to understand." Draco nodded in understanding. "Granger, do you understand?" "Of course I understand." Hermione chuckled. She knew the truth very well. Forgiving was one thing, but letting go was another. However, this result was within her expectations. Forgiveness was the prerequisite for repairing the relationship, which was much better than always treating others with a cold face. Several people continued to walk through the dark, dense forest. Yaya smelled the smell and walked to the front of the team at some point. The increasing amount of blood on the ground made the three of them feel more gloomy and more nervous. Roar. Abe suddenly let out a low roar, and the whole dragon became alert, its eyes constantly looking around. "What happened to it?" Draco asked. Aaron picked up Abe, pressed the lantern downwards, and reminded in a low voice, "Be careful, squat down. There is an aura of evil, and it is all around us." Quote. "Gulu." Hermione gulped. "You mean, he's around us? Are you sure you got it right?" Quote. "No, my Abe is still very sensitive to darkness." At the same time, Yaya also stopped, growling and staring straight ahead. Thick vines were tangled on the ground, and a large silver-white bloodstain was particularly conspicuous under the moonlight. In addition, there were obvious drag marks on the front. It is not difficult to see that the poor unicorn struggled fiercely here, but the result did not seem to be good. There was a lower clearing in front of the tree vines, and strange sounds came from the clearing, as if something was being sucked, which made several people feel numb. "It's right in front, should we go over and take a look?" Hermione asked hesitantly. "Are you crazy?" Draco lowered his voice and said nervously, "We'd better take a detour, or just turn around and pretend we didn't see anything." "Send the signal." "Is it here?" "Aaron, calm down, you must calm down. We are here for confinement. We are not risking our lives, and we must not be impulsive." Quote. "But there is a unicorn whose life or death is uncertain inside. If we die, forget it, we turn around and run away, but what if we survive? If it is still alive and we leave quietly like this, then it can really only wait for death in despair," Aaron said, taking out his wand, and a green light flashed on it. "But this is very dangerous, not an ordinary danger. I never thought we'd encounter something like this at Hogwarts." Quote. "I know, you run as far away as possible first, and I stay here to send the signal. It might not be a deterrent if it was far away, and he could leave with the unicorn at any time. In short, if you see the fire rising, retreat without hesitation. Quote, "We can't leave you here alone," Hermione said seriously. "The awareness is good, but if you stay, it's just a burden. And, let me tell you something you don't want to hear, you may not be as fast as me." Quote. Draco and Hermione looked at each other, nodded, and prepared to retreat quietly, making as little noise as possible. However, after taking a few steps back, Yaya suddenly sneezed and let out a dull, thunderous bark. Their movements stopped for a moment, and Aaron looked at the Neapolitan Mastiff in astonishment. It might not have been a sneeze on purpose, but no one cared at this point if it was. All they knew was that it was no longer possible to retreat quietly. This barking has attracted the attention of the creatures in the clearing. The numbing sucking sound suddenly stopped and was replaced by a rustling sliding sound. A hooded black figure slowly crawled out of the open space and gradually approached the three of them like a ghost. "Run!" Aaron yelled, and a green fire shot into the sky, followed by a red spark. Two sparks appeared over the forbidden forest almost at the same time, which meant that the unicorn was discovered and the creature that harmed it was discovered. But, there is no but. Hermione was interrupted by Aaron before she could finish her words. Running away at this time is the wisest decision. Before he finished speaking, Yaya was the first to step on his four short legs, bursting out with extraordinary speed and running as fast as he could. Draco followed, screaming and running away. Aaron didn't stand still and used all his energy to feed himself. Why did he insist on exercising? Isn't it just for today? But he stopped just a few steps after running out, turned to look at Hermione who was motionless. "Run quickly, what are you waiting for?" "My legs are weak," Hermione said without tears. She also wanted to escape from this eerie place quickly, but after the black-robed figure with silver blood on the corner of his mouth came out, her body stopped obeying her orders, and her legs became as heavy as lead. She had seen a lot of ghosts, but the fear that this black-robed figure brought to her was far beyond what those ghosts could compare to. "Aaron, holy crap, it's really the right time for your weak legs." "I don't want to either," Hermione choked and said. "Why don't you just run away first and leave me alone?" "Don't cry, no matter what, I can't leave you here as a girl." After 2 consecutive nights of bad luck, there was really no one left. As Aaron said, he took a few steps forward, looked squarely at the man in black robe standing up in front of him, and had some more guesses in his mind. At this stage of Hogwarts, there is probably only one person who needs to drink the blood of unicorns to stay alive. It seems that the Dark Lord has indeed reached the end of his life. However, even if the opponent is in this state, he is not sure that he can defeat the opponent, so he can only adapt to circumstances. Sure enough, it's still too weak. If he were strong enough, he wouldn't put his hope in others. Aaron murmured in a low voice, his desire for strength reaching its extreme. Expelliarmus. A dazzling red light flashed and hit the hooded figure. However, the effect was not obvious. The other party just took 2 steps back and continued to move forward like a normal person. "I knew it would be like this." Aaron smiled bitterly, his right hand holding the wand even trembling slightly, and then he yelled, "Expelliarmus." The man in black robe dismissed it and didn't even bother to hide. However, when the red light was about to hit, he seemed to have sensed some crisis, and his body leaned back in a very strange way to miss the curse. Boom! The curse hit a birch tree, and the place where it was hit was covered with cracks, extending from the center to all sides, making it very fragile, as if it could be knocked down with just a slight push. Split into pieces. An extremely hoarse voice came from the black robe. "It's a pity that it didn't hit. It's useless even if you hit it." The man in black robe sneered, "You are too weak, and the power of the spell you release is not a threat to me." "I know." Aaron didn't care. People who can hunt unicorns will not be defeated by such a curse. "I just want to buy some time to escape. But now it seems that it has failed, but it doesn't matter." Quote. "Actually, we can talk." Aaron pretended to be calm. "I just sent the signal, and Hagrid will be here soon, so, do you want me to let you go?" "No, what I mean is that if you surrender, I can leave you a way out in the name of the Gaius family. I think the Ministry of Magic will give our family this face. You don't have to go to Azkaban and can retire in a more normal prison." Quote. "Interesting." The hoarse voice came out again. The man in black robe seemed to be more interested in Aaron and moved a few steps forward. You don't seem to be very clear about your current situation. Actually, I know it very well. Aaron acted very calmly, and made a swinging gesture behind his back with his free left hand. When Abby, who had always been acting like a little transparent person, saw it, he immediately turned around and ran away quickly. As soon as the man in black robe noticed the changes here, Aaron diverted his attention and said, "Two first-year wizards usually have only one way to die when facing a terrifying dark wizard. But there are some variables now. Hagrid doesn't know when he will come. I think in your current half-dead state, you won't choose to fight a wizard with giant blood." Quote, "You are very smart. Under the current circumstances, I will not invite enemies for myself. But I am still confident of killing one or two ants before he comes." The man in black robe sneered. "Then give it a try," Aaron said bravely. He knew very well that he must not show any cowardice in this situation, otherwise the opponent would seize the opportunity and it would be over. It was impossible to expect the Dark Lord to be merciful. Even if he is merciful, it will only be under normal physical and mental conditions. But people are now so depraved that they drink the blood of unicorns to stay alive. It can be said that their psychology is extremely twisted and perverted. There is no such thing as compassion. Have the courage. The man in black robe continued to move forward slowly, but he stopped after taking a few steps, because there was a white wand on Aaron's left hand, which made him hesitant and apprehensive. "I met a genius. No one knows the value of genius better than him, because he is a genius and knows very well the abilities of genius. His experience can be ranked among the top 10 in the magic world. He has seen many wandless spellcasters, and he is even one of them. But this is the first time he has seen one who can use two wands at the same time. The talent of multitasking is quite rare, but it is undeniable that the potential of people with this talent is huge. His current condition is extremely poor. It is not an exaggeration to describe him as barely surviving. It would be too depressing if the boat capsized in the gutter. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that I would make mistakes sometimes. I originally thought you were just an excellent but average student, but now it seems that the word, excellent, is no longer worthy of you. It's good to know how to hide your clumsiness at a young age. This is a good habit." Quote, "Should I say thank you for the compliment? You can leave, but she has to stay." Hermione shuddered and took out her wand tremblingly, trying to recall the offensive spells in her mind. Sitting and waiting for death, no one will choose this path except those who are desperate for life. You still have to fight if you should. Why? Aaron asked in confusion. She is just an ordinary wizard whose parents are muggles. She is useless, but you are. The man in black robe said meaningfully, his voice full of confusion, you are extremely talented, have an unlimited future, and are of extremely high value. I want you to choose the right path, but this requires a small introduction. Quote, when Aaron heard this, he looked at Hermione deeply, as if he wanted to understand something. Leaving your companions behind and running away alone will probably inevitably lead to condemnation of conscience in the future. This is the first step towards depravity. When a good person feels guilty, if he cannot repair this psychological hole for a long time, he can only become a bad person. You're such a pervert, but I may disappoint you. Even if I run away, I will only put my hatred on you and not feel any guilt. Quote, the man in black robe ignored it and just asked, should I survive alone or should I stay and die with her? Aaron rubbed his chin and frowned, this is a profound question. I need some time to think about it. It doesn't matter, think about it slowly. The man in black robe said and slowly walked towards Hermione. Stop. Aaron immediately pointed his wand at him, back off, don't come over. HMPH. Do you look down on me too much by delaying time in this way? The man in black robe said with more anger in his voice, you'd better make a choice before I kill her, otherwise you won't be able to escape. That means there's no need to discuss it. Aaron said coldly, don't think I'm afraid of you. No matter how powerful you were in the past, now you are just a rat who hangs on your unicorn blood and doesn't even dare to show your face. To be honest, I really don't take you seriously. Quote, seeking death. The man in black robe was enraged and turned his head and flew towards Aaron. Just now, he wanted to train Aaron well. With the young wizard's qualifications, it would not be long before he could take charge of his own affairs and become his right-hand man and his confidant. But now he has changed his mind. No one has ever dared to insult him like this, never. You still have to suppress this genius before subduing him. Being too arrogant is not a good thing. Do it, Aaron shouted loudly. With an order, Abe walked around behind the man in black robe and quickly switched to fighting mode, and slapped the man on the back of the head hard with his claws. Ah! A very shrill scream came from the black robe, echoing continuously in the forbidden forest. Abe, get out of the way. Torn apart, torn apart, torn apart. Taking advantage of your illness to kill you, Aaron made a prompt decision, raised both hands, and cast out several spells while the other party was wailing. However, the man in black robe's reaction ability was much stronger than he thought. He cast 6 spells in a row, but the opponent dodged 5 of them. Only the last one knocked him into the tree. But as the man in black robe said, the damage caused by his spell to the man in black robe is very limited. At most, it only makes the other person feel the pain of body tearing, and the time is very short. Run, run quickly. Aaron didn't care so much, just grabbed Hermione's right hand and ran in the direction where he came from. At this time, he regretted why he gave the magic carpet to Professor McGonagall in the first place. This kind of escape weapon should be carried with him from now on. But the next moment, he threw this idea away. Because the man in black robe was chasing them by flying, he didn't have to look at the road, and he didn't have to worry about the trees, vines, shrubs, and various potholes in the forbidden forest. His speed was much faster than Aaron's. Gift crab. Cheating. Aaron couldn't help but cursed. I must learn this kind of flying magic in the future. But seeing the man in black robe getting closer and closer to him, Aaron was also very anxious. He should have put more spells on him just now, and every second he could delay it was a second. Whoosh! The sound of wind came, and Aaron's back felt cold, and he quickly pulled Hermione to squat down. A black shadow passed over the two people's heads, and when they stood up, the man in black robe was already standing in front of them. Ha ha ha! Aaron smiled awkwardly. Actually, it was just a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? It hurts. The man in black robe sneered. Do you want me to break you into pieces? No, shattering into pieces is more suitable for you. You're stingy, aren't you? A dark wizard like you must have been famous in the past. You can't be like me, a 12-year-old kid. Glib words won't save you. Since you are unwilling to give up this girl's life, then you both die together. Quote, I won't die that easily, Aaron said very calmly. Ever since he knew he was going to face the Dark Lord, he had shamelessly asked for a life-saving magic item from home. But that thing was relatively precious, and wasting it at this time really outweighed the gain, and he was reluctant to part with it. Really, I'm really curious about how you keep this Gryffindor. Aaron was stunned and felt a headache. He had no chance of surviving if he ran alone, and now he still had a big oil bottle. Hermione Granger. Ah, I'm here. I'll help you buy some time. You'll have to run as fast as you can and don't look back. Can it be done? Quote, impossible. How can I let you face him alone? Aaron, don't be ridiculous. Do you really want me to call you a burden? Forget it. Please take my pet aside and go to the head office. Aaron said and winked at Abe. Don't worry yet. Be ready to run away at any time. Hermione nodded and was about to pick up Abe. But Long, who had suffered a huge loss, dodged her palm naturally, raised his head proudly and crouched under a tree. Hermione retracted her right hand angrily, looked at Aaron worriedly, and stood aside. I'm curious, how are you going to hold me back? The man in black robe said in a cold voice, even a little impatient. I'm going to duel you, the wizard's way. I bet the reputation of the Gaius family, and I will give you my life if I lose. But if I win by chance, you have to let us go. Aaron said righteously, ready to take off the ring on his left hand that sealed half of the magic energy at any time. This was one of his trump cards. He originally didn't want to expose it so early, but now he really couldn't help it. Regardless of whether the Dark Lord agrees or not, he has to surprise the opponent again. This is his last chance. The man in black robe paused slightly, and the cold murderous aura around him also subsided a lot. A duel between wizards. Okay, I promise you. Quote, as soon as the man in black robe finished speaking, his body trembled involuntarily, and a pleading voice came from his mind, Master, there is no need for us to waste time on these two people. Kill them quickly, that unicorn. Shut up, it's not your turn to teach me how to do things. The man in black robe said angrily, and the voice in his mind fell silent for an instant. What's wrong with you? Aaron was thoughtful, but his eyes were full of confusion. Nothing, let's start when you're ready. Wait a minute. Aaron took a deep breath and took out a small transparent bottle from his pocket. After drinking the elixir of good fortune, you will have good luck within 12 hours. He has always been reluctant to use this thing, but now is definitely the most appropriate time, because if he uses it, his chance of escaping will be greater, but if he doesn't use it, he may never have a chance in this life. After Aaron took a sip, he carefully put the bottle away. What is that? I spent a lot of money to find someone to prepare the potion for replenishing magic power. But it's only useful for people below senior magicians. Aaron said nonsense seriously, and then pretended to be generous and took out the bottle again. Do you need it? If you need to speak up, don't be polite. Wizards' duels are all about fairness. Although you are far superior to me in age, magic, knowledge, experience, etc., I don't mind giving you a little more advantage. Quote. The man in black robe was stunned for several seconds. To be honest, he had some doubts that the bottle contained no magic repair potion. But Aaron's words made him embarrassed to ask again. The majestic Dark Lord also wanted to save face. The other party had staked his family's reputation, so he couldn't be stingy, at least he couldn't suspect him of cheating in the duel. Besides, the strength of the Gaius family has always been a mystery, but Aaron is only a 12-year-old kid, what kind of treasure can he have? Even if there is, he may not like it. Unless it was the kind of thing that could replenish his vitality and solve his current urgent need, it would be worthy of his shame. But when Aaron drank that thing just now, he couldn't feel any life breath at all, and he was sure that the thing didn't help him at all. No, I don't need it. Isn't it necessary? Aaron breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, but his face became more serious. Sorry, I apologize to you for my behavior just now. Don't delay any more, let's get started. The man in black robe's tone also calmed down. I have some business to do after I finish, you guys. Okay, Aaron said, dragging his wand in front of him as a sign of respect. But just after he finished this action, he looked at the man in black robe in front of him angrily. You humiliate me, where is your wand? Do you think I can still use a wand now that I'm like this? The man in black robe said, don't underestimate me, I can still cast spells without a wand. Just kidding, he is possessing someone else. If he uses a magic wand, that person will be exposed. Unless he kills these two people and that unknown magical creature tonight, the consequences will be endless and may even affect his next plan. But Aaron really gave him the feeling of light that he had not seen for a long time, and it would be a pity to die. He still wanted to conquer him, and the first step to conquering this little wizard was to defeat him with absolute strength. Geniuses are arrogant, but geniuses will also be impressed by other geniuses. The Dark Lord is still very confident in his charisma. Although he is currently dying, he believes that it is only a matter of time before he returns. But those previous followers may not all be reliable, and he needs to cultivate new blood. Forget it, keep going. Aaron put down his wand and backed away slowly. In a formal duel, both parties need to go to both ends of the field to start fighting, and they are now in a small open space, which can barely be used as a ring. The man in black robe attaches great importance to this kind of duel etiquette, which Aaron did not expect, but this gave him more opportunities. As Aaron retreated, he casually picked off the ring on his left hand. When you retreat to the penultimate step, it is the best time to launch a surprise attack. At that time, the opponent is the most vigilant, but also the most unexpected. Aaron was sure that the arrogant Dark Lord would never think that he would dare to play like this. After all, his previous performance was too confusing and his acting skills were full of talent. Although the methods are somewhat shameful, a small life is a big deal. One of the ancestral precepts summarized by the ancestors of the Gaius family is this: nothing is more important than life, and sometimes you can do whatever it takes to save your life. Although he didn't know which ancestor's quote it was, and it had nothing to do with honor or anything like that, he especially liked this kind of straightforwardness. Especially right now, this statement simply rings true. There is still a chance for a comeback while alive, but if it dies, let alone a comeback, there won't even be a coffin board. The other party can use his strength to bully the small, but can't he not practice martial ethics? There are still 7 steps, 6 steps, 5 steps to the edge of the clearing. Aaron's heart was in his throat. He had already taken off the ring on his left hand, and the magic energy in his body had been wildly replenished, but he did not dare to be careless at all. Finally reaching the penultimate step, Aaron quickly raised his wand, preparing to use all his strength to crush the man in black robe to pieces. I turned around and ran if I missed the hit. Now I have a little distance and can run a few more steps. But if you are lucky enough to hit it, you will have to hit it a few more times, and then run away. Before the war, I took a sip of the elixir of fortune just for now. Aaron, Hermione, are you there? Hagrid's voice suddenly came from not far away. His huge body was moving quickly, crackling through the low bushes. Behind him were an exhausted Harry, Ron, and Draco. At the same time, Aaron also released a body-shattering curse, which happened to hit the man in black robe. However, when he heard Hagrid's voice, he withdrew some of his strength in time and did not explode to his true level. Ah! A shrill scream rang out. The man in black robe felt great pain but did not dare to stop for a moment. He flew quickly in the opposite direction and quickly disappeared into the night. Aaron looked at this scene in a daze, thinking that the effect of the elixir was too good. If I had known I should have taken a sip before entering the Forbidden Forest, I might not even have encountered this black-robed man. Where are the people? Hagrid asked breathlessly, the crossbow in his hand ready to go. Do you even need to ask? Of course he ran away. So are you okay? What do you think? If I hadn't thought quickly enough and delayed it for so much time, we might both have died. Aaron said angrily, of course, I may not die, but Hermione will definitely not survive. Quote. Hearing this, Hagrid couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He proposed to divide the troops into 2 groups, but he did not expect the danger to be so great. When he saw 2 balls of flame appearing in the sky above the Forbidden Forest, he started to rush towards this direction crazily, and happened to meet Malfoy, who was running crazily on the way. After knowing that there was a weirdo in black here sucking the blood of unicorns, his speed increased a lot, but this was the Forbidden Forest after all, and after falling twice, he had to limit the speed. Sorry, Hagrid said a little ashamedly, I shouldn't have been divided into groups, so at least you won't be in danger. No, Hagrid, this has nothing to do with you. Hermione comforted, no one thought there was such a monster in the Forbidden Forest. I reminded him. I said that there have been uncertainties in the Forbidden Forest recently, so we shouldn't come here tonight, but Hagrid didn't seem to take my words to heart. Quote. I'm sorry. The honest giant lowered his head again, this is all my fault. HMPH. It's you who should be blamed. If you hadn't insisted on your own way, we wouldn't have encountered this kind of danger. Hagrid, you should be lucky that there were no casualties, otherwise you would have spent the rest of your life in Azkaban. Even Dumbledore may not be able to protect you. Quote. Aaron, that's enough for you. Hagrid already knows he was wrong. Hermione said somewhat unbearably. Hey, Hermione, don't forget who saved you. And we just escaped death and saved a life, can't I still complain? If Yaya hadn't sneezed, we might have escaped unscathed. If you hadn't suddenly. At this point, Aaron suddenly paused. He was afraid that if he continued speaking, some girl would shed tears again. In short, tonight is not an ordinary excitement, but all of this can be avoided. The others looked at each other, then nodded in disbelief. By the way, where is the unicorn? Hagrid asked. Malfoy said you found it. I found it, but... Hermione gritted her teeth. Hagrid, you have to be mentally prepared. I think the poor guy has no breath of life. Several people followed Aaron back to the clearing before, where a unicorn as white as snow lay alone. There was a hideous wound on its neck, and silver blood was constantly flowing out. Unicorn, is it dead? Harry asked somewhat uncomfortably. I didn't have time to see it just now, but now I regret seeing it. This is the first time I have seen a creature that can compare with my Abe in appearance, but unfortunately it has died. Aaron said as he walked up to the unicorn and wanted to close his unwilling eyes for it. But when his hand touched the unicorn's face, he felt a little wet. After taking a closer look, I discovered that there were some crystal tears on the face of this holy creature. It must have been due to the great pain it had just endured. Aaron sighed slightly and closed its eyes, but unexpectedly found an extremely weak breath in its nostrils. Wait, it seems to be alive. What? Hagrid was inexplicably excited. He quickly walked to the unicorn and checked its condition. After a moment, the joy on his face disappeared, replaced by a cloud that was even thicker than before. The good news is that the unicorn is still alive, the bad news is that it is now breathing its last breath. There was nothing worse for Hagrid than witnessing the death of a sacred magical animal and being unable to do anything about it. It's hopeless. This poor little guy probably won't live for more than half a minute. Hagrid stood up melancholy, his eyes even a little red. I just lost Norbert, and now I have to lose another unicorn. My Merlin, why should this happen to me in one day? Quote. Hagrid, please calm down. Norbert can be said to be yours, but this unicorn. Hermione suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Because Hagrid was looking at her with red eyes, as if you say anything again, I will cry for you. Bury him. Let him rest in peace. Ron suggested. What a stupid suggestion. Draco said disdainfully. Unicorns are full of treasures, not just for wizards, but also for other creatures. Believe it or not, if we bury him here tonight, other magical animals will come to eat his body tomorrow. There is no shortage of dark creatures that can't get enough to eat in the Forbidden Forest. If nothing else, the werewolf will definitely not let go of this feast. Quote. Then what do you think we should do? Of course he was cremated. Do you even need to ask? No, Hagrid interrupted the two of them, this burial method is too rough and not suitable for a holy unicorn. That's a lot to ask for. Aaron said speechlessly, I can just bury it somewhere else. Why do you think so much? If you don't mind, I can find a way to find a tomb with beautiful scenery for it. Don't worry, just give me a hard-earned fee when the time comes, don't feel embarrassed. Quote. Hagrid was stunned for a moment. That's not necessary, I have a better idea. I can arrange for a few trustworthy friends to return the unicorn's body to its tribe, and its parents and elders will make arrangements for its funeral. Quote. It still has a tribe? Aaron asked in surprise. Of course, there are more than 2 unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, but there are very few of them, and they are generally not found. Wait a moment, Yaya. Hagrid called his dog, go and call Ronan over. You can find him, right? Quote. Woof, Yaya yelled, turned around and left the clearing. Hagrid, who is Ronan? Harry asked curiously, is there anyone else in the Forbidden Forest? You'll find out later. Just as Hagrid pretended to be inscrutable, Fang's scream sounded again. The Neapolitan Mastiff returned within less than 5 seconds of leaving. If it weren't for the tall figure behind it, they would have thought it was Hagrid's prank. Who's there? Hagrid picked up his crossbow and pointed it at the burly figure in the bushes. Come out, I'm armed. Good evening, Hagrid. The figure walked to the open space, and under the illumination of the moonlight and lights, everyone could see its appearance clearly. The upper body is a human, the lower body is a horse, and there is a long tail trailing behind it. Ronan, I just wanted to find you. Just in time, I've just arrived. Ronan said and glanced at the crossbow pointed at him, you want to shoot me with an arrow. Misunderstanding. Hagrid put away the crossbow angrily, I didn't know it was you, and the nearest Forbidden Forest is not peaceful. Indeed. Ronan looked up at the stars in the sky, the stars are very bright tonight. I have heard this sentence countless times. You centaurs always like to say this sentence. The sparks are bright tonight. Ronan, I have to tell you, we can't understand the revelations of the stars. Hagrid said angrily, can you tell me why you came here? For the unicorn. Ronan glanced at the unicorn that fell on the ground and had completely lost its breath. A trace of sadness flashed in his eyes, but now it seems that I am a step too late. Hagrid also sighed, forget about this for now, I want to ask you to send the body of this unicorn to its tribe. Only you centaurs can find those few unicorns in the entire Forbidden Forest. Quote. I will help, the fallen leaves will return to their roots. Ronan said and looked at Harry Potter, or specifically at the scar on Harry's forehead, are you a Potter boy? You know me. Harry was a little flattered. He knew that he was famous in the wizarding world, but he never expected that even magical animals had heard of his name. Ronan looked up at the stars again. The prophecies of the stars tell me that you will be in danger, of course not now, but at some point in the future. Prophecy. What does it mean? Can you make it clearer? Quote. Ronan looked at Harry with his dark blue eyes and hesitated for a while before saying, I can't go against God's will, but I can give you some other inspirations, common sense that many people know. Unicorn blood can extend a person's life, even when you are on the verge of death. However, killing a unicorn is a serious crime because the price is extremely high. To slaughter such a pure life in order to survive, from the moment its blood touches your lips, you are half dead and will be cursed for the rest of your life. Quote. This is really interesting, Aaron said meaningfully. We are so lucky to be able to save a life tonight. If you are not worried about being cursed, you are either already suffering from a more serious curse, have too many lice and are not itchy, or you are a desperado on the verge of death. Quote. Harry's face became a little heavy, and he understood Ronan's hint. Who would take such a big risk to slaughter unicorns at Hogwarts, or be cursed in order to prolong their lives? A normal person would not live like a zombie in order to prolong his life unless he has a chance to return to normal. Thinking that there is a magic stone hidden in the school that can make people immortal, he just felt that everything suddenly became clear. You mean? Harry paused suddenly, thinking that there were so many people here. He immediately changed his words. You mean that person is still alive and in school? You know the answer, you just don't want to accept it, do you? That's crazy. He has lost his humanity, so be careful. After Ronan said that, he walked over to the unicorn's body and prepared to carry it on his back. Although this action is a little difficult for the centaur, after all, it is carrying the body of a unicorn. If you are not careful, the body will slide down at any time. Leave it to you, Ronan. Let's go. Quote. Hagrid turned around uncomfortably, and the others were ready to leave with him. After all, Hagrid was the only one who could give them a sense of security in the Forbidden Forest. Aaron just took out his left foot, but his right foot couldn't move. Looking back, his pet was biting his trouser leg and refused to let go. What are you doing? Let go, we should go back. Abe didn't let go, he just showed a pair of big watery eyes and pointed one paw at the dead unicorn. What are you doing? Aaron seemed to have figured out something, and shook his head with a smile. Don't be ridiculous, I am not related to it, so there is no need to save it. Can you save it? Ronan looked at Aaron in disbelief, and then noticed Abe biting his trouser leg. His blue eyes instantly widened a bit, and he couldn't help but admired. Okay, holy breath. Ronan looked up to the sky again, wanting to see the horoscope prophecies of Aaron and his pets, but unexpectedly found that the originally very clear prophecies had become a little blurry at this moment. The full moon in the sky also broke through the dark clouds, and the light of the stars was somewhat eclipsed by the moonlight. This kind of situation is difficult to encounter. It is either a problem with the celestial phenomena or there is some kind of power covering up his prediction. But one thing he can be sure of is, yes, you do have the ability to save this unicorn. Everyone looked at Aaron in surprise, and Hagrid was even more excited. Do you really have a way to save this unicorn? No, Aaron shook his head decisively, denying it very simply. He does have a bottle of resurrection potion that can revive a life that dies within an hour, but he only has one bottle, and there may not be a second bottle in the future. It is not worth using such a precious thing on a unicorn. Magical animals are indeed rare, and unicorns are also very pure, but what does this have to do with him? There are so many living lives that have died, he can't save every one of them. That's God's job. But Ronan said so, the centaur's predictions have never been wrong. Hagrid said with some doubt. Who knows if this is slander, and is there any evidence for it? Aaron replied unconvinced. Even if it is not slander, who can guarantee that the centaurs will not misread the revelation of the stars? This. Hagrid hesitated for a moment and looked at Ronan with questioning eyes. Can you guarantee it? The prophecies of the centaurs are very accurate, but there have indeed been misunderstandings about the stars of destiny before. Look, Aaron spread his hands. This is a misunderstanding. I don't have the ability to resurrect unicorns. That's not necessarily true. Ron suddenly interjected, pointing to Abe at Aaron's feet who kept pulling him back. If it's fake, Abe shouldn't be so excited. Everyone else moved their eyes to Aaron's feet and saw Abe stubbornly hugging Aaron's trouser legs. They couldn't help but feel a little more certain about Ronan's prediction. Abe is just hungry, I didn't let him eat tonight. But if it continues like this, I think it is necessary to starve it for 3 more days. Aaron explained to everyone while secretly threatening Abyss and Claw. Sure enough, when the words fell, Abe seemed to have heard something terrible and quickly retracted his claws. Aaron lifted it up unceremoniously. Am I too nice to you? Abe nodded hurriedly, but when he saw Aaron's dull eyes, he changed to shaking his head. I'll take care of you when I get back. It won't be a problem if you starve for 3 days, but you will have to cut back on your next meal. Ouch! Abe screamed in grievance, looked at the body of the dead unicorn with some reluctance, and turned his head away cruelly. It tried its best and even paid the heavy price of cutting back on food, but it had nothing to do if its owner didn't agree. Abe still has a great affection for this magical creature full of purity, much more than Norbert, who is also a dragon. Seeing the unicorn die in front of him like this, it can't help but feel a little sad that a rabbit has died, so it wants to try its best to fight for it. He was very aware of the existence of the resurrection potion, and even almost drank it as a drink once, because his intuition told the dragon that the rich breath of life in it would be of great help to it. Naturally, he failed and was punished by Aaron. Most of the food for each meal was deducted for 3 days. The feeling of transitioning from luxury to frugality was simply torture. Let's go. It's time for us to go back. Quote, wait, Aaron. Hagrid stopped him and said, if you really have the ability to save it, please. Don't talk nonsense. I don't have this ability. I understand. Hagrid winked and said meaningfully, if I have this ability, I won't let others know. But we are all our own people here, can't you still trust them? Moreover, what a pity it would be for such a rare creature as the unicorn to die like this. Quote. The corner of Aaron's mouth twitched, this is too natural. He admitted that the first sentence made sense, but the rest was completely nonsense. Hagrid. Aaron looked at him sympathetically. You may be too sad because Norbert is gone, which leads to some confusion in your brain. Go back and have a good sleep, don't think about these messy things. Quote. No, I'm not confused. I'm very clear-headed, Hagrid said anxiously. Pull him down. Aaron rolled his eyes speechlessly. His eyes swept over Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and finally settled on Hagrid, excluding you. I was deceived by 4 Gryffindors last night. Don't tell me you forgot, the giant's memory isn't that bad. Ask yourself, if you were me, would you trust these 4 people? Quote. Hagrid opened his mouth, speechless. Harry and others also lowered their heads in embarrassment. Being told by Aaron in front of their faces, I don't trust you, made them feel like they were dead and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Then we can stay away for a while and wait until you revive the unicorn before calling us, Ron said in a low voice. Idiot, Draco said disdainfully. Aaron, ignore them. Let's go back to the Slytherin common room. Quote, okay, Aaron said a little tiredly. At this moment, he couldn't wait to leave this place. The others subconsciously gave way to Aaron and Draco, and no one had the nerve to stop them. Hagrid looked at the 2 people who walked 10 meters away, gritted his teeth with some struggle, and shouted, are you really not willing to save it? This unicorn is still young, and its parents are still waiting for it to come home in the group. Quote. Call. Aaron stopped, looked up and took a deep breath. It usually only takes 1 second to go from speechless to angry. After he put Abe on the ground, he turned back and stared at Hagrid fiercely. Are you sick? You must stare at me to death, right? I have emphasized again and again that I don't have the ability to save it. Do you have to be so stubborn? But the centaur's horoscope and Abe's abnormality both show that you can save it. Hagrid said seriously, one will make a mistake, but it's impossible for both to make a mistake. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Aaron gritted his teeth and said, I know your feelings for magical animals, and I sympathize with this little guy. But you have to face the reality. I know. Hagrid's face was full of tears, and his beard was wet. He looked like a child weighing hundreds of pounds who had lost a loved one. Don't cry, you are such a big giant, can't you control your tear glands? Aaron's mouth twitched a little. He had seen more tears in the past 2 days than in his first 11 years of life. Hagrid picked up a leaf and wiped his nose. I know I'm too fanciful, but when I think of this young unicorn and its family, I can't help but feel sad. If you really don't have a solution, then forget it. But if you do, and I don't insist, then I'll have given up the chance to save it. This feeling is very uncomfortable, you won't understand. Snap, snap, snap. Beautiful. Well said. Aaron clapped his hands. I understand why the school asked you to guard the Forbidden Forest. With your compassionate attitude, you definitely treat every magical animal as your own child. I am embarrassed to lie to you, even though I emphasized it several times, you didn't believe it. I won't pretend anymore. To be honest, I do have something that can save the unicorn, but I don't plan to save it. Why? Harry asked, puzzled. You are not the kind of person who will watch someone die without saving him. Yes, you are really good at judging people. You may not find a wizard as kind as me even if you search all over Hogwarts. But, Harry Potter, kindness and sainthood are two different things. What do you mean? Aaron sighed and took out a bottle of emerald green solution from his pocket. He opened the bottle, and a faint breath of life floated in the air. Some dead grass on the ground turned green almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. Aaron saw this and quickly covered the lid. If too much evaporated, the effect of this bottle of medicine would decrease. As the bottle was sealed, the nourished plants suddenly lost their nutrition and became sluggish again. You all saw that this thing can bring creatures back to life as long as you drink it. Then hurry up, Hagrid said anxiously. Why hurry? Aaron cleared his throat and said seriously, this is a secret medicine passed down from generation to generation in the Gaius family. I have the last one in my hand. In other words, it is used to save lives at critical moments. It is a truly priceless treasure. Now you want me to use it to revive a unicorn that I have no intersection with. Hagrid, do you think it is appropriate? Is it reasonable? Hagrid stopped talking. He was too shameless to let others use heirlooms to revive an unrelated magical animal. Aaron said disdainfully, and then looked at Harry Potter, if you were asked to donate all your wealth to rescue a homeless person you don't even know, would you agree? Harry shook his head helplessly. If it weren't for his parents' inheritance, he might not even be able to support himself. Donate? How is that possible? That's it. It's easy to say that you are generous to others, but if you put yourself in their shoes, I'm afraid you will refuse more decisively than me. But that's a unicorn, Ron murmured in a low voice. Which brother said that? Aaron said sarcastically, are unicorns superior to others? It's ridiculous. Draco understood instantly and laughed contemptuously, who else can it be except Weasley, the idiot? Malfoy, you, what, are you not convinced? The value of this bottle of medicine is beyond the imagination of all of us. We can't afford it even if we sell your Weasley family. Unicorns are precious, but there are more precious ones than them. You are not qualified to decide who is more worthy of being saved on behalf of Aaron. The resurrection potion was Aaron's personal property, and it was unique. They had no right to ask him to give it up. Hagrid looked deeply at the unicorn lying on the ground, wiped his tears unwillingly, and murmured, sorry. Hagrid, Ronan asked worriedly, are you okay? It's okay, I'll leave it to you next. Hagrid waved his hand and walked weakly towards the outside of the Forbidden Forest. The remaining few people looked at each other, but still followed his pace. Wait, this, little wizard. Ronan called Aaron and looked at the pet beside him a little embarrassedly, can I see your pet? Ha, no, Abe is my personal property. Someone kidnapped it yesterday. Who is it? The centaur Ronan was rarely angry. Who dares to kidnap such a sacred creature? This crime is the same as slaughtering unicorns. Ron's heart skipped a beat and he said bitterly, we won't be cursed, will we? It should be, no. Harry was a little unconfident. After all, from last night to tonight, they had been in agony and almost dared not see anyone. Although this may be inseparable from the huge amount of points deducted from them by Professor McGonagall, people with guilty consciences may associate this with some kind of curse in their hearts. Hermione swallowed her saliva. Her experience tonight made her feel that she must have been cursed, otherwise she would not be so unlucky and almost lost her life. Humph, Malfoy said gloatingly, if I had known this, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. You guys, Ronan seemed to understand something. This was probably a prank between children, but he still put on a cold face, it's not a curse, but you'd better not do it. Otherwise, you will be punished. Ronan simply threatened, but the three of them looked at the silly and cute Abe tacitly, and decided to be nicer to this magical animal in the future, and strive to lift this unwarranted curse as soon as possible. What are you waiting for? Let's go, Hagrid urged. I'll be there soon. Wait, wizard. Just as Aaron was about to leave, Ronan spoke again. Can you tell me your name? That's fine. Gaius, Aaron Gaius. Gaius, are you from the Gaius family? Ronan was a little surprised, and then asked, what generation are you from? This. I really didn't pay much attention. Aaron scratched his head awkwardly. He had also seen the genealogy of Gaius's family, but his genealogy was very different from that of other families. It was completely composed of several mind maps, the kind that would make people want to sleep after just one look. Aaron only saw his name on the last page and didn't pay much attention to it. Who likes to study the names of ancestors for nothing? No matter how idle you are, you won't spend your time with the genealogy, right? Wait, you know my family? Aaron asked curiously. How did you know? Are you surprised? Ronan smiled faintly. In fact, many centaurs know the existence of Gaius's family. A long time ago, there was a war. At that time, one of your ancestors fought side by side with the centaurs. He was one of the few humans who could ride on the back of a centaur. Aaron, our ancestors also have such glorious deeds. Ronan looked at Aaron, who was a little dazed. Don't you know this history? Ahem, I'm only a 12-year-old child, how can I know so much? Ronan seemed to have figured out something. It's normal for you to know less. Being low-key is almost a label for your families. In short, Gaius, protect the little guy in your arms. Its potential is much greater than you think, and it will become your right-hand man in the future. Aaron nodded. Do you need to tell me? Doesn't he know what this dragon cub is like? After leaving the Forbidden Forest, Aaron solemnly warned others not to tell others that he had the resurrection potion, otherwise the consequences would be serious. Several people naturally nodded in agreement, but Hagrid's eyes were a little evasive. Aaron didn't care, just thought he was blaming himself for not saving the unicorn. Gryffindor common room. Harry didn't rush to sleep, but called Ron and Hermione to the stove and told them his guess. The one in the Forbidden Forest must be Voldemort, Ronan told me. He is using unicorn blood to maintain his life. Don't say that name, Ron whispered, as if he was worried that the Dark Lord could hear their voices. You mean the mysterious man is in the Forbidden Forest? Hermione couldn't help but feel that she had survived a disaster. She actually saved her life from Voldemort's hands. Yes, that's it. Hermione, you have had close contact with him. How is his condition? I don't know how to say it. The black-robed man gave people a strong sense of oppression, just like a monster. I was so scared that my legs went weak. If Aaron hadn't saved me, you might not have seen me. Hermione trembled when she recalled the scene of the black-robed man sucking unicorn blood. She subconsciously lowered her head and hugged the pillow in her arms tightly. But when she thought of other things, she unconsciously showed a happy smile on her face. It turned out that fairy tales are not all made up. Hermione, Hermione. Harry waved his hand in front of her eyes, thinking she was scared. It's nothing. Hermione came back to her senses, her smile instantly fading. The mysterious man must be in very bad condition, very weak, otherwise he wouldn't be able to drink unicorn blood to survive. But his strength is still very strong. I guess he will not be weaker than the professors in the school. Quote. Harry couldn't deny it. I guess Voldemort. Can you please stop saying that name? Ron said again. He is in Hogwarts now. Okay, Harry said helplessly. Okay, mysterious man. I really don't understand why so many people are afraid of this name. Not everyone survives the disaster like you. The shadow of the mysterious man has been shrouding the entire magical world before his accident. Almost no one dares to confront him. No, Aaron can do it. Hermione smiled. He cast 2 spells on the man in black robe today, and the screams hurt me. Not everyone has a potion that can bring people back to life like him. With that thing, who is afraid of death? Quote, Ron. Hermione glared at him. Not everyone has the courage to face the mysterious man. Let's not talk about this for now. Phew, ahem. The mysterious man's goal must be the Philosopher's Stone. We were wrong. Snape's purpose was not to use the Philosopher's Stone to make a fortune. He was not doing it for himself at all. His purpose in stealing the Philosopher's Stone was to use the elixir of immortality to restore Voldemort's strength and allow him to make a comeback. Quote, Harry, if the mysterious man comes back, will he kill you? Ron asked worriedly. Who knows? Harry slumped on the sofa weakly and said nothing. But they all knew that if Voldemort came back, Harry would be the first target of revenge, and his life would definitely be in danger. Harry, actually things may not be that bad. Hermione comforted, don't forget, there is a powerful magician in Hogwarts. Dumbledore, our headmaster, and you know who in his heyday didn't dare stand up to him. As long as Dumbledore is around, he won't dare to take action, and you will be safe. Quote. Hearing this, the haze in Harry's heart was dispelled a lot, and he felt much more relaxed. The next day, in the potions classroom, Gryffindor and Slytherin students were carefully preparing a hair growth potion, a potion that can restore hair volume within a week. Of course, the effect is temporary and will gradually return to its original state after a week. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Aaron always felt that Snape looked at him in a strange way. He could read various emotions such as excitement, anxiety, uneasiness, and embarrassment from this look. Those who didn't know it thought Snape was going to borrow money from him. More than half an hour later, Aaron finished mixing the potion. He glanced at Snape inadvertently, and unexpectedly read a hint of flattery in his eyes, which made him shudder. A professor who was unsmiling and dignified suddenly became like this, which really made him uncomfortable. Could it be that you want him to rejoin the academy team? This is not possible. If you have that training time, you might as well take a bath and have a nice sleep. After class, Aaron picked up his pet and was about to leave, but as soon as he stood up, he was stopped by Snape. Gaius, come to my office this afternoon. Can you tell me why? It was agreed at the beginning that I would only participate in Quidditch once. And I made this promise in front of everyone on the academy team, and I am not someone who goes back on my word. Quote. Snape's old face darkened. Since the academy team lost Aaron as a seeker, its strength has been greatly reduced. After a few games, it was overpowered by Gryffindor. Snape regretted it at that time, but he also promised Aaron that he would only play one game, and he could not let him rejoin and restore the prestige of the Slytherin team. He could only watch Gryffindor looking for the ball. Harry Potter steals the show. But thinking of what he was going to do next, Snape still forced a stiff smile and said, I'm looking for you to talk about something else that has nothing to do with the academy team. So, make no mistake and definitely come. Quote. After class, Aaron came to the door of Snape's office with an anxious mood. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar door, he stopped moving forward. Normally, he would have gone in indifferently, but today Snape was particularly abnormal, as if he was a different person, so he had to be vigilant. After a few seconds of silence, Aaron knocked on the door. Snape's rather excited voice suddenly came from the office, come in. Aaron entered the office, closed the door and looked at Snape with some restraint. Professor, what do you want from me? Sit down first, sit down first. Snape pushed Aaron to a chair and got a drink very familiarly. You are thirsty, let's have some butterbeer first. This is a hit with young wizards and you'll love it. Quote. Gulu. Aaron swallowed, looked at the light yellow drink in front of him, and showed an awkward but polite smile, with no intention of drinking at all. If anything went wrong, there must be a monster. He dared to bet Abe's food for the next month. Snape had never been so kind to anyone. Who knows if there is any magic potion in this drink that Snape gave? He is still in the insignificant stage of development and will be in this stage for a long time, so he doesn't dare to take risks. Professor, my mother has warned me more than once that children cannot drink alcohol, no matter how low the alcohol content is. I can't disobey my mother, she will be sad. So, I won't drink this drink. Quote. Snape was stunned, looked at him strangely, and took out another box, which contained all kinds of snacks. TCH. That's it. Aaron smiled coldly in his heart. Although he didn't know what Snape's purpose was, he didn't take him seriously. Which student couldn't stand such a test? However, just when Aaron was dismissive, Abe in his arms was a little uneasy, staring at the snack box with a pair of long eyes and refusing to move away. Ahem. Aaron coughed lightly and placed a hand on its head. Can you please exercise some restraint? Don't let your hair fall on me. Professor, what do you mean? Don't wizards of your age like these? Snape said. That is a wizard from an ordinary family. I have never tasted any delicacies in my life. To be honest, money is much more attractive to me than these things. Quote. Snape suddenly realized it. He rummaged under his desk for a while and took out a large box. When he opened it, it was filled with gold galleons. The light of money flashed in front of Aaron's eyes, but he was completely unmoved, and the corners of his mouth were twitching. Are you kidding me? Insult Weasley with money and they will beg for more insults. But he was Gaius, and his family had never been short of money. Snape's move was a complete insult. Who are you looking down on? However, Aaron was also sure that Snape had no conspiracy against him, otherwise he would not have used such low-end methods. But if he shows courtesy for nothing, he must be a traitor or a thief. He definitely has his own purpose. This is the cash in my hand. All other assets are stored in Gringotts. Seeing Aaron's indifference, Snape hurriedly reported his net worth. I am also a potion master after all, although I don't care much about money. But I have saved a lot over the years, and the quantity will definitely not disappoint you, at least dozens of times more than what is in the box. Wait, stop it. Aaron waved his hand immediately and looked at Snape meaningfully. Professor, you should tell me what you want from me, otherwise I will always feel a little confused. And Professor, you should have never bribed anyone in your life. They can't even do what they like. This group of upright people really makes me, a student, feel ashamed. Quote. Snape was silent for a while, then hesitantly said, I heard Hagrid say that you have a potion that can bring people back to life. Aaron. Grass. Hagrid, did I dig up the ancestral grave of your giant family? Why do you always have trouble with me? Professor Snape. Aaron's face turned serious. Who else knows about this besides you? Do you really have a potion that can bring people back to life? Snape stood up excitedly, staring at Aaron with bright eyes. Don't get excited, Professor, that thing is actually not as useful as you think. Aaron explained. How could I not be excited? Aaron, give me the potion and I will pay any price to exchange it with you. Quote. It seems that someone very important to you, Professor, is no longer alive. Snape said nothing, but nodded slightly. So that bottle of potion is of no use to you. It can only resurrect the lives of people who died within an hour. Aaron said regretfully. Are you serious? Certainly, except for emergencies, who would carry such a precious thing with them? Quote. Most of the light in Snape's eyes suddenly disappeared, and he slowly sat on the chair, feeling as if a basin of cold water had been poured on his heart, and he was out of his mind. After a long time, he slowly stretched out his right hand and said, Take out the potion and let me take a look. Isn't that appropriate? Aaron sneered. That's my family heirloom, what if you take it away? Don't worry, I still have the integrity as a teacher. I won't steal things from students. Besides, if the potion is really what you said, it is of extremely high value, but it is still useless to me. Quote. Who knows? Aaron spread his hands but didn't take out the things. The resurrection potion was his second life. Who would hand over his second life to others so easily? Even last night, he only took out the bottle, but it was always in his hand. It could be stored in the system space in seconds, and no one could snatch it away. But it's hard to say when it comes to Snape. What if he suddenly gives up his conduct? Compared with a potion that can resurrect any life, integrity is nothing, let alone Snape as a master of potions. How could this potion not be attractive to him? Snape seemed to have noticed Aaron's scruples, and said calmly, You have so many thoughts at such a young age, Aaron Gaius, it's really hard for you to be so vigilant. Hey, where is it? Aaron said sheepishly. Compared to what you just did, Professor, this is just a basic operation. Okay, it's up to you whether to show it to me or not, but I need to remind you that I am not the only one who knows about this. Quote. Aaron's heart skipped a beat, and he was no longer as calm as before. How many people know about it? Snape smiled and said nothing. You also have times when you are anxious. Aaron gritted his teeth angrily. Okay, I'll let you see it. Wise decision. Snape said proudly. I just researched it and gave it to you immediately after reading it. I also guarantee that the news will not spread. It's best, otherwise. Aaron glanced at Abe helplessly. Otherwise, I would have to feed the pets. Are you crazy? You can't waste it like this. Snape said in astonishment, but he understood something in the next second and couldn't help but nodded. If everyone really knows, this may be the best thing to do. Otherwise, you will definitely become the target of public criticism and countless troubles will come to you. Quote. That's what I'm worried about. A common man is not guilty, but he is guilty of having a treasure in his possession. But I have a second method, which is to keep the potion locked in the treasure house at home. The magic world would not offend a powerful family for a bottle of potion, because that thing may seem rare, but in fact it is of no use to most people. Aaron said, taking out the emerald green bottle and placing it carefully on Snape's desk. Snape picked up the potion and opened the bottle cap, and a majestic breath of life suddenly spurted out, making him feel relaxed and happy, as if he was lying on the lawn basking in the sun. But as soon as the bottle cap was closed, that feeling disappeared instantly. Snape shook his head regretfully. You did not lie to me. This thing contains extremely powerful vitality and can take back the recently dead life from the god of death. However, it is useless for people who have been dead for a long time. No matter how powerful the life force is, it cannot revive them. At most, it can make their corpses incorruptible. Quote. That's right. Aaron nodded and put the bottle away again, but these alone can be called priceless treasures. And according to my research, this bottle of potion cannot only be used as a single resurrection potion. People who are troubled by diseases can use it to cure diseases or extend their lives. People who are free from disasters and diseases can use it to extend their lifespan. More importantly, people who are seriously injured or even on the verge of death can use it to return to their prime. Unfortunately, there was exactly one person at Hogwarts who needed this thing. Quote. As Aaron finished his last words, Snape's pupils opened slightly. What do you know? What do I know? Aaron asked, pretending to be suspicious. Didn't Hagrid tell you that some people suck the blood of unicorns in the Forbidden Forest to stay alive? It's not what I said. The security of Hogwarts is really bad, and it's possible for such a monster to be allowed in. Quote. Aaron could clearly feel Snape heaving a sigh of relief, and he was even more certain that he knew that Voldemort might be in Hogwarts, and that he might be plotting the Philosopher's Stone. But he was also sure that Snape could never be an accomplice of Voldemort, otherwise it would be impossible to save his resurrection potion, because a Dark Lord in his heyday would definitely be able to take Snape out of Hogwarts. Retreat. Professor, can you tell me now who else knows about this? Snape took a deep breath and looked at Aaron with a smile. Don't worry too much, there are not many people who know, except for the 2 people from last night. That's okay, it won't be too troublesome to deal with. Aaron was relieved. As long as the other insider was not Professor Quirrell, his safety could still be guaranteed. But it couldn't be Quirrell. Voldemort used Quirrell's body to receive 2 spells last night. Even if he didn't care about the injury, he still had to take care of the lingering Voldemort. It is estimated that apart from attending classes, he will try to minimize his publicity and stay in the office. But the other insider is not as easy to talk to as me. Snape said with a meaningful smile, pouring a lot of cold water on Aaron's heart. You have to follow me to the principal's office. Where is our principal? Wait for you. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Aaron asked in surprise. He also knows. What do you think? You know Hagrid well. Although I don't like him, there is something unique about being able to hang out at Hogwarts for so many years. It's just that he was too loyal to Dumbledore and had almost no secrets in front of him. After coming out of the Forbidden Forest last night, he went to the principal's office overnight. Quote. Very beautiful. Aaron's face became more bitter and he was about to cry. No one in Hogwarts is more difficult to deal with than Dumbledore. It's really troublesome. You seem to know him very well. Snape asked curiously. I don't know what interaction you have with him. Don't get me wrong, Professor. I am not familiar with the principal, and my knowledge of Dumbledore is limited to the introduction in books. However, the ancestors of my family have summarized a manual, one of which is this: the longer people live, the more experience they have, and it is difficult for you to guess their true thoughts. Quote. Snape raised his eyebrows. That's right. Right. This type of people is commonly known as the immortal. It would be better if you meet those who are not well known, because they tend to live aloof from the world and just want to live in peace and contentment. But when you meet those famous and high-ranking old people, you have to be more vigilant, because these people are all old men, and they may be betrayed without even knowing it. In short, the heart of an old man is dirty. Quote. Snape clapped his hands and said with emotion, That's right, very right. If I had known this sentence before, I wouldn't have. Well, it's hard to describe in one word. Aaron, I have a heartfelt request. can you let me see your family's treasure book? Quote. Impossible, just give up on this. Aaron refused without even thinking. That, thieves are thick and thieves are thick, book is the ancestral teaching passed down by his family for thousands of years, and it has been continuously improved. It has no magic power and does not record any valuable spells. It is just an ordinary book, but it is not something that outsiders can read casually. Okay, I was rude, Snape said, then opened the door. Come with me. Professor, can I not go? Of course you can, I'm happy to be free too. But if Dumbledore doesn't wait for you, he may take the initiative to find you next. Quote. Then I'd better go. The two arrived at the 8th floor of the castle. Aaron followed Snape and stood in front of a gargoyle. Lemon tea. Snape read the command, and the gargoyle jumped aside. The wall behind it split in half, and a spiral staircase slowly moved upwards. Coming to a door through the stairs, Snape opened the door directly and entered. Principal, I brought the person you were looking for. Thank you. Dumbledore was organizing the bookshelf on the stairs with his back to the two of them. Aaron Gaius, you are the first student to come to my office this semester. I'm flattered, Aaron said with a smile. He looked at the circular room and had to admit that it was much better than Snape's office. More spacious, brighter, without the smell of various potions mixed together. There are various silver utensils placed on the lockers, and on the walls are portraits of past principals. Through them, you can see the voices and smiles of these celebrities. Although they are just a group of dead old men, being placed here by the contemporary White Devil is enough to prove their abilities during their lifetime. There was a gilded perch on the desk, and a strange bird covered in red feathers stood on it and stared at Abe with sharp eyes, as if he had discovered something interesting. Abe also looked at this strange bird curiously. His smart eyes were filled with something special, and then, he wiped the corners of his mouth in frustration. He also saw the Sorting Hat taking a nap on the shelf, and a giant smiling and waving at him. Giant, huge, grass, Hagrid. Aaron suddenly stopped feeling sleepy and looked at him angrily. He had already pulled out the black wand. Hagrid shivered in his heart and moved slowly towards Dumbledore, fearing that Aaron would not be able to restrain himself from casting a spell on him. He also knew that what he did was unkind, but such a big thing happened in the Forbidden Forest. For the safety of Hogwarts, he could only report it to Dumbledore. For a person as rigorous as him, details cannot be missed. What are you hiding from? I won't hit you. That's impossible to say, Hagrid said guiltily. You still know, Aaron sneered, just for the things you did, it's natural for me to give you a good beating. If you weren't unable to beat me. Feel sorry, I've heard these two words too many times lately. Hagrid, I just want to ask you, where on earth have I offended you so that you should target me everywhere? Quote. This. Hagrid's eyes dodged and he explained in a panic. Actually, this is really just a misunderstanding. I didn't mean it. Do you think I will believe it? Okay. Dumbledore slowly walked down the stairs. It doesn't matter whether he did it on purpose or not. Aaron, you are a smart boy and should know what I mean. Quote. I know. Aaron glared at Hagrid fiercely. Things have already happened. There is no point in holding on to someone. Thanks. Don't be too quick to thank me yet, Hagrid. You'd better control your mouth and think twice before speaking. Quote. I see. Aaron shook his head, having little hope in Hagrid's assurance. Please take a seat, Mr. Gaius. Dumbledore sat at the desk and looked at Aaron with a smile. Aaron was not embarrassed. He picked up Abe from the ground and sat on a chair. Professor, what do you want from me? Didn't Professor Snape tell you? Dumbledore asked meaningfully. I thought you knew. What he said and what you said are two different things. All right, Hagrid told me some of what happened last night, including the unicorn being attacked by the men in black robes, and the fact that you had a very special potion. Dumbledore paused slightly as he spoke. Aaron, can you let me see that bottle of potion? Quote. I'm very sorry, I'm afraid this can't be done. Aaron said seriously. Headmaster, I've seen it. Snape looked solemn. The effect is very strong and unbelievable. It can instantly restore people who are dying to their best condition, and can even resurrect those who have just died. But there is nothing you can do about a long dead life. Quote. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed when he heard this, but he quickly returned to normal and smiled softly. This is already amazing. Professor Dumbledore, if you want to know about my potion, please forgive me for refusing. The bottle has been opened twice since yesterday and a small part of it has evaporated. Quote, don't get me wrong, I didn't mean that. Dumbledore said with a smile, what I want to say is, can you leave that bottle of potion to me for safekeeping? What? Aaron was immediately stunned. What do you mean? Others only take a look at it, but why do you push it so much? You are the White Demon King, you are powerful, but you cannot bully others. Professor, I may have heard wrongly. Aaron frowned, you said you wanted me to give you the resurrection potion for safekeeping. Sorry, you heard me right. Dumbledore also felt embarrassed to force a junior like this. But thinking of his own plan, he still shamelessly made this request. Give me a reason, or why? Aaron said calmly, even if you are the principal, you have no right to force students to hand over their belongings. Others in the office looked at each other, not expecting Aaron to be so tough in front of the principal. Aaron, you also saw last night, there was a man in black robes hiding in Hogwarts. He is dangerous and desperately needs to replenish his vitality, so, this is also for your safety. I can guarantee that the original item will be returned after the holiday. Quote. Chapter 71. Aaron looked at the kind-hearted Dumbledore, gently stroked Abe's faucet, then sat upright, chuckled and said, I refuse. Headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, what you said is too exaggerated. That man in black robe had no idea I had such a treasure, otherwise he wouldn't have run away last night. In other words, as long as those of you in the know keep it secret, I'm safe. Quote. Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect the other party to refuse so simply and without any hesitation. Hagrid stood aside expressionlessly. He hoped that Aaron would hand over the resurrection potion to Dumbledore for safekeeping. In his opinion, this was the most correct decision. But he offended Aaron one after another, and if he spoke at this time, it might have the opposite effect. Aaron, Snape said while suppressing a smile, you'd better consider the headmaster's suggestion carefully. It won't do you any harm. But it doesn't do any good, does it? Leave a life-saving heirloom to someone else for safekeeping. Aaron joked, Professor, how much water did I have in my mind to make such a ridiculous decision? Also, to put it bluntly, I have been hurt several times these days, and I no longer dare to trust others casually. Quote. When Snape heard this, he felt speechless. They were there just in case, to prevent Voldemort from finding another way to get a chance to be resurrected. But asking Aaron to hand over his family heirloom was more or less disrespectful to him. Moreover, the value of the potion was too great, and he and Dumbledore were not familiar with each other. There was no basis for trust between the two parties. This was no different than trusting a stranger with his life and property. I understand your concerns, Dumbledore said meaningfully, but I still hope you can keep your things. Aaron frowned. Principal, did I explain it not clearly enough? No, you explained it clearly. But there is a contingency in everything, just in case that man in black robe comes to find you. Then someone leaked the secret. Aaron interjected, giving Hagrid a meaningful look. The giant immediately took a step back, for no other reason than a guilty conscience. Dumbledore was a little dumbfounded, but he didn't expect this little wizard to be quite cautious. I'll warn good Hagrid. If you are worried, I can set up a special spell for him later to ensure that he will not tell everything about you. Quote. Thank you, Principal, really, thank you very much. This is the best news I have heard in the past 2 days. It's not that I don't believe Hagrid, but his ability to keep secrets is really not that bad. Maybe after a few glasses of wine, someone will tell you everything. Quote. Aaron, I'm really sorry for what happened in the past 2 days. Hagrid stood up and said with a somewhat embarrassed smile, but, I am actually very reliable. Haha, everyone can say nice things. But actually, who knows? Quote. Hagrid lowered his head silently, feeling a mixture of emotions in his heart, including frustration, grievance, and anger. It was particularly sour, but he really couldn't think of anything to refute. First, Harry and the others stole Aaron's Abe, causing them to be put into solitary confinement. They did not listen to his advice during the solitary confinement, which almost put the 3 students in danger. In addition, the front foot left the Forbidden Forest, and the back foot just told Dumbledore. It is estimated that his moral integrity has been shattered by Aaron. Ahem. Dumbledore made a few centenarian coughs, successfully attracting the attention of several people. He was worried that if Aaron continued to tell the truth, Hagrid's glass heart would be broken. Let's talk about business first. Gaius, don't think that I am making things difficult for you. In fact, your situation may not be that safe. You may have walked into the sight of the man in black robe. Quote. Oh, Aaron smiled meaningfully. From what the principal said, you seem to know this man in black robe very well. Dumbledore pondered for a moment. It's just a guess, but I don't rule out the possibility of this guess. Your safety is that's the school's business. In fact, last summer, before I officially started school, my father suggested that I go to Durmstrang, saying that I would be better cared for there. But I chose Hogwarts. For no other reason than that I like this school, its history, and its teaching atmosphere. The most important thing is that this school has the most powerful white wizard in the wizarding world, Albus Dumbledore. His honors and legends are countless. Aaron said solemnly, with a very pious expression. He even wanted to write the words, "Dumbledore is my idol," on his face, but in fact only he knew that some of the words were true. So, Professor, Hogwarts will ensure the safety of students, right? After hearing this, Dumbledore was stunned and felt his heart twitch for the first time in a long time. The last time he felt like this was decades ago. How should he answer this question? This 12-year-old little wizard is a little too damaged. The answer is affirmative. Yes, Hogwarts will ensure the safety of students, so he will be embarrassed to ask for the potion in Aaron's hand. No answer. That's impossible. Hogwarts' reputation will plummet. Unless it is an established fact, he, as the principal, has to protect the school's face. Moreover, this is the principal's office, and portraits of past principals are here. If he dares to give a negative answer, these people will definitely scold him for a long time. It was an uncomfortable feeling, and it had a great impact on the mood of a centenarian. If it was a year ago, he could have patted his chest and promised Aaron, but that was not possible at this stage. There was an extra Dark Lord in the school. Dumbledore did not answer immediately, but winked at Snape, hoping that he could help smooth things over. But he was surprised to find that Snape's face kept twitching and he didn't notice his hint at all. As for Hagrid, he didn't think about it at all. If Aaron was just pretending and using half-truths to keep him from getting off the stage, then Hagrid showed his true feelings and regarded Aaron as his confidant. In Hagrid's heart, Hogwarts is the best school, and Dumbledore is the most trustworthy person. Of course Hogwarts can guarantee the safety of students. Dumbledore said seriously. No matter what, he had to protect the reputation of the school first. It's time to say yes, Aaron thought to himself. But Dumbledore paused for a moment, then smiled self-deprecatingly. Aaron, I'm not afraid of your jokes, even I can only defeat the enemy on the surface. Hogwarts is such a big place. It is impossible for me to take care of everyone and cover everything. This is inevitable. There is nothing I can do about the man in black robe hiding in the dark unless he takes the initiative to reveal himself. But I can guarantee that among all the magic schools, Hogwarts is definitely the best one, and the protection of students comes first. Quote. Aaron, good guy, really good guy. He gave this answer full marks. Not only did he ensure the school's face, but he also gave himself a sufficient level of advancement. This humble and calm gesture was enough to prove that his more than 100 years of life had not been in vain. Aaron Gaius, I still hope you can leave the resurrection potion to me for safekeeping, and I will return it to you intact during the holiday. I apologize in advance if this bothers you. But I do have a reason for having to do this, and I hope you can forgive me. If the man in black robes gets that bottle of potion, it will bring a huge crisis to Hogwarts and even the entire magical world. Quote. Aaron was silent for a while, let out a long sigh, and took out the emerald green potion. Professor, thank you for not lying to me. If your answer just now does not satisfy me, I will not take this thing out under any circumstances. Quote. Dumbledore smiled and nodded, then turned his attention to the bottle of resurrection potion. He was surprised at first, and then thankful. His experience was extraordinary, and coupled with Hagrid and Snape's explanations, he naturally saw the incredible healing effect of this bottle of potion. It was so thrilling. Fortunately, Hagrid arrived in time last night. Otherwise, if the Dark Lord got his hands on this thing, he wouldn't have to play with it. This is much easier to use than the magic stone, and it directly eliminates the complicated steps of refining the elixir. In one step, you will be resurrected with full health. Thank you for your trust, Aaron. But I have a small condition. Aaron said, I believe you can see the value of this bottle of potion. It is used to save lives at critical moments. But if I hand it over to you, my life will undoubtedly lose an insurance policy. Quote. What do you want to say? Dumbledore said playfully, as long as I can do it, I won't refuse. Hey, I'm serious, I'm serious. Aaron put the resurrection potion on the desk. My condition is very simple, that is, before the holidays, the school pays more attention to my safety. If necessary, you can order the professor once, otherwise you will not feel safe. Quote. This. Dumbledore looked at the resurrection potion on the table that was worth no less than the Philosopher's Stone, and without much hesitation, okay, I promise you. Of course, headmaster. In fact, I also understand that the teachers at Hogwarts are busy, so there is no need to notify everyone. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes and pondered for a while, what do you mean? Aaron scratched his head, smiled and stretched out 4 fingers, 4 professors will do. Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, and Professor Snape. Before the holiday, I have the right to call them once, and they can come at any time. You know this is impossible. Dumbledore didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I can let Professor Snape protect you, and at most add Hagrid. But I can't give you all of them. In addition to teaching, these deans have to manage their respective colleges, and the burden on them is not light. If you transfer them all away with a word, Hogwarts will be paralyzed for the most part. No, Aaron didn't expect Dumbledore to agree to his harsh conditions. Bargaining. The most important thing is to reach the expected price, and it would be better if you can raise it on this basis. Those 3 professors. Aaron bent one of the 4 fingers he stretched out, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Snape. Dumbledore shook his head and smiled without saying anything. 2, no less. Aaron said angrily, Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. If you don't agree, just give the potion back to me. If the safety issue is not guaranteed, I really can't hand over the life-saving thing. 2 is barely acceptable. Dumbledore looked at Snape helplessly. You heard it, Severus. I heard it, Headmaster. Snape rolled his eyes at Aaron. You call, I'll be there. But you only have one chance. Aaron smiled embarrassedly. I promise that I will never disturb you unless it is a critical moment. It's better. I'll talk to Professor McGonagall, she should give me this face. Dumbledore said, now you are satisfied. Not bad. Aaron stood up from the chair. I think I can leave now. Of course, go back and have a good sleep. Hearing this, Aaron breathed a sigh of relief. The matter was about to come to an end. He picked up Abe, who was drooling at the red bird, and was about to leave. However, after walking a few steps, Dumbledore's voice came from behind. Mr. Gaius, your cat seems to be very unusual. Aaron paused and his heart skipped a beat. He turned his head to look at Hagrid and found that the giant was shaking his head gently at him, constantly hinting with his eyes that he had said nothing, and then he was reluctantly relieved. The principal has good taste. You can see that I wrapped Abe so tightly. My cat is cute, right? Very cute, but what I want to say has nothing to do with appearance. Dumbledore pointed meaningfully at the red bird on the gilded branch. Fox, my pet, it's a phoenix. This is the first time I've seen other animals drooling at it. Aaron, I've decided to starve Abe for a few meals after I go back. It's okay if he can't control his saliva, but drooling at the phoenix, do you want to eat it as a chicken? Isn't this appetite a bit too big? Although Abe's behavior was shocking, his owner could only cover for him at this moment. Ahem. To be honest, Professor Dumbledore, Abe may not be looking at the phoenix. Recently, he has become interested in collecting things. The gilded branches under Fox's feet, that thing, can you sell it to me? Dumbledore's mouth twitched, and when he turned his head, his phoenix almost fell on the table. He smiled bitterly and waved his hand, and the door of the office opened. Go back and rest. Professor Snape, you see Aaron off and come back later. Yes. The 2 walked out of the office, and Aaron breathed a sigh of relief. Finally I got through it. Snape looked at him inexplicably, with a particularly complicated look in his eyes. Before coming here, Aaron's view of Dumbledore was, old immortal, but after seeing him in person, his attitude reversed 180 degrees, and he completely regarded him as an idol. It's a pity that you don't go to act. Hey, I learned this skill a long time ago, to say one thing to one person and another thing to another. Aaron said indifferently, and Dumbledore is not that easy to fool. If I don't achieve my goal, do you think he will let me go so easily? Dumbledore won't do that. Snape chuckled. I have known him for so many years, and I am sure he will not harm the students. I didn't say he would harm me, but I will probably run to the principal's office for a long time in the future. He will probably use these stupid methods to make the black-robed man in the dark afraid and dare not attack me. After all, the black-robed man doesn't know that I have a potion that can restore him, and he won't risk entering Dumbledore's sight. Aaron said, now the potion is in his custody. Before the end of this semester, I should be able to be safe for a long time. Do you know that the principal wants your potion? What else? Could it be that he asked you to invite me over to talk to me about life and ideals? As soon as you said Dumbledore wanted to see me, I knew I couldn't keep this bottle of medicine. It was not a wise decision to go against the principal at school. Since you can't keep it, try to seek as much benefit for yourself as possible. The result is quite satisfactory. Quote, what a little fox. Professor, although you are a master of potions, I have met no less important people than you. Under the influence of ears and eyes, you can learn something. Aaron said unhappily, besides, do you think my little fox's thoughts can be hidden from that old fox's thoughts? Quote, Snape was stunned for a moment, silently comparing Aaron and Dumbledore in his heart. There is no doubt that Dumbledore is victorious. Indeed, there is a big gap between you and him, in all aspects. I admit it, but I'm still young and I will surpass him sooner or later. And, Aaron's eyes were bright and he raised a finger very confidently, I have one thing that is better than him. Quote, what, are you kidding? Snape's eyes widened, and his first reaction was that this was impossible. Having been by Dumbledore's side for so many years, he knew very well how much power the White Devil could mobilize. It can be said that as long as Voldemort does not appear, no one can rival Dumbledore. No, what I said is true. Aaron said very seriously, it's not just me, you should also be better than him in this aspect. Huh, is there any? I really don't see how I'm better than him. Quote, we are richer than him. Aaron said very straightforwardly. Snape was stunned for a moment. This answer really caught him by surprise. But after thinking about it carefully, it seems that it is indeed the case. Is Dumbledore rich? Of course there is money. He has stayed at Hogwarts for more than 30 years, receiving the highest salary in the school, and he also has several high-ranking part-time jobs. Under normal circumstances, Dumbledore's assets would be enough for him to squander for several lifetimes. But correspondingly, he definitely has a lot of money to spend. These wages alone are only enough for him to break even and save some pension. Even though he knew that he was better than Dumbledore, Snape still couldn't be happy. So what if you have money? Why don't you still work for others? By the way, Professor, I suddenly remembered something. Aaron said with some embarrassment, didn't I give you a gift at Christmas? Have you figured out what it does? Quote, Snape came back to his senses and looked strange, you mean that bottle of unknown liquid? That's right, Aaron said excitedly, eager to know what the holy dragon's saliva does. I've been working on it for a while and that stuff actually works. Combined with some herbal medicines, you can create a magic potion that whets your appetite, which is very helpful for some anorexia patients. Quote, the corner of Aaron's mouth twitched a little, but thinking about Abe, a dragon who is not picky about food, eats delicious food, and can even use Phoenix as food, he thinks this is natural. After sending Aaron to the gargoyle at the entrance, Snape returned to the headmaster's office. Severus, I have to congratulate you. Dumbledore said with a smile, you have a good student. Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout all asked me to transfer him to another school. Something happened. After all, the Sorting Hat also said that he is suitable for every house. Quote, they are out of their minds and want to steal people from me, Slytherin, and I don't agree with that. But Aaron is indeed very good, with outstanding results in all aspects. Quote, you know I'm not talking about academic performance. At his age, I didn't have the guts to negotiate with the principal. Quote, I think, this may have something to do with his family environment. Maybe, but you may not realize that he is much smarter than you think. He knows how to protect himself, how to restrain his sharp edges, and how to seek greater interests for himself within a reasonable range. He is not as smart as a 12-year-old child. Quote, Headmaster, Snape asked calmly, isn't it a good thing for students to be outstanding? Of course it's a good thing. Dumbledore said without thinking, I am the principal, and I have always dreamed that the quality of students at Hogwarts would be better. But your student is a bit too mature, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, and you, Professor Severus Snape. Hee. To be honest, I'm not surprised that he proposed such a luxurious lineup, and I even take it for granted. After all, asking for high prices and paying them back on the spot is all about bargaining. As long as the psychological expectations of both parties can be met, it is a win-win situation. But he also specifically proposed not to notify everyone, which is a bit intriguing. Quote, isn't this quite normal? Hagrid touched his beer belly and laughed. Obviously, he doesn't want to trouble other people. Perhaps. Dumbledore touched his white beard, a wise light flashed in his eyes, and continued, but it is also possible that he is guarding against something. What do you say, Severus? Quote, Snape pondered for a while, his expression gradually became serious. You mean he knows? Not necessarily, but he has seen the man in black robe with his own eyes and seen him sucking the blood of unicorns to maintain his life. With his intelligence, it was inevitable that he would not guess something. For example, how did the man in black robes lurk in Hogwarts? What is the purpose of entering Hogwarts? Is there anyone else in the school colluding with him, etc.? Quote, no way, Aaron. Hagrid paused and continued, he is only a first-year wizard, how could he think so much? Quote, ha ha ha, Hagrid, you can't deny that there are indeed a handful of geniuses in the world. They are different, stand out, think better than others, and have a unique vision. One thing is certain now. Apart from you, me, and the deans of the 4 colleges, all other faculty and staff are on his suspicion list. Dumbledore chuckled and shook his head. I guess he is very proud of the successful transaction just now. But this small trick was not hidden from my eyes. Using the power of 2 professors to temporarily eliminate another way for Voldemort to be resurrected was a huge profit. Quote, the corner of Snape's mouth twitched, and he finally understood why Aaron was so calm when he left just now. This is a confrontation between the old fox and the little fox. Neither of them is a fuel-efficient lamp. Severus, Dumbledore said suddenly, you must guide this student well and not let him follow that person's path, otherwise it will be another disaster. Hearing this, Snape's expression suddenly turned ferocious. Do you want me to spy on him? Dumbledore noticed this change in expression and sighed. It's not about monitoring, it's about paying as much attention as possible. I once neglected to educate a student, which resulted in a series of tragedies that later made me regret it for the rest of my life. If possible, I hope. That's enough, Professor Dumbledore. Snape interrupted him angrily. Aaron Gaius is my student. His future path will be chosen by him. I will not deliberately guide him. Besides, I'm not you, and he's not Voldemort. Quote, calm down, Snape. That's not what I meant, don't get me wrong. Quote, phew. Snape suppressed the anger in his heart. I lost my temper, Headmaster. If there is nothing else, I will leave first and say goodbye. Quote, after Snape left, Hagrid said, I have never seen Snape look so angry. What did you want to say just now? It's nothing. Dumbledore shrugged. I just hope that Aaron can transfer to Gryffindor House, but it seems that it may be difficult. Slytherin common room. Aaron was lying on the bed in the dormitory, stroking the cute holy dragon while paying attention to his personal panel. Host, Aaron Gaius. Magic power. 1126th senior magician, barely able to stand alone, but still insignificant. Talent. Rare in a century, can be improved. Magic power increases by 2 points every day. Items. Moon drops, blessing potion, invisibility potion. Magic points. 778. Check-in at Hogwarts, increase by 10 points per day. It's gone as expected. Aaron saw the resurrection potion that had disappeared from the item column. Although he was prepared, he still felt empty in his heart, as if he had lost a particularly important sense of security. Then he opened Abe's properties panel. Pet, Abe, race, dragon, saint, Unawakened. Magic energy. 496 increases a little every day, although the potential is endless, but now it is extremely weak. Innate ability. Flying. There are still 4 days left before the Holy Dragon's first evolution, which is the only thing he is looking forward to at the moment. Although Abe still needs a stage of investment to awaken other innate skills, his size will definitely grow. It doesn't have to be just 10 or 20 meters like other dragons. It should at least grow to the stage of a centaur. This is the first step in evolving from a pet to a war pet. System, can you tell me how big Abe will be in the next stage? Aaron asked with some anxiety. 1 meter. Click, click. Aaron blinked and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. What's the point of being 1 meter tall? You're not even taller than me. I thought it would be able to carry me flying after this time, but I was still too naive. Quote. The host can't think like that. It takes time for the Holy Dragon to evolve. Quote. Time. Is it capital? Aaron said disdainfully. With the growth rate of my magic points, it seems that I am still far away from feeding it into a giant dragon. But the reward is worth it. The system said seriously. Although the size of the Holy Dragon has not increased much, its strength, speed, defense, vitality, flight speed and other attributes will be improved to a certain extent. Moreover, it is not impossible for the host to experience the feeling of flying. Quote. Oh, Aaron suddenly felt no longer sleepy. Could it be that things could turn around? It can't carry you, but it can still carry you. Hearing this, a picture emerged in Aaron's mind. He floats high in the sky, with a pair of white sacred wings behind him, overlooking all living beings like an angel. But when he turned around, there was a cute creature hanging behind him. It reluctantly turned its head away, and its strength instantly plummeted, becoming particularly funny. Hey, let's forget it. Aaron shuddered. Unless it's to save my life, I will never play like this in the future. By the way, will there be any strange phenomena when it evolves? I remember it was still very magical when it was born. Quote. No, the system poured cold water on him. Birth and growth are two different things. Birth is the birth of a new life, but growth is natural. It's just that you, the host, can speed up the process, but please don't overthink it. Quote. Is this so? Aaron was a little disappointed. He originally planned to let Abe complete his evolution in the Forbidden Forest, but now it seems that this step has been omitted. But this is not a bad thing. To go to the Forbidden Forest, you have to pass Hagrid's level first. He had offended himself severely in the past 2 days, and those with a guilty conscience would probably agree to this request. But with this giant's character, once Abe finishes evolving, he might not be able to resist going to the principal's office to report. By then, who knows if Dumbledore will want to keep Abe for a while. But if you avoid Hagrid and sneak into the Forbidden Forest, the danger will skyrocket. The magical animals and dark creatures in the Forbidden Forest will give Hagrid face, but they will not give face to others. With his small body, he can still protect himself on the outside, but once he goes deep, if he enters the lair of some magical animal, he may not be able to escape unscathed. The next day, Aaron sat up from the bed, stretched, and felt energetic. Although there were a lot of troubles these days, he knew that it was all over. The dangerous confinement, the blood-drinking Voldemort, the unfathomable Dumbledore, and the overfed Rubius Hagrid will no longer bother him. He just needs to study in class honestly. At least he could still develop for a while before Voldemort stole the Philosopher's Stone. However, things were not as beautiful as he thought. A lesson told him that he was wrong, and that he was wrong a little bit. Defense against the Dark Arts class is taught by Professor Quirrell. Aaron considers himself a good student, but he didn't listen to a word of this class. Professor Quirrell, the object possessed by Voldemort, would look at him every few minutes, with a particularly pale smile on his face, which made him particularly flustered. However, in order to avoid exposing his flaws, which would lead to Quirrell breaking the rules, or even killing someone, he had to pretend to be paying attention to the lectures. From time to time, he would smile kindly back to the teacher who had been paying attention to him, and his facial expression was a little stiff. After class, Aaron breathed a sigh of relief, picked up Abe and prepared to leave. Wait. Quirrell stammered. Mr. Gaius, can you wait a moment? I have something I want to talk to you about, so go to my office. Quote. Aaron looked at Professor Quirrell, who was stuttering, and millions of horses were galloping through his heart. I thought today would be a brand new beginning, and I could grow up peacefully as usual, but I didn't expect the shock to come so suddenly. Professor Quirrell's invitation. Don't be ridiculous, this is 99% of Voldemort's intention. Reject this invitation, must reject it. The Dark Lord's methods are not what he, a small senior magician, can imagine. Going alone to meet him is like being a butcher and a fish. Mr. Gaius, Professor Quirrell called softly, can you come over? Professor, I'm afraid I have to say sorry. Aaron said sincerely and regretfully, I have to go to Professor Snape to ask for advice today. This was agreed yesterday. Quirrell was stunned for a moment. How about tomorrow? Tomorrow is not possible either. I have to ask Professor McGonagall about advanced transfiguration. This is an appointment. The day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow should be free, right? Professor Quirrell gritted his teeth in a struggle. He didn't believe that Aaron could refuse. Even if he had to make an appointment, it should be his turn for the defense against the dark arts class. I'm afraid it won't work. Aaron shook his head. For some reason, Professor Dumbledore specifically asked to see me. I have to spend some time to deal with this matter. What a coincidence it is the day after tomorrow. Dumbledore, Principal. Professor Quirrell frowned. Aaron noticed the flash of fear in his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay to be afraid. I don't know why he came to me. I guess Hagrid told him about the Forbidden Forest. Aaron deliberately glanced at Abe, his eyes full of worry. Seeing this, Quirrell felt relieved. He still knew Hagrid. He probably told Dumbledore that Aaron had raised a magical animal. This is a big deal. It is normal for the principal to care about it. Okay, since it is the principal who came to you, it is not convenient for me to compete with him. But if you are free, you must come to me. You are very talented, but you still need a little practice. I will personally guide you. Really, Aaron was very happy. Don't worry, Professor, I will definitely go if I can spare the time. Well, you go back first. Aaron nodded and left the classroom as usual. His back was already wet with cold sweat, but in order to avoid revealing flaws, he behaved very normally, and even the rhythm of his breathing did not change. After turning a corner, Aaron leaned against the wall weakly, and took several deep breaths to calm down. He finally got through it. It was so exciting, and he had to give himself 100 thumbs up for his wit. With Dumbledore's power, Professor Quirrell would not invite him for a long time if nothing unexpected happened. The fact was just as he expected. After all the students left the defense against the dark arts classroom, Professor Quirrell quickly closed the classroom door, and his face became particularly cold. Compared with the timid and submissive person in class, he was completely different. Master, Aaron Gaius is probably busy these 2 days, so we may not have a chance to meet him. It doesn't matter, there will be a chance. A very hoarse voice came from the back of Professor Quirrell's head. This is just a whim. I want to subdue him, and this ghost appearance is not suitable to appear in front of him. I just want to get to know his talent up close. Master, Professor Quirrell hesitated. Excuse me, Dumbledore has noticed him, you see we. Humph. I know that old man too well. He has been wary of Slytherin from beginning to end. Aaron's emotional intelligence is far higher than his peers, and it may not be a bad thing to have more contact with the old man. When I return, this grudge may play an unexpected role. Quote, Master is wise, but Dumbledore will definitely pay more attention to this little wizard in the future, so some plans will have to be temporarily suspended. If Aaron comes to you, just teach him a few spells and send him away. Before successfully obtaining the Philosopher's Stone, you can't alert the snake and cause trouble. Quote, Yes, Master. After the conversation, Professor Quirrell instantly returned to his frail appearance and walked out of the classroom slowly like a person who had just recovered from a serious illness. In early June, the library. There was 1 day left before the final exam. Draco was lying on the table and writing down the key points of knowledge quickly. In front of him was a pile of thick textbooks and notes. His 2 followers, Crabbe and Goyle, were reviewing on another table. Although they didn't like studying, this was the final exam, a test that teachers and parents attached great importance to. If he fails the test, his parents will definitely punish him. Compared with the excitement here, Aaron is in complete contrast. On his desk, there is only an ordinary banned book, a dozing holy dragon, and a glass of iced juice. Others come to review, but he comes to watch others review, and he feels pretty good. You can't do this. The most important thing before the exam is to relax. You can imagine how your grades will be if you go to the exam with a tired body. That's right. Crabbe nodded in agreement. I just think our efficiency is not as good as usual. That's better than nothing at all, Draco said speechlessly. Crabbe and Goyle's enthusiasm for learning was purely inspired by him. If it weren't for him, these two guys would never have been able to last so long. It would be nice if they didn't lie on the bed eating. But what about tomorrow's status? Gower asked. Look at them. Draco pointed with his pen at the Gryffindor trio not far away. With one top student and two poor students, Harry and Ron were much more serious than Crabbe and Goyle under Hermione's supervision. I can't lose to Granger, and you can't lose to Potter and Weasley, do you understand? Boss, it's too easy. Crabbe saw Draco's eyes and immediately changed his words. We can't compare with Granger, but Weasley and Potter. Their usual learning attitude is obvious to all, and even if they just cram for a while, they are not as good as ours. Quote. That's not necessarily true. Aaron shrugged. As the saying goes, luck is also a part of strength. The two of them have always had good luck, which you cannot compare to. Quote. Crabbe and Goyle looked at each other, smiled bitterly, and continued to look through the textbooks. Why are you so calm? Draco asked curiously. Aaron, I know you study well, but this is the final exam after all, are you taking it too easy? Even if you openly read banned books in the ordinary area, isn't this bottle of juice going too far? Aren't you afraid of Mrs. Pance's criticism? Quote. Haha, the librarian has certain permissions here, and I only brought the drinks in with her approval. What? There is still this matter. How did you do that? Quote. It's very simple. Make sure you don't disturb other students and don't soil the books. The most important thing is. Just what? It's just to establish a good relationship with the administrator. Aaron said inscrutably. I gave Mrs. Pance a gift at Christmas and Easter. Maybe I am the only student in the entire Hogwarts who knows how difficult it is for her as an administrator. This glass of juice is a reward. Humanity is worldly and courteous. Quote. Draco's mouth twitched, and then he gave a thumbs up. You are awesome. Low profile. This kind of thing is easy to say but not easy to hear. Quote. Then you don't need to review. Look into my eyes. Aaron pointed to his own eyes solemnly and asked, Tell me, what can you see? Quite beautiful, Draco replied tentatively. Superficial, although it is indeed quite beautiful, that is not the point. The point is that this is a pair of eyes with a photographic memory. Quote. Hiss. Draco was stunned for a moment, and then he took a sharp breath of cold air after reacting. You mean, that you only need to read these books once? Roughly the same. If it were a Muggle exam, I could just lie down. But this is a wizard's exam, and many lessons require manual operations. Fortunately, my magic talent and hands-on ability are both good, so it's not a problem to get high scores casually. Quote. Why don't I have this talent? Draco said enviously. You have to ask your parents. Aaron said proudly. Anyway, with such a talent, who would read the textbook? You do it for review, but I do it just for fun. Quote. Draco smiled bitterly and shook his head, continuing to focus on the textbook. Some people are God's favorites and are born superior to others. He envied this kind of people, but he was not jealous, not to mention that this person was one of his few good friends. What's more important now is tomorrow's exam, and Hermione Granger is his opponent. Although the possibility of winning is unlikely, you still have to give it a try. Malfoy still lacks this courage. Just as he was secretly cheering himself up, he suddenly saw Granger walking over. He subconsciously thought it was because he was concerned, which led to hallucinations in his brain. But after rubbing his eyes, he realized that he had read it correctly. Granger, what are you doing here? You disturbed my study. You are not welcome here. Quote. I'm looking for him. Hermione turned her attention to Aaron. Are you free? I want to talk to you about something. No time, Draco said immediately. Aaron won't welcome you either. Aaron spread his hands and pointed at his book. I still have to have fun, right? What about studying? It's a very important thing. Hermione emphasized, this is more important than tomorrow's exam. Aaron frowned. At this stage, the only thing more important than the exam is the Philosopher's Stone. Okay, I get it. I hope the situation is not as bad as I thought. What did you say? Draco asked. Nothing. Aaron smiled, and then followed Hermione to an empty table in the corner. Let me guess what it is that makes you shamelessly come to me. Hagrid told the method through the three-headed dog, right? No, Hagrid kept it a secret. This is also the main reason why we are still in the mood to study now. Aaron said, disdainfully. After several contacts, he had a clear understanding of the confidentiality of this giant. Although it is not a negative number, it is at most a little better than 0. Hermione looked strange, but thinking of the ridiculous things Hagrid did, she could only sigh silently in her heart. Then what do you want to talk to me about? It's Harry. Hermione looked around and made sure no one was coming over. She lowered her voice and said, the scar on his forehead has been aching for the past 2 days. This is a sign. We guess that the mysterious man should take action soon. Oh, is that true? Aaron immediately became interested. He originally thought that the scar was just a proof of Harry's identity, making him a famous figure in the magic world since he was 1 year old, but he didn't expect it to have a warning function. Hermione nodded. I know you have always had a grudge against us, but this matter is of great importance. If I wasn't really undecided, I wouldn't want to trouble you. I'm not that stingy. I forgive you. Hearing this, Hermione smiled far-fetchedly. Ever since they kidnapped Abe, Aaron treated them purely as passers-by. When they met, he didn't even say hello. It was even more difficult to ease the relationship. Harry and Ron had been looking for an opportunity to apologize, but when they saw Aaron's indifferent eyes, they felt guilty and lowered their heads and dared not look directly at him. After trying several times in a row, they finally got used to this look and mustered up the courage to say sorry. Aaron didn't know what Hermione was thinking. If he knew, he would probably just find it funny. He was the one who was hurt. He couldn't let him take the initiative to ease the relationship. Doesn't he have any face? It's too passive to just stare at Hagrid and ask him if he has leaked the method through Mau Mau. Hermione said, now the mysterious man is almost unable to hold back, so. Aaron's heart skipped a beat. You are not going to take the initiative to attack. Don't get me wrong. Hermione waved her hands hurriedly. I don't have that idea. Then they both have that idea. How much did they drink? They are too bold. Not really. They originally had this idea, but we have no evidence, and we don't have the opportunity to take the initiative to attack. Hermione explained. They mean to put their energy from Hagrid to Snape. Aaron patted his forehead and sighed. Good guy, really good guy. They are really smart, they can think of changing the target and gain a little initiative. But they are stupid, it is true, the target they chose is wrong, and they will probably be stupid and know nothing when Voldemort succeeds and runs away. Aaron, I am in a state of confusion now, I don't know what to do. You definitely can't go to Snape, it's a waste of effort. Let's keep an eye on Hagrid. He has a way to get through Momo, which is much more important. I know, but Harry and the others don't think so. They have too deep a prejudice against Snape, and Hagrid is still very reliable. Aaron's mouth twitched. Hagrid is reliable. This is the biggest joke he has heard this school year. Aaron took a deep breath and looked at Hermione seriously. Now we can only think of ways to reduce the failure rate. Aren't they going to increase surveillance on Snape? Go back and tell them that I'm helping you monitor Snape. Are you kidding? Woo. Don't make such a fuss, okay. Aaron released his hand that was covering Hermione. This is a library after all. Are you so loud because you're worried that others won't know? Sorry. Hermione looked around and was relieved to see that no one noticed them, but Harry and the others won't believe it. They always thought that Snape was the professor you respected the most, and he didn't even want to be involved in the Philosopher's Stone. Tell you, quote, normal, this is normal. They are Gryffindor, and I am Slytherin. Not only me, Snape is Slytherin, and the mysterious man is also Slytherin. Quote, Hermione, don't go so far. That's not important. You just need to tell them that I suspect Snape has something to do with the black-robed man I met in the Forbidden Forest. This. Can they believe it? Just make up a reason. For example, on a dark and windy night, a Slytherin wizard happened to see their beloved college professor handing a bottle of silver-white unicorn blood to the black-robed man. Hermione hesitated for a long time after hearing this. She knew that if she said this, Harry and Ron would definitely regard Aaron as a like-minded, one of their own, and it would be much easier for them to speak and do things. But in this way, when the truth comes out, they will realize that they have been deceived. She has experienced a crisis of trust once and doesn't want to experience it again. I don't recommend doing this. Hermione shook her head seriously. Otherwise, you will have no trust in them in the future. Aaron paused slightly and sat quietly on the chair to think. He understood what Hermione meant. This was indeed an oversight on his part. A single sentence would make his task more convenient, but it would also damage his personal credibility. The gain was not worth the loss. Then, tell the truth. This is even worse, Hermione said with a wry smile. This is too hurtful to their self-esteem. They can't accept it. Don't get me wrong, what I mean is to tell a small part of the truth, just keep it to a certain degree. Aaron looked at Hermione meaningfully. Because I saved your life, you are worried that Snape will get the magic. Queen She would be unfavorable to me, so she told me the speculation that the Black Robe was related to Snape, and asked me to be careful about him. Out of respect for the professor, I decided to prove for him that he is not a bad person. In the process, I will keep an eye on Professor Snape for you. Quote. Is this possible? Hermione was a little skeptical. Something feels wrong. It can be done. Every lie has flaws, but finding them is not easy. Moreover, the scar on Harry's head had begun to warn him that he was running out of time. At this time, he would not refuse help from others. If that doesn't work, just add more fuel and tell them that you told me a white lie. For example, on a dark and stormy night, 3 Gryffindor wizards happened to see a person who looked exactly like this. Naps man and a man in black robes. After this, I will gradually do some simple repair work and slowly add it to your plan. Quote. Hermione's eyes twitched slightly. I'll tell them both. Then we just need to keep an eye on Hagrid. Quote. That's not necessarily true. Aaron shook his head. In your opinion, Hagrid is very reliable, but in my opinion, he is not generally unreliable. Of course, I'm not looking down on him. Hagrid's ability to do things is still very strong. Otherwise Dumbledore wouldn't think so highly of him, but his ability to keep secrets. You say he is tight-lipped, but in my opinion the bottle mouth is sealed, but the bottle body is leaking everywhere. If anyone tried to get some secrets out of Hagrid, he couldn't keep them. Quote. No way. Quite so. Aaron said very seriously. Hagrid will be a good friend, but please take my advice and never tell him the secret. Hermione nodded blankly, then thought of something, and her face turned serious. According to what you said, it's not particularly safe for us to focus on Hagrid. At least it's better than doing nothing. If he really reveals the method of passing Mau Mau, you will definitely be the first to know. Quote. That's all I can think of. Hermione said melancholy, and then went to explain to Harry and Ron. After a while, she turned back again, with a bit of embarrassment still on her face. Why are you back again? Harry and Ron are very grateful for your help, but they are worried that your abilities are limited on your own, so they asked me to come and help you. The two of us can look after each other to some extent. Aaron raised his eyebrows and looked back from a distance. Harry was greeting him with a smile, apparently welcoming him as a teammate. Ron even gave him a look of affirmation, feeling pleased that he had abandoned the darkness and turned to the light, in time. There's no need for this. I still know who Snape is, and they say he is spying on him, but I don't care at all. Quote. They don't think so. Hermione shrugged. It's just a show, it's not a big deal, but it can make them feel more at ease. Forget it, that's it. Look at Hagrid, what I say. Aaron paused slightly and looked up at the ceiling, as if he could see Dumbledore's office through it. Harry and the others were wasting their time on Snape. They were simply losing their way. They might as well have been staring at Hagrid. Although the effect will not be too great, it is equivalent to narrowing the road. After all, this giant is simple-minded and may not even know that he has revealed the secret, but this does not mean that it has no effect at all. Aaron, however, put himself into Voldemort to think about the problem, and came up with a simpler and more direct way, which is to stare at Dumbledore. He didn't believe that the majestic Dark Lord could not handle a 3-headed dog. This was a complete joke. With Voldemort's ability, it is not difficult to kill Mau Mau, but the noise caused will definitely not be small. The three-headed dog's roar will resound throughout the castle. This alarm sound will attract powerful enemies to him, and everything will be unpredictable when the time comes. If these enemies were just college professors, he might be able to escape after paying a price, but if Dumbledore was there, it would be for free, so he would definitely find a way to get past Mau Mau from Hagrid. But in fact, even if he figured out all the mechanisms, he probably wouldn't take action immediately, because as long as he made a little noise, it might attract Dumbledore's attention. It would be useless to get the Philosopher's Stone at that time. It would not be too easy for a white devil in his prime to destroy a dying Dark Lord. For Voldemort, the best time to act is only when Dumbledore leaves Hogwarts. The rest of the time is more or less risky. And in his current half-dead state, he couldn't take any risks at all. Fortunately, Aaron and Dumbledore had an informal negotiation and could come up with reasonable reasons at any time to ask the two professors to find out Dumbledore's whereabouts, otherwise things would be really difficult to handle. The next day, all of Hogwarts became serious. The final exam, which makes the good students excited and gives the poor students a headache, was very accurately placed on all the students, and no one fell behind. The written test is the most time-consuming and tortuous. You have to answer all the questions in a stuffy classroom with a spelled quill. Aaron was the first to walk out of the examination room. He had a photographic memory. He didn't have to think at all when answering questions. He knew what to write at a glance. Hermione and Draco handed in their papers almost at the same time, and they looked at each other unconvinced, as if two magic spells collided, creating violent sparks in the air. Ahem, Aaron coughed. Both of you, I'm very satisfied with the look in your eyes now, full of competitive spirit. But please restrain yourself, we haven't finished the exam yet. Quote. The two snorted at the same time and turned their heads away one after another. You lose, Malfoy. That's not necessarily the case. Draco sneered. He knew that he was slightly lower than Hermione in terms of academic performance, but before the results came out, his momentum could not be overpowered by the other party. After the written exam came the practical exam. Students entered 3 classrooms: charms, potions, and transfiguration. They cast spells to make fruits dance, turn mice into boxes, and prepare potions according to strict procedures. Professor Flitwick will give grades based on the effectiveness of the spells, plus the written test score to get the total score for the charms class. This professor's exams are very lenient and he is very enthusiastic towards his students. As long as there are no accidents, he will give high marks. If there is an accident, he can pass again if he tries again. The potions exam is not as difficult as many students imagine. As long as you can successfully complete the steps, Professor Snape, the master of potions, will score based on the quality of the potion. But Gryffindor must be more taken care of, and he will create as much pressure on them as possible within his permission. For example, Harry and Ron, under his intimidating gaze, completed the exam extremely nervously. Professor McGonagall is more strict. She checks the box for defects and deducts points to a certain extent based on the size of the defect. If there's a rat's whiskers or tail on the box, you're in luck, because it means you'll be hovering on the passing line. But if half of the box is a mouse's body and it can still move around, it will definitely fail. How do you feel? Aaron held Abe in his arms and looked meaningfully at the 3 Dracos who came out of the examination room of the History of Magic class and asked. Just give it a try. Crabbe shook his head and said, most of the questions are not too difficult, but there are a few that I really can't do. I didn't write a word, for fear that Professor Binns would say that I had tampered with history. Same feeling, I think so too. Gore agreed. I feel it's a pity. Draco said with some regret, I only failed to answer one question, the reason for the elf rebellion. I didn't listen when the professor taught this lesson, because I have a house elf at home, and his submissive attitude was simply the best. So, I'm not interested in their rebellion at all, it's probably just a small fight. Quote. The corners of Aaron's mouth twitched, and then he gave him a thumbs up. Your idea is really so inappropriate, especially as the heir to a pure-blood family. Any questions? The problem is that you may not even be able to defeat the house elves in your home. Aaron said speechlessly. No way. Draco was a little unconvinced. I admit that they are good at working and doing housework, but that's all. That's your illusion. House elves will not attack their masters, no matter how wrong they are. But this does not mean that they are weak. In fact, the fighting power of some house elves can even be compared with that of Aurors, and they will not care about their lives if they fight for their lives. Draco couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The elf with the least status in the house was actually more powerful than him, which made him a little unacceptable. Better be a little nicer to the elves in your house in the future. Although they are servants, they are barely strong compared to us fledgling wizards. Of course, how to treat it is your Malfoy's family business. I won't care and I have no right to care, but... Aaron paused and raised a little finger. Before you have the ability to defeat it, it's better to give it a little respect. Draco nodded blankly. I'll try my best. After the final exam, the atmosphere in Hogwarts was obviously much more relaxed. The tense nerves were completely relaxed, and some students even began to cheer. Regardless of whether they did well or not, at least they were free and carefree for a week before the test results came out. And after this week, there would be a long summer vacation, which was worth everyone's expectations. However, in this relaxed atmosphere, Aaron had a feeling that a storm was coming. Because Harry often ran to Hagrid, and from time to time he would come to ask him if Snape had any abnormalities. And the frequency became more and more frequent, from asking once every 2 days, to asking once a day, and now asking several times a day. After more than 10 contacts, Aaron inevitably guessed some things, so he simply showed his cards with them. Of course, the cards he showed were half true and half false, and more based on the fact that Snape might be a bad guy, deliberately supporting Harry in his inference. The two sides briefly exchanged the information they had, and naturally came to the conclusion that Voldemort was in Hogwarts, and someone, most likely Professor Snape, was cooperating with him to plot the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione rolled her eyes speechlessly. Harry and Ron both expressed that they regretted not knowing Aaron earlier. Aaron pretended to be serious and regretted not knowing Aaron earlier. ... Harry, I really think you are annoying. Aaron couldn't help rubbing his forehead as he watched Harry Potter pacing in the Transfiguration classroom. You are the first person who makes me feel annoyed except my uncle. It took him several years to make me feel this way, but you only took less than 10 days. In a way, this is already an achievement. I know. Harry said excitedly. I feel that I am a little abnormal, but my forehead hurts as if it is burning. This scar has hurt before, but never not as frequent as it is now. The black robe people are about to act, and the danger is coming. He seemed to be extremely disturbed, waking up in his sleep for several days. I suggest you go to Ms. Pomfrey, she is not sick. He was drowsy. A blue light hit Harry, and he closed his eyes immediately, lying on a table straight. This. Ron stammered and couldn't speak clearly. What did you do to him? I just let him rest for a while. Don't worry, I have controlled the power, and he will wake up soon. Half an hour later, Harry opened his eyes drowsily. You're finally awake. Ron asked worriedly, do you feel uncomfortable in any way? No, I feel pretty relaxed. Harry said with a sneer, then turned his attention to Aaron and couldn't help complaining, can't you tell me in advance? I'm not prepared at all. Definitely next time, and next time. This is not guaranteed. In the extremely excited state you were in just now, you couldn't listen to anything. I can only use this method to calm you down, and it seems to be working well now. Quote. Harry subconsciously touched the scar on his forehead and found that it was no longer so painful, and felt a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, but I'm really in a hurry. After all, that is Voldemort. Once he is resurrected, I will be the first to be unlucky. Harry looked at the three of them. Can you understand how I feel? Quote. Hermione and Ron shook their heads slightly. Voldemort was relatively abstract to them. Although it's scary, you won't hurt these little wizards for no reason. Aaron was nodding, looking a little out of place. There is no scar on his forehead that indicates a crisis, but he has been in contact with Voldemort and Professor Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, not once or twice. Every time I feel like I am jumping on the edge of life and death. If my mental quality is slightly worse, I may not see the sun tomorrow. Aaron, can you understand me? Exceptionally understanding. Don't forget, I fought against that man in black robe, it was terrifying. But we are safe at Hogwarts. Quote. When Harry heard this, he felt inexplicably relieved. At this time, he really needs someone who can empathize with him. I have a hunch that Voldemort will take action at any time. We are pressed for time and must make some changes. Harry said very seriously, the original plan remains unchanged. Ron and I will keep an eye on Hagrid to prevent him from telling the secret. Aaron, you and Hermione need to keep a close eye on Snape and notify us of any signs of trouble. But I suggest adding a layer of insurance. The two groups of us take turns paying attention to the trapdoor. Whether it is Snape or Voldemort, once action is taken, that door is a hurdle that must be passed. Quote. But that place is expressly prohibited by the school and students are not allowed to pass there. Hermione reminded, and we can't guard that door 24 hours a day. If you act too seriously, you will alert others. Quote. There's no way, Harry said with a wry smile. We don't have any evidence, so we can only use this stupid method if we don't have any evidence at all. Hermione and Ron looked at each other and nodded helplessly. At this time, we can only treat the dead horse as a live doctor. What if we encounter it? After the plan was finalized, the 4 people left the classroom in batches. However, from beginning to end, only 2.5 were working hard. Harry and Ron are 2. The scar on Harry's forehead was like a reminder, forcing him to be alert at all times. Ron is Harry's best friend, so he naturally has to take care of his emotions and share the joys and sorrows with him. Hermione is half of it. She knew that Snape was not a bad person, and that he was just pretending to be a spy on him and not doing any good work. Just be a little more careful when paying attention to the trapdoor. You can often see a first-year Gryffindor sitting on the stairs reviewing what he has learned, which makes many students feel ashamed. Aaron, however, perfectly removed himself from the plan. He believed that paying attention to Dumbledore was better than anything else. Hagrid is unreliable, so there is no need to waste too much energy on him. Snape was a professor at the college whom he respected, and there was no need to monitor him. As for the trapdoor, he strongly suspected that Harry was monitoring this door just for peace of mind. Can they hold on to the day or the night? Students are not allowed to leave their dormitories in the middle of the night, but professors have this right. The Dark Lord couldn't steal things openly at Hogwarts, and most likely would do so at night. A few days later, Aaron entered Professor Snape's office as usual, as if it were his own home. You're here again. Snape looked at Aaron speechlessly and said, once a day, always at 9 o'clock in the morning, very punctual. No way, I have to go to Professor McGonagall's office at 2 in the afternoon. It's almost time for vacation, how about you? There's no end to learning, Professor. Any magic spell has its use. When you need to use the magic spell, you regret that you have not learned it. That is the greatest sorrow of a wizard. Quote. I admit that what you said makes sense, but, don't you think you come here too often? Snape gritted his teeth and pointed sadly at the counters he piled on the wall. I struggled. All kinds of rare materials that I have collected with my heart have been given to you 1/10 of the time these days. Aaron scratched his head in embarrassment, and then said confidently, it's not like I won't give you money. Is it a money issue? I am not short of money, and I am not so short that I have to rely on selling materials to make a living. Quote. I'll pay double, Aaron said calmly. Snape was stunned for a moment, his face twitching slightly, but his tone was obviously weaker. I told you that this is not about money. I know, this is just the student's thoughts and has no other meaning. Aaron said very sincerely, Professor, you should actually be happy to have a student like me. My success rate in mixing potions these days is over 70%. Aren't all the finished products given to you? After all, not only did you not lose money, you also made a lot of money. Quote. You still have the nerve to say that. Snape's face suddenly darkened. Those materials can be used to prepare higher-level potions in my hands, but you can only practice them here. Still 70%. Do you know how much you have wasted? Quote. It seems like any magic potion you mix can be successful in one go. Aaron said weakly, but his voice was full of dissatisfaction. What did you say? Nothing. Professor, can I ask you a little question? Quote. Go ahead. Can you please tell me, who has a 100% success rate in preparing potions? No. Which famous master of potions was not fed with ingredients? Quote. Snape was silent. He also came from his student days and naturally knew that there was no so-called shortcut on this road. Talent is a must, but other than talent, you can only become more proficient by trying. But you who are a bit too cruel, and you use rare materials right from the start. It's not like I can't afford it. Ha, I really admire you for being able to say such a thing so confidently. Snape sneered, in the past few days, you have been coming to my office every day to use my materials and equipment to prepare potions. 1 bottle every day, no 2 bottles are the same. Some simple potions are no longer difficult for you. This is amazing. Your talent is almost as good as mine. But please think about it carefully, are you really rich? The total materials you wasted amount to 300 galleons. Even Draco would not dare to squander the Malfoy family's wealth like this. I need to remind you that you are using your family's resources now, not yours. Quote, it's mine, Aaron said calmly, although I am pure blood, my family is different from those ancient pure blood families. As the sole heir, I am qualified to open the family treasury and use any resources in it. Quote, when Snape heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. Heartbroken, why couldn't he encounter such a good thing when he was a child? In comparison, he just feels that the world is full of malice towards him. HMPH. Using the wealth accumulated by the family to pay for your waste seems nothing to be proud of. Aaron frowned slightly, and immediately acted a little embarrassed. Actually, I opened a small shop in Diagon Alley a few years ago. Except for the purchase channel, which is a little convenient for the family, the rest I did everything myself. So even if I don't rely on my family, I can still earn several hundred galleons every month, and it's not a problem to make ends meet. With the accumulation over the past few years, my personal savings are barely in 5 figures. Quote, Snape, go out. Professor, what do you mean? Aaron asked with some confusion, look down on businessmen. Don't blame me, Snape said unhappily. I have been teaching at Hogwarts for more than 10 years, and this is the first time I have met a student like you who likes to talk back to the teacher. Is it interesting? I'm just telling the truth. Is this wrong? That's right, there's nothing wrong with that at all. Snape joked, it just makes me have the illusion that I might not be worthy of being your teacher. Aaron, Professor, it was just because I was young and ignorant. Aaron handed a cup of tea to Snape very sincerely, you need to calm down first. Snape raised his eyebrows, then took the hot tea, satisfied with Aaron's behavior. What does it mean to respect teachers and respect morality? This is it. Then Professor, can you teach me how to make the elixir this time? Puff. Snape couldn't help but spit out the half-drunk tea, but Aaron seemed to have expected this scene. After passing the tea, he took a small step to the right and avoided it perfectly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Snape said with a serious face, you just learned to walk and want to run. No, this can no longer be described as running. Before you even learn to run, you already want to fly. You'd better give up on this idea and learn to run first. Quote, past life experience tells me that nothing can be achieved without greed. Aaron said confidently, besides, I am a Slytherin. Isn't it appropriate for me to have such thoughts? But the span is too big. Do you know how difficult it is to prepare a bottle of elixir? Even I can't guarantee 100% success, and your current success rate is less than 10%. Quote, what about your guidance? Aaron asked unwillingly. After tasting the sweetness of the magical elixir, his desire for this magical potion has increased by several levels. Purchase. It has a price but no market, and almost no one in the magic world would sell this kind of treasure. Want it from home. There are a few bottles in the treasure house, but I can't bear this look. Then you can only try to prepare it yourself. It is better to teach people how to fish than to teach them how to fish. Only when you learn it can you make it your own. Sometimes I really want to rip your heart out and see if it's that big. Aaron immediately took a step back, don't mess around. TCH, if I can figure it alone, I still have a chance of success, but with you, I'm afraid the success rate will be less than 50%. Your talent is good, but you have practiced it too little. Quote, is it that low? As long as it's low. Snape said speechlessly, the materials for preparing the elixir are very rare, and even I haven't gathered them together. Whatever materials are needed, I'll figure it out. Snape took a deep look at him, and then reported the materials he needed. unicorn horns, salamander eggs, volcanic snake bird egg shells. Aaron listened and wrote down the materials with pen and paper. Half a minute later, he looked at the dense list of orders in his hand, and several black lines appeared on his forehead. How do you feel? Snape asked playfully. You should still be confident, right? Aaron pondered for a few seconds. There is no problem in getting these materials, but... After hearing the first half of the sentence, Snape became a little uneasy. Over the years, he has also wanted to prepare a bottle of elixir for emergencies, because he is the kind of person who dances on a tightrope. You can't see it now, but there will be a danger of being shattered to pieces at any time in the future. Depending on the identity, the role of luck will not be the same. For ordinary people, good luck is just that, it can maintain a good mood throughout the day. But it's different for him. A critical moment might change his destiny. Can you really get these materials? Yeah, just not much. There are at least 3 copies in my warehouse at home. I didn't know why these things were put together before, but now it seems that they are the materials for preparing the elixir. Quote. Snape's mouth twitched. A big family is amazing. But this is a bit too much. It is impossible for some pure-blood families to have a complete set of materials. If I have the materials, it's not like I can't prepare a spiritual elixir. As long as you succeed, you can give me a little reward. Not much, just 1/10. Quote. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Aaron actually felt a hint of earnestness in Snape's voice. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. Professor, I'm afraid this won't work. Then let's lower it to half or 1/20. Forehead. Professor, you misunderstood. If it is the finished product, I still have several large bottles in stock at home, and if I blow the bottles, it will be enough for a day. Quote. Bang. Snape slid down from his chair, regardless of how embarrassed he looked. Do you know what you are talking about? I admit that there is no shortage of people in the wizarding world who can concoct such potions, and some people also have some stocks. But blowing on the bottle is a big joke. Quote. I also think it's a bit exaggerated, but that's the truth. Aaron spread his hands, but my father said those lucky potions can only be used when needed. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about the materials first. Snape brought the topic back, patted the dust on his robe, sat on the chair again, and showed his dignity as a teacher. That's right, what I want is not the finished product, but the ability to prepare the spiritual elixir. However, my error tolerance rate is only 3 times, and according to the professor, with your guidance, my current success rate is less than 50%, so I'll postpone it for a while. At least when the success rate is above 99%, I will configure it again. Quote. Snape, isn't this a period of time too abstract? He may be able to accept it in 1.5 years, and he can persist in 3 to 5 years. If it takes any longer, he will have to give up on this path. After all, he may not have that much time. Ahem, don't be discouraged. In fact, with your talent, you can make your first attempt within 3 years. 3 years? Aaron was stunned for a moment. I thought it would take 1 year. 1 year. Snape couldn't laugh or cry. Aaron, I still underestimated your ambition. But you can't be too arrogant. It takes at least half a year to prepare the fulling elixir. There can be no mistakes in the process, especially some key steps, so. Before Snape could finish speaking, Aaron put a small bottle directly on the table. With this thing, we should be able to skip the so-called critical step. This is. Snape only looked at it for a second before his eyes widened. Elixir, where did you get it? That's not important. I didn't buy it anyway. Of course I know I didn't buy it. What I want to ask is, can you sell it to me? The price is negotiable. Quote. Aha. Without saying a word, Aaron put away the elixir on the table. Don't even think about it. This thing is not for sale, especially now. There is also a dark devil in the school who is eyeing him. He no longer has the secret medicine to save his life. Luck cannot be given up. When Snape saw this scene, a flash of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Professor, you are a master of potions after all. Don't you have some inventory for yourself? Aaron asked. I used it a long time ago, once and for all. It works great, but the results are poor. Snape said sadly. To be honest, I don't like using elixir because it's obviously unreliable to leave everything to luck. But I have a hunch that I will need luck very much in the next period of time. If you don't talk about this anymore, don't think about the blessing elixir. It's something you can't control now. It's better to keep it simple because you don't have enough time. Quote. How about the tranquilizer? Aaron chuckled. You can go to Madame Pomfrey, Snape said meaningfully. She should have some stock there. This is different. My things belong to me, and the doctor's things belong to the doctor. Snape nodded, silently placed his cauldron on the stage, and once again began to teach this proud student how to prepare a perfect potion. A few hours later, Snape handed Aaron a bottle of tranquilizer, but he politely refused. As agreed, the finished product is yours. Take it. This is a reward from the teacher to the student. Snape said, I would also like to remind you that your current level is only about this, and this bottle of potion is not of the best quality. Aaron smiled awkwardly. After all, it's my first time to prepare it, so I'm very satisfied that it was successful. If you think so, your preparation of the elixir will be delayed a little longer. Snape sneered. That's not necessarily the case. Aaron was full of confidence. As a cheating person, it would be a failure if he couldn't create even a few miracles. By the way, Professor. Before leaving the office, Aaron suddenly thought of something, turned around and asked, Is Professor Dumbledore still at school? I thought you forgot. Is it interesting to ask this every day? Quote. There's nothing I can do about it. It's mainly due to a lack of security. Snape rolled his eyes. Then your question is really timely. There is a letter from the Ministry of Magic. There is an urgent matter that needs to be handled by him. He set off this morning and has been walking for several hours now. He won't be back until at least tomorrow afternoon. Quote. Call. After hearing the news, Aaron took a long breath and did not show any panic. He just rubbed his forehead. The storm is coming, but what is supposed to come will come sooner or later. After leaving Snape's office, Aaron walked non-stop towards the Forbidden Forest. Without the slightest surprise, Harry and Ron were here. Hagrid looked at the two people in the hut in confusion. His ears were callous these days. I emphasize again that I did not tell anyone about the method of passing Mau Mau. That's good. Ron smiled heartlessly, feeling a little relieved. Hagrid, keep up this attitude. No matter who you are or how you ask, don't tell anyone. Quote. It's not your fault. Hagrid rolled his eyes at Harry. Except for me and Dumbledore, I haven't told anyone else, not even the professors at the college. That's not necessarily the case. Aaron hurried over and stared at Hagrid with a serious face. Hagrid suddenly felt a little guilty. He didn't feel this way about other people, not even Dumbledore. But Aaron was different. His conscience felt sorry for the little wizard more than once, especially when Aaron was accompanied by a magical animal that he had always wanted to study. Are there flowers on my face? No, but, did you really tell me how to get through Mau Mau? Really not, Ron interjected. Harry and I reminded him several times a day, and we even stopped him from drinking just in case. Hagrid's face darkened, and he turned his head and glared at Ron. Bad guy. What a moment. You just have to endure it for a while, and when the magic stone is completely safe, you can get drunk. Quote. It's really optimistic, but the situation is not optimistic. What do you mean? Harry's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and the scar on his forehead burned like fire. This time it was more severe than ever before, and he grinned in pain. Do you feel it? Aaron said meaningfully. I need to tell you that Dumbledore has left Hogwarts and will not be back until at least tomorrow afternoon. In other words, this is the time when the school's defense is at its weakest. What would you do if you were a mysterious person? Quote. This opportunity cannot be missed, it will never come back. Harry tried his best to calm down. The mysterious man will not let go of this opportunity. He will take action at any time before Dumbledore comes back. By the way, Snape now. Professor Snape is staying well in the office. Aaron said speechlessly, and you should be concerned about other things now. Harry nodded and looked at Hagrid with a heavy heart. Hagrid, if you think about it carefully, did you really not tell others how to pass Momo? How many times do I have to say, no, no? Okay, I hope my worries are unnecessary. Aaron couldn't stand it anymore. It was strange that asking questions in such a straightforward way was useful. Hagrid, after the Philosopher's Stone arrived at Hogwarts, have any strangers come to see you? When Harry and Ron heard this, their hearts immediately went cold. They finally realized what they had overlooked. They didn't know about Nico Flamel's existence until they stayed at school for a long time, and they didn't know that there was a philosopher's stone in the school. The mysterious man probably tried to trick Hagrid after the sorcerer's stone arrived at school. He may have already known the way to get through Mau Mau. However, the two of them still kept a sense of luck. After all, in their opinion, Hagrid was very reliable. Hagrid hesitated slightly. Not at school, but sometimes when I go out to drink, I inevitably meet some strangers. Hagrid, did anyone ask you about Hogwarts when you were drinking? Maybe I mentioned it, Hagrid said nonchalantly. I often go to that bar to drink, and many people know my identity. Is that okay? Strangers, the important thing is strangers. Aaron reminded, it is best to be strangers who are sneaky, have evil intentions, and are not good people at first glance. Hagrid frowned and recalled for a while, then mused, there is a person who is wrapped up very tightly, even more tightly than Abe, and I can't even see his face clearly. But he is really a good person, and he keeps asking the boss to serve me wine. Quote. Aaron looked at Harry Potter with some sympathy, then put the newly prepared potion in front of him. Drink it first. What's this? Tranquilizer. Ron could take a few sips if he needed to. At this time, there is no harm in drinking. Quote. Ron swallowed, waved his hands and said, I don't need it. Harry smiled bitterly, did not refuse Aaron's kindness, opened the bottle and drank it in one gulp. He also felt that he needed to calm down, otherwise Hagrid might be angry and vomit blood. Aaron continued to ask, then what? Did he just buy you a drink? I can't remember what happened next. By the way, Noble was the one who lost to me. Hagrid said excitedly and proudly, I have always wanted a fire dragon, and he happened to have a fire dragon egg. Quote. Yes, Harry gritted his teeth, now that I think about it, this coincidence was definitely premeditated. Harry, you can't think of everyone as a bad person. Hagrid patted him on the shoulder and said patiently, that person is really not a bad person. He wanted to test whether I had any problems before handing Norbert over to me. The ability to deal with fire dragons, after all, the destructive power of a dragon is huge. At that time, I told him that I could even handle Mau Mau, and a fire dragon was nothing. Quote. Harry took a deep breath and calmed down easily under the influence of the sedative. Is he very interested in Fluffy? Of course, even magicians rarely have the chance to see a three-headed dog. I told him then that the trick to dealing with a wild beast is to know how to silence it. Just like Mau Mau. Give him some music and he will fall asleep. After Hagrid finished speaking, his pupils suddenly tightened. I shouldn't have told you. Quote. Yeah, but it's really funny that you told a suspicious stranger. Aaron held his forehead speechlessly. I knew you were unreliable. In addition, I don't agree with your tips for dealing with beasts, because some beasts may not like music. For example, if Abe is asked to choose between music and chicken legs, he will choose the latter without hesitation. Quote. Don't discuss this now. Harry suddenly stood up. We have to act quickly and go to Professor McGonagall first. She is the only one who can help us now. Ron nodded and ran out with Harry. But halfway through, he suddenly turned around and said, Aaron, aren't you coming with us? You go ahead. I'll go to the trap door first. Without evidence, it's unclear whether Professor McGonagall will believe you. Quote. Ron was stunned for a moment, said nothing, and continued to run after Harry. After the two left, Aaron looked at Hagrid playfully. You must know what you did wrong, right? I know. Hagrid lowered his head with a frustrated look on his face. I'll go with you to find Professor McGonagall. No need. Aaron patted the giant's broad shoulder. I will convince Professor McGonagall. As for you, there should be a way to notify Dumbledore. It doesn't matter if you don't have it. He went to the Ministry of Magic in London. He must have been gone for a few hours. You are faster than an owl and try to stop him halfway. No, we all need this white devil back as soon as possible, okay? Quote. Understood. Hagrid nodded solemnly, and then took out his umbrella from under the table. A few minutes later, there was a roar outside the hut, and a red motorcycle soared into the sky. Aaron watched Hagrid disappear into the clouds, sighed, and walked towards the castle. His destination is the trap door, and no matter what time, this door is always the focus. Compared to Harry and the others, he was much calmer and did not think Voldemort would do anything during the day. The best time to steal was in the dead of night. But the whole card can only be used once. Just in case, he has to see it with his own eyes before he can rest assured. Third floor corridor. Hermione was holding a pile of books here, pretending to study seriously, but her eyes would glance up from time to time, for fear that someone would sneak into the corridor on the fourth floor while she was not paying attention. You look like this, you really don't have 300 taels of silver here. Aaron's voice suddenly sounded from behind, startling Hermione. Why are you here? There was a slight accident, I think I have to go in and have a look. No need, no one is here today. Besides, there is a three-headed dog in there, which is very scary. Quote, seeing is believing. It may not be useful to guard here, Aaron said meaningfully and walked up the steps. Hermione didn't have time to stop him and followed him by accident. A few minutes later, the two came to a door. Open the Allaho hole. A lock opening spell was thrown over, and the keyhole opened automatically. Aaron took a deep breath and opened the door. As soon as I walked in, I saw a black three-headed dog that occupied almost half of the room and slowly opened its eyes. Oh my God, this is so fierce, much more powerful than what I saw in the book. Quote, roar, Abe roared unconvinced. Of course, Aaron patted Abe's dragon head, you will definitely grow bigger than it in the future. Mau Mau stood up slowly, looking at the two wizards in front of him with a few yellow eyes, and a lot of mucus was secreted from the three huge dog mouths. As it breathed, a stench spread rapidly in the room. Aaron, I think we need to run away, Hermione said nervously. You're right, Aaron began to back away. He was less than 1 meter away from the door, but at this moment it seemed to be the most dangerous distance in the world. Woof, woof, woof. As soon as he finished speaking, Mau Mau let out a deafening roar. Boom. Before it could bite, the two of them withdrew and quickly closed the door to block the huge dog's head. It's so exciting. Aaron breathed a heavy sigh of relief. I really admire Hagrid now. He actually tamed such a ferocious creature. Exciting. Hermione was immediately furious. I should have stopped you just now. Did you know we almost died? Being bitten by a dog was definitely the biggest joke since the founding of Hogwarts. Quote, sorry. Aaron smiled coquettishly, and he also felt that he was a little careless. She knew how to calm down Mau Mau, but she came without any preparation. Now can you tell me why you went in to see it? Dumbledore has left school, Aaron said. In other words, Hogwarts is not as safe as you think. The mysterious person may pass through the trapdoor at any time. Hermione's pupils dilated slightly. This is really bad news. Do Harry and the others know about it? I told them, just 10 minutes ago. But to make matters worse, Hagrid told a stranger via Fluffy shortly after school started. Quote, what? Hermione suddenly panicked. So, the mysterious man has made all the preparations and is just about to take action. Yes, he will definitely act before Dumbledore comes back. At this time, Harry and Ron also rushed over. Both of them were panting and their expressions were not very good. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Aaron curled his lips and said, let me guess, Professor McGonagall doesn't believe you, right? Yes. Harry nodded in disappointment. Not only did she not believe us, she also scolded us severely. Thank you for the tranquilizer, otherwise I might have contradicted the professor. Quote, you're welcome. I wouldn't believe it if it were me, and I might even deduct a few points from you as punishment. First of all, the Philosopher's Stone is a school secret. How did you know? Secondly, how do you know someone will steal it? Thirdly, the Philosopher's Stone is closely protected, and almost every professor has designed a mechanism for it. We can't just rely on your words and let a professor who handles everything all day long specially check it. Then why don't we dismantle all the mechanisms? The most important thing is that even Professor McGonagall may not know how to crack all the mechanisms. The three-headed dog guarding the trapdoor alone is not so easy to pass. You have been pestering Hagrid for most of the semester, and didn't he accidentally let it slip today? Quote, but, if the professors don't help us, then no one can help us. Harry said worriedly. There's always a way. At least the trapdoor is safe now. Aaron shrugged. We still have a certain amount of time before the mysterious man takes action. Quote, yes, there is still time. Harry suddenly thought of something, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. As long as we get the Sorcerer's Stone before Voldemort. PFF'd. Aaron smiled disdainfully, and then saw the doubtful looks of 3 Gryffindors. Ahem, don't get me wrong. I have also been professionally trained. No matter how funny it is, I will not laugh unless I can't help it. Ha ha ha. Aaron. Hermione tugged on his sleeve. You should calm down a little. Is there something wrong with my plan? Harry asked angrily. No problem at all. Aaron's expression gradually became serious. It's just so stupid that people can't help but laugh. What do you mean? Ron said unconvinced. You'd better explain it clearly. Ha, it turns out there's more than one idiot. Aaron rolled his eyes speechlessly, then pointed at the wooden door. Go in. I won't stop you. No, Fluffy will bite us to death. Hermione said hurriedly. That's what I mean. You can't even get through the trapdoor, and you still want to get the Philosopher's Stone before the mysterious man does. Your courage is commendable, but don't say I know you when you go out in the future. It will make me appear to have a low IQ. Quote. That 3-headed dog can't stop us. Just some music can calm it down. What about music? Aaron asked playfully. Ron was stunned for a moment and said awkwardly, we haven't had time to prepare yet. Then it's over. If you want to go in without any preparation, that's pure suicide. Unless you plan on singing in front of a ferocious 3-headed dog. Don't be ridiculous, it will only kill you faster. And, Aaron paused slightly and said seriously, even if you prepare music, it might be useless. Mau Mau is just a janitor. There will be a 2nd level, a 3rd level, and even a 4th level later. Are you sure you can break through the mechanism designed by the professor? Quote. This. Harry suddenly felt frustrated and helpless, and the scar on his forehead became hot again. Hiss. Harry, Ron asked looking at him worriedly. I'm fine. Harry rubbed the scar on his forehead and said with a wry smile, but we really don't have much time. We have to come up with a way to stop Voldemort as soon as possible. Aaron hesitated for a few seconds and then said, I suggest you don't do anything unnecessary. The water behind that door is too deep and you can't control it. I know, but it's better than just sitting there waiting to die. Voldemort will definitely not let me go, either to stop him or to die a little later than now. I don't want to die, and I don't want to surrender to the Dark Lord, so there is no other choice. Quote. If you believe me, Aaron comforted, I am sure to stop the mysterious man. You, not to mention Harry, even Hermione and Ron didn't believe it. How are you going to stop him? Harry asked. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I'm sure. Just leave everything to me. Aaron acted very confident. He had been waiting for today since he accepted the system task. Harry and the others were not prepared at all, but he was quite well prepared and could completely leave the 3 Gryffindors aside and go it alone. If it weren't for the mission that required him to put in a lot of effort when killing Voldemort, he wouldn't mind planning carefully, and then he could safely be a qualified 6th in command. Then how sure are you? Harry asked. A conservative estimate, about 60%. Aaron slightly lowered his chances of winning. He was confident of destroying Voldemort's plan, but it might be difficult to kill him. After all, he is the Dark Lord, who knows if he has any hidden cards. Only 60%, Ron asked with wide eyes, obviously not very satisfied with this winning rate. That's not enough. How about you come? Quote. Ron was silent for a moment. He knew how much he weighed. If it were him, let alone 60%, he wouldn't even be 10% sure. The probability of being sent away with one move is not generally high. This is too risky. Hermione shook her head, then looked at Aaron. What are your plans? The plan was just to keep it secret. In short, you can believe me, and you must believe me. Aaron said, and then walked out of the corridor on his own. After Aaron left, the 3 of them looked at each other. I think Aaron is quite confident, otherwise. Ron didn't finish his sentence, but he believed that Harry and Hermione understood what he meant. No, Hermione said immediately. I also think it's unreliable to leave it to him alone. Harry sighed. I still stick to the original plan and get the Philosopher's Stone before the mysterious man. Back in the common room, the 3 of them gathered around a table. On the table is an ordinary flute. Playing it can make Mau Mau quiet. Harry, what are you going to do? Hermione asked, we have no idea what's behind the trapdoor. Then you have to give it a try and try your best. We'll start taking action tonight, after all the students have fallen asleep. Quote. Tonight. Ron opened his mouth. Since we don't know what's behind that door, why don't we act earlier? We have to make some preparations. Hermione said speechlessly. We have to at least take a break, otherwise we will probably lose our strength if the mechanism is broken in half. Goo. Ron's stomach growled at an inappropriate time, and he said a little embarrassedly, I was in a hurry just now and didn't have time to have lunch. But this just shows that what you said makes sense. Quote. Ha ha. Hermione rolled her eyes. I have to review the spells I learned as soon as possible, maybe I can use them. There's also the invisibility cloak, Harry reminded. Nocturnal operations are impossible without it. Chapter 81. As night falls, the faint moonlight shines through the clouds and onto the walls of the castle. The students went back to their dormitories to sleep one by one. There were fewer and fewer people in the common room, clearing a large space. 3 sneaky figures walked down the stairs quietly, one of them holding a black cloak in his hand. Gwa, gwa, gwa. Just as the 3 were about to move on, a toad appeared in front of them. Leifu. Harry was stunned for a moment, not understanding why Neville's pet appeared here. Ignore it, we have to act quickly. Ron said. What to do? Neville stood up from behind the sofa and looked at Harry and the 3 of them with ugly expressions. He just couldn't sleep, so he wanted to come over and sit for a while, and take Leaf out for some air. But he never expected that he would actually block 3 Gryffindors who were about to leave the dormitory. His sense of responsibility was instantly over the top, and it was absolutely impossible to turn a blind eye. You're sneaking out again, aren't you? Neville, listen, we. Harry said hesitantly, but with a guilty conscience, he was obviously not ready to explain. No, you are not allowed to go. Neville blocked the door with his strong physique. You have already been deducted 150 points. If you are caught staying out at night, Gryffindor will be even more bad luck. Neville, we don't have time to explain to you now, so get out of the way. Ron said impatiently, there are 3 of us, you can't stop us. I'm ready, Neville said resolutely, clenching his fists and assuming a fighting posture. It was just the pajamas he was wearing and the panic expression on his face that made his action seem nondescript and a bit funny. Neville, I've wronged you. Hermione pulled out her wand. Everyone is petrified. Neville's face turned blue in an instant, his body stiffened quickly, his arms clung to the left and right sides of his body, and he fell to the floor with a plop. Gulu. Before Harry could react, Ron gulped, you're a bit scary sometimes, you know. Hermione looked at Neville who was motionless, her face full of apology. I'm sorry, but this is really for your own good. Let's go, Harry said. The 3 of them walked around Neville who was lying on the ground and put on the invisibility cloak when they exited the portrait door. There were a lot of them, so they had to make sure that the invisibility cloak covered all 3 of them. The speed of walking was much slower than normal walking. ... Meanwhile, Aaron in the Slytherin common room was almost ready. A music box, a Christmas gift from one of his relatives, has a high-quality sound that can definitely calm the 3-headed dog. The contents of the 2 letters written in advance were almost identical. Once it was confirmed that Voldemort was taking action, Aaron would not hesitate to ask Abe to send the letter. As a life-saving magical prop, he pinned a very inconspicuous brooch inside his clothes. This thing can withstand the full blow of the Grand Mage, including the death curse. Finally there were the 2 wands, and Aaron examined them as carefully as he would a quill before an exam. Call. Sure enough, I was still too nervous. If I had known, I would have kept half of the sedative today. Aaron chuckled, then patted Abe's faucet and stuffed the 2 letters into its pocket. The green envelope is for Professor Snape, and the red envelope is for Professor McGonagall. Your task is very heavy, and it may even be related to my life, your master, do you understand? Quote. Abe nodded solemnly, his face rarely serious. Seeing this, Aaron felt a little relieved, and then took out the invisibility potion. He drank a quarter of it himself and fed another quarter to the Holy Dragon. This would allow them to remain invisible for nearly an hour, giving them enough time to rush to the corridor on the 4th floor and wait. Even if the time limit expires, the remaining half of the potion can give them enough buffer time. After turning invisible, He took out another bottle of blessing elixir, took a sip himself, and fed Abe a painful sip. This should be considered foolproof. Set off. Quote. 10 minutes later, Aaron arrived at the corridor on the 4th floor ahead of Harry and the others. One person and one dragon adjusted their breathing in tacit understanding and cautiously approached the wooden door. They had no choice but to be vigilant at this time. What if Voldemort was playing music for Mau Mau? If they were discovered, it would be all for nothing. Voldemort didn't care who was invisible at this time, and he might just cast a death curse on them both. The lock on the wooden door is still in good condition, just like it was at noon. But Aaron was more careful. If the door lock was broken, it meant that Voldemort had entered the trap door. But the door lock is now good, and Aaron doesn't know whether he's coming or not. You can only make a preliminary judgment by approaching the wooden door and listening carefully to see if there is any music inside. But the soundproofing function of this room is still very good. After Aaron worked hard for a while, he only heard the sound of Mau Mau snoring. Just when he was hesitating whether to go in and take a look, a faint red light suddenly flashed on the door lock, and the door was opened. Aaron's heart skipped a beat, and he covered his mouth with one hand and Abe's mouth with the other, for fear of making any sound. After the door closed, he breathed a heavy sigh of relief. It's time to wait. Aaron put Abe down and pointed outside the corridor. The meaning was obvious. I will stay here for now, and you can report the news. Abe did not act immediately. After hesitating for a while, he stretched out his dragon claw towards the wooden door, and then quickly shook his head. Is there a situation? Aaron frowned and continued to put his ear to the door. After a while, there were a few black lines on his forehead. Because in addition to the purring of the three-headed dog, he also heard the voices of several familiar people. Without any time to think, he opened the door and walked in. As expected, he saw 3 Gryffindors. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were all here, and no one was left behind. Why did the door open? Ron asked with some confusion. Maybe it's not turned off. Harry didn't pay attention and just glanced at the automatically playing harp. Snape has already been here and he cast a spell on the harp. It may not be Professor Snape who is here. Aaron interjected speechlessly. He should be sleeping in the dormitory at this time. Who's there? The 3 of them panicked instantly, took out their wands and pointed them in the direction of the sound. Ah, don't be so nervous. Aaron exited the invisible state. We will be in trouble if Mau Mau wakes up. Aaron, why are you here too? Harry asked excitedly. Do you also have an invisibility cloak? I don't have that kind of prop, but I do have a bottle of invisibility potion. Aaron spread his hands, then glanced at the harp that was still playing, and his pupils shrank slightly. Since Harry and the others didn't make this harp, it had to be Voldemort. After understanding this, he immediately winked at the holy dragon who was still squatting at the door. After receiving the signal, Abe quickly rushed out of the corridor. What are you doing here? Get the Philosopher's Stone before the mysterious man. Hermione explained, and then she became a little frustrated, but we seem to be a step too late. Aaron couldn't help but slap his forehead. I think I said I was sure to stop the mysterious man. Do you just not believe me? Quote, it's not that we don't believe you, it's just that we can't put the burden on you alone. Harry said seriously. Haha, don't get me wrong. Let me state in advance that I have my own purpose in stopping him, but it is not for you. Quote, never mind. Since you are here too, it means that you are on a united front with us. Although I arrived a step late, there are still many mechanisms under the trap door. The mysterious man definitely hasn't succeeded yet, we still have a chance. Harry said and walked up to Fluffy. We have to move its paws away. The trap door is down there. Quote, why move? Aaron said impatiently. What you have to do now is to go back to sleep. If you stay, you will only get in the way, and it's very dangerous. What about you? Hermione asked meaningfully. You should be planning to stay, right? That's not important. What's important is that I'm sure to escape unscathed. Harry shook his head. Even if you talk about it, we won't let you face it alone. Besides, if you fail, we will help you and take care of you. Quote, Aaron, why didn't you realize that this kid was a stickler before? Ron, come here and help me. Good. The two struggled to move a huge dog paw away, revealing the trap door below. After opening, it was an extremely dark passage. Tisk, tisk, tisk. It looks scary. Driven by curiosity, Aaron took a closer look. I'll be the first to go in. Wait for me to give you the signal before you come back down. Harry volunteered. If something happens, just escape on your own. You don't need to tell me this, I can leave now. Aaron said without hesitation, completely ignoring Harry's seemingly last instructions. He had no intention of joining the three Gryffindors' plans in the first place. The harp had already proved that Voldemort was under the trap door. Going down now was a complete act of suicide by an idiot. Harry wants to prevent Voldemort from resurrecting. Whatever the reason, at least it sounds great. But the key question is how to stop it. Is it based on passion? Or rely on your head? Without enough strength, just relying on these two things is no different than giving it away for free. Waiting for work here, waiting for the two professors to come, and following them to kill people is the most correct battle plan. Hearing this, the three of them looked at each other, and then they all looked at Aaron with strange expressions. Don't look at me like that, my plan is completely different from yours, so. Aaron said and sighed, I don't suggest you go down, this is advice. Of course, if you have to go down, I won't stop you. Good luck and farewell. Quote, just as Aaron was about to leave this dangerous cave entrance, he noticed a stench coming towards his face and subconsciously looked up. The three-headed dog's furry eyes opened, staring with hostility at the four wizards standing in front of the trap door. A dog's mouth secreted extremely viscous saliva, which dripped onto Ron's shirt. Oh, Aaron swallowed, shrugged with a wry smile, and jumped into the trap door without saying a word. Why did he go down all of a sudden? Ron asked with some confusion. Wait a minute. Harry suddenly felt uneasy. Don't you think it's too quiet? It's the harp. Hermione glanced back. It's not playing anymore. Yeah. Ron noticed the disgusting saliva on his shoulders and looked up to see 6 huge eyes looking at them. The music has stopped. That means the three-headed dog. Roar. Mau Mau roared, and its 3 heads shook from side to side. While the saliva was splashing, one of its paws was lifted up, and it was about to slap it down. Jump down, Harry said hastily, turning over and jumping into the trap door. Hermione and Ron followed closely behind, not daring to delay at all. The next second, a huge and chaotic roar sounded. 2 rows of sharp teeth blocked the trap door, and saliva dripped from the teeth as the dog barked. Fortunately, the trap door is relatively small, otherwise we would be in danger. The wand in Aaron's hand emits a pale white light, illuminating the place where they landed. It's lucky that these soft plants are here, otherwise they would have died if they fell. Ron looked at the exit blocked by the dog's mouth. They fell at least 10 meters. Aaron looked at the irregular ground paved with plants under his feet, and could vaguely see a few steps through the gaps. He couldn't help but sigh, there is another layer below. This should be designed by Professor Sprout. Level, Devil's Net. What Devil's Net? As soon as Harry finished asking, thick black vines wrapped around his legs. Before he could react, more vines wrapped around his limbs and neck, strangling him until he couldn't breathe. The situation of Ron and Hermione was not much better. Although they were not wrapped into rice dumplings, they were almost there. What should we do? Ron shouted anxiously. Don't move, relax. Hermione reminded loudly, I have read in books that the more violent the struggle, the tighter the vines become. Who can relax at this time? Ron said with tears in his eyes, we are okay, but Harry is about to be strangled. Believe me. Hermione noticed her body sinking, and her face showed a little confidence, as long as you don't move, nothing will happen. Harry calmed down, and after a while he felt his neck relaxed a little, and he could take a deep breath. His body was also slowly sinking as he relaxed, and it was only a matter of time before he reached the second level. Ron couldn't calm down at all. The more vines there were, the more nervous he became. The more nervous he was, the more vines there were. During the violent struggle, he fell into an endless loop, his mouth and nose were sealed by vines, and only his limbs were twitching continuously. Trouble. Aaron patted his forehead, then waved his wand, the flames are blazing. A group of red flames appeared from the tip of the wand. Devil's Net, which liked cold environments, noticed the increase in temperature and quickly let go of several people, curling up towards the darkness in the corner. Thump. Several dull crashing sounds were heard. Aaron landed with one hand on the ground like a hero. Among the remaining three, only Hermione was not so embarrassed, while Harry and Ron fell to the ground with pain all over their bodies. That is to say, this lair is only 2 meters away from the devil's net above their heads, otherwise it would not be as simple as pain. Actually, this plant is quite afraid of fire. Setting fire to it is more useful than relaxing it. Why didn't you use this spell earlier? Ron said complainingly. Only he knows how much he has suffered. The difficulty in breathing is not terrible. What is terrible is that it is getting harder and harder to breathe. Just now, he seemed to vaguely see his grandfather waving to him, and just thinking about this scene made him break out in a cold sweat. I didn't know you would be so nervous. We all let nature take its course and fell slowly, but you were almost suffocated. Besides, the devil's net is the property of the school, and I don't want to be saddled with such a debt without knowing it. Quote. Ron's mouth twitched and he opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Ahem. Aaron walked to the stairs, blocked the only passage, and then looked at the three of them. We are safe for the time being. I suggest you follow my plan and wait a little longer. I must go. Harry knew what he was going to say and interrupted him without thinking. You idiot. We are already a step behind. Is it useful for you to catch up at this time? Quote. The mysterious man hasn't succeeded yet. Harry lifted his hair and pointed to the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. It hurts, but I'm very sure he didn't succeed. But if nothing is done to stop him, he will be resurrected when he gets the magic stone. Quote. I understand how you feel. But even if he gets the magic stone, it will take some time to transform it into life force. Quote. Then I can wait for him to kill me, Harry said bitterly. Aaron hesitated for a while, then silently let the passage pass. He is not Harry Potter, he has no big grudge against Voldemort, and he doesn't know what it feels like to have a knife hanging over his head. Thanks. Harry quickly walked up the steps, Ron following closely behind. Don't worry about it, Hermione explained patiently. It's a matter of life, so it's natural for him to be anxious. Well, he was in a hurry and my plans took time. I'm 99% sure to stop Voldemort, but what he's afraid of is just the contingency. Quote. Then, do you want to go together? What do you think? I've followed you down, I can't really stay here forever. If something happens to you all, my conscience will inevitably feel bad. Quote. Hermione smiled happily and then stepped into the passage. As the four people continued to move forward, the sound of wings flapping became increasingly clear. They came to the end of the corridor and opened a door. This is a very spacious room, with more than a dozen pillars supporting a ceiling dozens of meters high, and countless keys with transparent wings flying around the room. If I guessed correctly, that door should be the exit, Ron said, pointing to the door opposite. Nonsense, anyone who is not blind can see it, Aaron said disdainfully. The problem is how do we get there? That door cannot be opened with the lock-picking spell, it requires a matching key. But there are at least thousands of keys here, so you can't try them one by one. Even if you can try them one by one, the process will probably be quite exciting. Quote. You mean these keys will attack us? Hermione asked. Not sure, but I can't rule it out. It was stabbed with hundreds of keys, and after healing, it was probably leaking. Aaron said, walking to the door and checking it carefully for a while. We have to find the oldest one among the thousands of keys. It should be easy to identify, but it is not easy to catch. After all, none of us can fly the magic spell. Quote. At this time, Harry found a magic broom floating in the air. I guess I'll need this. Huh, isn't this a little too simple? The golden snitch is much faster than these keys. Quote. As soon as Aaron finished speaking, Harry, Ron, and Hermione all looked at him with eager eyes. Hey, you don't want me to come on, do you? Of course it's you, Ron said. You are the best seeker at Hogwarts. If you don't go with me, who will go? But I haven't touched a broomstick in a long time. No, Aaron, you can definitely do it, Harry encouraged. You are much better than me. All right, since you said so, I will reluctantly help you once. But it's just this once, it won't happen next time, Aaron said with some excitement. You go to that door and wait, and be ready to open it at any time. Quote. None of the three raised any objections and walked quickly to the door, leaving only a silver door handle. Call. Aaron took a deep breath, took out his wand, pointed the tip at himself. Armor for protection. A pale white light flashed, covering his body with an invisible transparent barrier, and a sense of security instantly surged up. When Harry saw this scene, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Although this is not a formal competition, it still feels a bit awkward to cast magic on yourself before getting on the broomstick. Hermione, have we learned this spell? It seems, not really. I listened carefully to every class, but none of the professors taught this spell. Quote, this is a medium difficulty defensive spell. If nothing else, you should have the opportunity to learn this spell in a few years. Quote, but you, how could you do that? Ron asked. You're self-taught, Arlen said as he should. I've been to the Forbidden Book area casually. Isn't it normal to learn a few spells on my own? Can you teach us? Hermione looked at Aaron, expecting him to give a positive answer. Nonsense, of course, it won't work. I don't have that spare time, and besides, it's still very difficult to learn this spell with your current magic energy reserves. If you really want to learn, you should go find Professor Flitwick next semester. Quote. After saying that, Aaron grabbed the broomstick and turned over. As soon as he got on the broom, thousands of keys started to commotion violently, flying around the room without any rules, and at a much faster speed. A large part of it revolves around Aaron on the broomstick, and the sound of the flapping wings is extremely dense and annoying. The few people guarding the door felt anxious. It was not easy to find a key in this dense group of keys, but now it was even more difficult. Aaron ignored the harassment of these keys and kept looking for a unique key in midair. There, Harry shouted, pointing to a key in the upper left corner. That must be it. The wings are incomplete and it's much older than the other keys. Aaron's eyes lit up and he immediately controlled the broom and chased after him. In an instant, all the broomsticks followed, forming a thick torrent of keys in the room, chasing closely behind Aaron. After flying around the pillars in the room for more than half a minute, Aaron was getting closer and closer to the old key. He grabbed the correct key with a crunching sound, but before he could relax, he felt his heart skip a beat. The sound of the flapping wings became sharper and harsher, and the remaining keys suddenly sped up. Their aggressive tips were all aimed at Aaron, stabbing at him like arrows. Aaron didn't know if the defensive spell cast by a senior magician like him could block so many arrows. But he didn't dare to gamble. If I can't stop it, I may have to lie in a hospital bed throughout the summer vacation. Without any time to think, he controlled the broom to dodge, pulled off the two transparent wings of the old key in his hand, and threw it towards the three people below. This can't be blamed on him for being cruel. If it had wings, this key could still fly. He didn't want to find it again in a group of keys whose danger level had increased several levels. Catch it, you better go faster. Harry caught the key, turned around quickly, inserted it into the keyhole, and twisted it hard. Click. The door opened and the three of them immediately got in. Seeing this, Aaron controlled the broom to hover in the sky for a while, and then descended rapidly. As soon as he passed through the exit, the three of them immediately closed the door. Boom, boom, boom. Countless banging sounds came through the wooden door. This was the sound of keys being nailed to the door, which was particularly dense. Aaron couldn't help but swallowed. He didn't think that his flesh and blood body could be harder than wood. Although there is a magic spell protecting the body, the consequences of being hit so many times are hard to predict. How exciting, but don't come to me again for such exciting things. Quote. The three of them nodded in unison and then walked to the next room. After opening the door, it was dark inside, except for one corridor, which was densely packed with stone statues. I don't like it here, not at all, Hermione said anxiously. It's like a cemetery, Harry said. Now that I know I'm afraid, why did I go there earlier? But you can be sure that this is definitely not a cemetery, unless Hogwarts doesn't want to open anymore. In the wizarding world, ghosts and graves are completely different things. Aaron rolled his eyes, then took out his wand and muttered, flash fluorescent. Quote. The end of the wand glowed brightly, illuminating the darkness in the room. Huge black and white chess pieces appeared in front of the four people, and they suddenly walked to a chess board. Opposite is a white chess piece, and here is a black chess piece. This is the chessboard, wizard chess. Ron took a step forward, and 4 rows of flames appeared on the 4 sides of the chessboard, illuminating the room brightly. It is clear, only by winning this game can we pass, but the disadvantage here is relatively large, as we are missing 2 chess pieces. Aaron pointed to the 2 empty seats at the corner of the chessboard, 1 bishop and 1 castle. Quote, "Can't you just go there?" Harry asked. "There's no key to that door." "You are really smart." Aaron gave him a smile and slowly walked to the white chess piece. Just when he was about to pass through the middle of the chess pieces, a row of white pawns drew out their long knives and blocked the road. Aaron immediately retreated and left the chessboard where the white piece was, and the pawn put the knife back again. "You see, do you think the professors have nothing to do and want to make the levels more gorgeous?" "Pretend I didn't say it." Harry sneered, "But how can we play this game?" "Quite simply, white has 1 more knight than black. As long as one person mounts the horse and acts as the knight, the chess game can begin." Aaron said, "I'm not interested in this kind of chess, so don't count on me." Quote. Hearing this, both Harry and Hermione looked at Ron. Among them, Ron was the only one who played chess well. "Leave it to me." Ron couldn't help but swallowed as he looked at the empty horseback at the black chess piece. "What about the remaining bishops and castles?" Harry asked. "Do we also need to be chess pieces?" "You shouldn't need to use this. As long as your chess skills are decent, you can win without these 2 pieces. After all, our opponent doesn't know how to think, and simply regards capturing chess pieces as his goal. His level shouldn't be much higher." Quote. The 2 looked at Ron again, their eyes full of hope. Hey, don't look at me like that. White's level is not much higher, and mine is not necessarily that strong either. I can still fight if I'm missing 1 or 2 pawns, but I'm missing 2 generals. Let me go please. I don't have that ability." Quote. That means we still have to fill the positions of these 2 black chess pieces. Harry looked solemn. "Aaron, look. Come on, my spirit is with you," Aaron said directly, and then exited the chessboard. Are you? The corners of Harry's mouth twitched, feeling very speechless. Hermione and Ron were also a little dumbfounded. They retreated before they made any arrangements. They were sure it was not a joke. "No need to worry about it, that's great." "That's not it." "Stop it, Harry. I know what you want to say, but I don't want to be a pawn, let alone a pawn on this chessboard." Quote. What do you mean? Although I am not as good as you in terms of learning, I am still a master at magician chess. As long as I complete the chess pieces, I still have a high chance of winning. Quote. Yeah, then I ask you, the master, to protect them. Aaron said meaningfully, this is serious wizard chess. You wouldn't think that the swords of the white pawns are made of foam, right? It would be okay if I win, but my life might be in danger if I lose. Let me state in advance that I am not afraid, otherwise I wouldn't have come to the trapdoor alone at night, and I wouldn't have helped you at the previous level. If the time comes when I have to fight hard, my consciousness will never be lower than yours, but I really can't leave my destiny in the hands of others. Not to mention that this person and I are far from a life or death relationship. Quote. When Ron heard this, he turned back to look at Bai Chi and couldn't help but fell silent. Come on, Ron, this level is up to you. But just in case. If nothing happens, I have no choice. And we've come this far, we can't just give up, Harry said, patting him on the shoulder, and then walked to the bishop's position. I believe you too, Hermione said solemnly, but you must be serious and make no mistakes. After saying that, she walked to the other corner of the chessboard and filled in the position of the castle. Ron's nose felt a little sore. Aaron won't say it anymore. He is a Slytherin and was not part of tonight's plan. To be able to help them to this point can be said to be the most benevolent thing. But Harry and Hermione still chose to believe him despite knowing the danger, which really moved him. Ron took a deep breath and climbed onto Black's horse to act as a knight. This time I risked my life. Even if I lost, I couldn't risk Harry and Hermione's 2 special black chess pieces. Etc. Just when he was about to start the chess game, Aaron suddenly stopped him outside the chess board. What's wrong? Armor protects you. Armor protects you. Armor protects you. Aaron released 3 magic spells on the 3 people in a row, and then spread his hands. I can only do so much. With this magic spell, even if those knives are really cut down, they can withstand some damage without risking their lives. Quote. Thank you, that's a big help, Ron said with relief, and Harry and Hermione also breathed a sigh of relief. In this potentially life-threatening chess game, what they need most is a sense of security, and this magic spell can give them a certain degree of protection. Okay, I'm going to get started. Wait, Aaron hesitated for a moment and took out the elixir. Even if I'm unlucky this time, there should be nothing left after just one sip. What is this? Harry asked. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Hermione thought thoughtfully. Isn't this what you drank when you were dueling with the man in black robe in the Forbidden Forest? Elixir of Fortune. Just one sip can improve a person's luck. The iron armor spell can protect you from being killed in one blow, and this potion can probably make you suffer minor injuries at most. Originally I didn't plan to take it out, but after all, we came together, and I can't just watch you reduce the number of people. Aaron said righteously, and then threw the bottle to Hermione. I only have one request, never, never, never. Don't worry. Ron patted his chest and interrupted him confidently, with the iron armor curse and the blessing elixir, we will be fine. Nonsense, but that's not what I'm talking about. You must not touch your lips. I took a sip before tonight's action. I have a mysophobia. Quote. Ron. The three of them looked at each other, then nodded. Hermione raised her head first, poured a small portion of the elixir into her mouth, and then handed the bottle to Harry. After Harry did so, it was Ron. He drank the last potion in one breath and threw the bottle to the floor in the corner. The sound of breaking glass suddenly sounded. Start the war. The rule of magician's chess is that white moves first. After the war signal appears, a white pawn automatically moves forward 2 spaces. Ron pointed to a black pawn on the edge and said tentatively, black moves to d5. As soon as it stopped, the white pawn in front pulled out his knife and slashed it down without any hesitation. The black pawn was shattered instantly, and rocks flew on the chessboard, making the three of them tremble in shock. Tisk, I already said this is a real magician's chess, why are you trying to test it? Aaron shook his head speechlessly. It's fine now, I got a pawn from the opponent. The already unfavorable chess game became even worse. Quote. Ron. Harry couldn't help but remind him, if we keep playing like this, no matter how lucky we are, we will all die. Don't worry, I'm sure. I can win this game without even one pawn. Quote. However, as the chess game progressed, his confidence became weaker and weaker. Although Ron had used human wisdom to force the advantage to the black chess side, when the black chess piece was eaten, the white chess piece's performance was too cruel, and he had to find a way to ensure that Harry and Hermione the living chess piece does not suffer any damage, and every move is a huge pressure. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of broken stone statues was heard endlessly. The number of black and white chess pieces on the chessboard continued to decrease, leaving less than half. The broken stones almost covered half of the room. At this moment, the only chess pieces on the chessboard that can affect the outcome are the white king, the white queen, and the 3 living black chess pieces, Harry, Hermione, and Ron. 3 against 2, the situation is quite obvious. As long as the white queen, whose main purpose is to capture the pieces, is held back, any black piece can checkmate the white king. But this is wizard's chess, and they need to decide who will face the white queen's stone statue. Wait a minute, Harry said suddenly. It seems you understand, Harry. Ron pursed his lips. I have to be eaten. No, ×2. This is a game of chess, and there have to be sacrifices. Do you still want to prevent the mysterious man from getting the magic stone? Quote. No, there is always another way, Hermione said. But if you wait any longer, the philosopher's stone will be taken away. Ron looked pale and smiled forcefully. I'll be fine. Don't forget, I still have a layer of protective magic on me, and I also drank the elixir. But look at these broken chess pieces, are any of them intact? You can't joke with your life, Hermione said anxiously. By the way, Aaron must have a way. Quote. She turned her head anxiously, and after looking carefully for a while, she found Aaron taking a nap in the corner, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Aaron, wake up, don't sleep. Finished. Aaron opened his eyes and stood up from the hard floor. Oh, this scene is really tragic. Although I have no interest in this thing, it is obvious that black has won. Quote. But we have to go out alone to distract the white queen. Harry's face turned ugly. This means. It means that one of you has to enjoy the treatment of these eaten chess pieces. Aaron looked at the gravel everywhere and said with emotion, "Fortunately, I am not on the chessboard. Being a chess piece is really sad. Is now the time to discuss this?" Ron said with tears in his eyes. "Why are your legs shaking so much?" "No, it's not just the legs. Did I see it wrong? Your whole body is shaking." Quote, "He plans to sacrifice himself so that we can checkmate the White King," Harry said solemnly. Aaron was stunned for a moment, then looked at the trembling Weasley and gave him a thumbs up. "Great, smart decision, right choice. As expected of Gryffindor, your courage really impresses me. I believe the Weasley family will be proud of you in the future, go for it." Quote, "3 people. Is this what people say? Is this gloating tone true? Wait, you mean you really want Ron to sacrifice?" Hermione asked in disbelief. "We can only watch helplessly and can't do anything. Otherwise, what if it were you and Harry?" Aaron asked. "Ron is on a stone statue anyway, and with the addition of the iron armor curse and the Felixer, he may not be seriously injured. But what about you? You have nothing. If it were you who lured Bai away, you would have to rely on your flesh and blood to block its long sword, and you would die. Simply put, Ron is the best choice." Quote, "Don't you have any other options?" Hermione asked. Aaron raised his eyebrows and gave her a playful look. "There is no way. Even if I use my method, Ron will still have to act as a pawn. However, it is slightly less dangerous than being attacked by the White Queen." Quote, "That's it," Ron said immediately, and then looked at Harry. "After you win, go to the next level immediately, don't delay here." Ron controlled the statue of the horse and slowly moved to the White King. "General." After the words fell, Queen Bai slowly turned around, looked at Ron with a face without facial features, and then moved towards him. Harry and Hermione both watched this scene anxiously, their hearts beating faster than expected and their breathing becoming more rapid. Ron on the horse was trembling all over, but his hands still held the reins on the statue tightly and did not let go. After Queen Bai got closer, she tightened her grip on the long sword and stabbed straight into the horse's belly. "Ah!" Ron shouted in panic. "Ron!" Harry shouted angrily. At this moment, a white light flew out from the side and knocked Ron into the wall. Harry's shouting suddenly stopped, and he was stunned for a while before looking in the direction from which the white light was flying. Aaron pretended not to care and put away his wand, looking at the stunned 2 people. "Am I handsome?" Harry and Hermione couldn't react for a moment, so they could only nod in unison. "Is this your approach?" Hermione asked. "That's right. The person who can control the chess pieces is not necessarily the only one who plays chess. Forces outside the chessboard can affect the situation at any time. This is a famous saying from an ancestor of my family, and it makes sense." Aaron explained. "The purpose of the white chess piece is just to destroy the chess piece. In other words, the goal of the White Queen is just the statue of the horse that Ron is riding. As long as you leave in time, there will be no danger in leaving the chessboard." Quote, "Is Ron going to be okay?" Harry looked at the figure lying under the wall, feeling worried. "Probably not. Should," the 2 said in unison, obviously not satisfied with these 2 words. "Of course it should. I had to make sure he was outside the board and cast the spell a little harder. But I gave him armor and luck, so it shouldn't be a big deal." Quote, Harry smiled bitterly. "You are too. What, are you not convinced?" Aaron joked. "At least compared to that chess piece, his end is much better, isn't it?" Harry looked at the chess pieces on the chessboard that were smashed by the White Queen, and was speechless. "Maybe you're right, but you should have said it beforehand. You didn't ask either. Furthermore, I have to grasp the timing of casting the spell. I told you in advance that the effect may not be so good." Quote, The foot of the wall suddenly remembered Ron's moan. "Harry. Ron, are you okay?" "It's okay, I just feel a little pain in my back. And my foot seems to be twisted a little, but it's not a big problem." Quote, "It's okay, just wait a moment, I'll be there soon." Harry breathed a sigh of relief, and then walked to the White King. "Your checkmate." After the words fell, the White King let go of the long sword in his hand, and the remaining white chess pieces gave way, silently announcing the outcome of the chess game. "We won," Ron said in surprise, as if he still didn't believe it. "We won, but it's not over yet." Aaron looked at the door guarded by the white chess piece. The next levels will definitely not be easier than the previous ones, and we have to face a big boss. Ron, can you be alone? Harry asked worriedly. Okay. Then I feel sorry for you to wait for us here, and you won't participate in the remaining levels. What? But I've already come this far. Ron stood up unconvinced, but as soon as he took out his right foot, he staggered and almost lost his balance. You just stay here, Hermione said. You can't let us carry you there, right? If you encounter any dangerous institutions again, we can't take care of you in this state. Quote. You don't want to implicate us, right? Aaron added bluntly. Ron opened his mouth, was silent for a while, and lay there unwillingly. Lying flat, but not lying flat, there is really nothing I can do. Although he doesn't want to admit it, he is indeed a burden to the team now, commonly known as a drag on the team. If it were normal times, forget it. At most, 1 point would be deducted for lagging behind. But at this time, lagging behind would obviously put the remaining people in more danger. A wise decision. Aaron chuckled and then moved to the next level. Hermione and Harry gave Ron an apologetic look and followed Aaron into the next door. When I opened the door, a stench hit my face. The three of them saw a familiar magical creature, a troll. But this monster is a little sadder than the one they saw on Halloween. It lay motionless on the floor, with a big bag on its head. Great, it looks like we don't have to fight the troll anymore, Harry said. Aaron rolled his eyes. Actually, you can also think so. The guy who came in first was very powerful and defeated a giant monster casually. Harry's expression was stagnant, but after thinking about it, he realized that this was natural. How could he have the courage to come to Hogwarts to steal things if he had mediocre skills? It's better to get out of here first, Hermione said, covering her mouth and nose. If you stay any longer, you will suffocate. The three of them immediately walked around the giant monster and opened the next door. There is no magic here, just a table and 7 bottles of different shapes. This level should have been designed by Professor Snape, Aaron said thoughtfully. Isn't it about preparing a potion? If so, I suggest that I turn around and go back immediately. Because that is very time-consuming, and by the time the potion is mixed, the mysterious man has already succeeded. Quote. Harry took a deep breath and took a step forward. In an instant, purple flames blocked the door, and black flames also burst out on the next door. Beautiful. Aaron's eyes twitched. As expected of Professor Snape, he really doesn't leave any escape route. Now it's time to go. Hermione shrugged, then walked to the table, picked up a piece of parchment on it, and read out. Danger lies ahead, safety lies behind. 2 of us can help you, drink them, 1 will lead you forward, the other will take you back to where you came from. 2 contained nettle wine, and 3 were assassins waiting in line. Take your pick, unless you want to stay here forever. We also provide 4 clues to help you choose. First, no matter how cunningly the poisons hide themselves, they actually stand to the left of the nettle wine. Second, the contents of the bottles at the left and right ends are different. If you want to move forward, neither of them will be useful to you. Thirdly, you will find that the bottles are of different sizes, and that there is no death hidden in the giants and dwarfs. Fourth, the second one on the left and the second one on the right, although they look different, they taste the same. After Hermione finished reading, her eyes glowed with confidence. This is not magic, it is logical reasoning. That's great. He really deserves to be Professor Snape. Wizards who can't reason may be trapped here forever. Quote. Don't get too excited yet, I don't want us to be trapped here. What are you thinking about? This kind of logic problem can be solved in less than half a minute. If you were preparing potions, you might be able to gain some rewards from your labor, but this is really a bit speechless. Quote. Half a minute. Hermione was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the 7 bottles. Are you kidding me? It will take me a minute or 2 at the fastest to tell them apart. Harry stood silently aside, trying to keep his presence as low as possible. Is he the only one who thinks this level is too difficult to overcome? Or is there really such a big difference between the worlds of top academics and poor academics? It's not difficult. The most important thing for doing this kind of question is to analyze step by step. Aaron walked to the table, smelled briefly, and pointed to the second bottle on the left and the second bottle on the right. It tastes the same. Professor Snape is really rich. This kind of nettle wine is rarely seen on the market, at least 20 years ago. The first one on the left is poison. As for the second one, the 3 bottles of poison are mixed with the third, fourth and fifth bottles. The bottle on the far right is not poison or nettle wine, but it will not help us move forward, so it will naturally send us away. And it is a large bottle, that is the giant, the smallest bottle in the middle is the dwarf, which can help us move forward. Aaron said and spread his hands. Less than 20 seconds, how easy. Harry and Ron stared at him in amazement, speechless in surprise. You must want a bottle that can pass through the black flame, right Harry? Yes, Harry nodded solemnly. Very good. Aaron looked at Hermione again and handed the large bottle to her. Drink it, go out, and return the same way. But what about you? I'll go, Harry said. This small bottle has only 1 mouthful, maybe less than 1 mouthful, and it should be enough for only 1 person to pass through. Aaron, you go back with Hermione, and then send a letter to Dumbledore to let him come to save us. This matter has nothing to do with you. I will try my best to delay Snape, but it may not be delayed for too long. Idiot, Aaron said disdainfully. I only agree to let Hermione go back, and I oppose all the rest. Why? Harry asked in confusion. First of all, the person inside is definitely not Professor Snape. I have said it countless times, but you always have to make a preconceived notion. Secondly, if you send a letter to Dumbledore at this time, he will probably only be able to collect your body when he comes back. The most important thing is that I have thought of everything you have thought of, and I have also thought of everything you have not thought of. Aaron said, seeing that Harry's eyes became more confused, he sighed speechlessly. Forget it, I can't explain it to you clearly. You just need to understand one thing, I have my reasons for preventing the resurrection of the mysterious man, and it is not unrelated to me. Quote, is it the time in the Forbidden Forest? Hermione asked tentatively. After all, in the Forbidden Forest, the man in black robes was quite interested in Aaron, and would rather give up the blood of the unicorn to catch him. It may not be enough to describe him as relentless pursuit. If Hagrid hadn't arrived in time, the consequences might have been serious. Forbidden Forest. Several question marks flashed over Aaron's head. Yes, that time. It was the most embarrassing moment in my life. If I don't get back at him, I'll be in a mess. But, Harry swallowed his saliva, how are you going to stop him? If it's not Snape inside, it can only be the mysterious man. With this scar on my head, maybe I can turn the danger into safety. What about you? Don't worry about it, he can't bear to kill me. Hermione nodded, agreeing with this. That's true. Well, even so, he can catch you. He doesn't have this chance. Aaron said meaningfully. Anyway, unlike you, I never do things without confidence, and I won't do things without thinking. Harry, why does this sound so wrong? There's another problem. There's only enough for 1 person in this small bottle, and there are 2 of us. Tisk. Aaron curled his lips, picked up the nettle wine on the table, and poured the potion in the small bottle into it. This is enough for 3 people, not to mention 2 people. Then should I? Don't talk yet. Hermione was interrupted by Aaron before she finished speaking. Drink the other bottle of potion and leave here, that's what you should do. No, I don't agree. You can't disagree, Aaron said and took out the wand. I won't do anything to girls, but this is for your own good, you will know after you go out. You, Hermione trembled with her lips, really can't. No, don't even think about it, there is no room for negotiation. Hermione sighed slightly, glared at Aaron with red eyes, then picked up the bulging bottle and took a big sip. After drinking the potion from the small bottle, Harry and Aaron felt cold all over. But the effect was obviously good. They didn't feel anything when they passed through the layer of black flames, as if the flames didn't exist. The 2 walked through a long corridor and came to the last room. There is no mechanism here, only a mirror of arised, and there is a person standing in front of this mirror. But it's not Professor Snape, nor the mysterious man, but Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Through the reflection in the mirror, Harry saw the appearance of the man with his back to them, and his mouth opened wide in shock. It's you. No, that couldn't be possible, it was Snape, he was. Quote. I've said it so many times. Aaron held his forehead and shook his head speechlessly. It's not Professor Snape, it's not Professor Snape, you still don't believe it. Well now, Facts speak louder than words, you can't help but believe it. Quote. Professor Quirrell turned around, his face looking colder than usual. I didn't expect. I actually met you here, Potter. What I didn't even expect was that there was an unexpected surprise, Aaron Gaius. Quote. Well, should I feel honored at this time? After all, not everyone can enter Voldemort's sight. Voldemort. Harry was stunned for a moment and looked at Professor Quirrell in astonishment. You said he is Voldemort. Of course not, Professor Quirrell is just a poor possessed man. But it should be of his own free will. Although the Dark Lord is still alive, it is undeniable that he has great resources and can give ordinary people what they desire most. Money, longevity, knowledge, strength, or power. Quote. I suddenly understand why the Master values you so much. Quirrell laughed suddenly. But how did you know? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't everyone be as suspicious of Snape as Harry Potter was? After all, he doesn't seem like a good person and often makes things difficult for Gryffindor, while Professor Quirrell is just a coward who stammers and can't even speak fluently. Quote. I have a magical animal that is particularly sensitive to certain cold and dark atmospheres. You hide it well, but you are too weak, which inevitably reveals a flaw. It was a defense against the dark arts class, and my pet was keenly aware of something that made it disgusting. I didn't take it to heart at first, but by chance I noticed the flash of murderous intent in your eyes. I'm fairly knowledgeable compared to my peers, but that look in your eyes still makes me feel creepy. Just imagine, how could a submissive person who stutters and trembles when speaking have that look in his eyes? You have definitely killed someone, and more than one. I have doubted you from that moment on. Quote. Bang bang bang. Professor Quirrell applauded. It's really beautiful, but is this just a suspicion? It's suspicion, but that look alone is enough for me to conclude that you are not a good person. In addition, after the Forbidden Forest incident, Professor Snape and Professor Dumbledore came to see me successively, but they could be said to be for official reasons, and there were certain reasons. Only you, the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, actually wanted to leave me alone to talk. The reason was to guide me in my study. It looked like it was made up at first glance. Quote. Isn't this reasonable? Quirrell said with an ugly face. Isn't it common for teachers to favor outstanding students more? It's very reasonable, but at that time you were already labeled as a bad guy by me. I had just wounded the man in black robes in the Forbidden Forest, and the professor from the college who had almost no contact with me wanted to guide me. It was hard not to make people think wildly. In addition, there is the scar on Harry Potter's forehead, the unicorn blood that can sustain life, the magic stone that can make people immortal, and a terrifying man in black robes who dare not reveal his true face. Combining these, we can reluctantly come to the conclusion that you are the object of possession by Voldemort. Quote. Hearing this, Professor Quirrell lowered his head with a sullen face and remained silent. Harry pursed his lips, feeling confused and at the same time feeling that everything suddenly became clear. What about Professor Snape? He jinxed my broomstick on the Quidditch pitch. This. Just as Aaron was about to explain, Quirrell suddenly said, Actually, I want to harm you, and Snape recited the breaking spell. If your friend Miss Granger hadn't come over to light the fire and blocked my view, I would have killed you in half a minute at most. Quote. Do you understand? Aaron glanced at the confused Harry and said, Our Slytherin dean wanted to save you, but you ended up wronging him for most of the semester. You owe him an apology. Harry nodded blankly, but I always feel like he hates me. Of course he hates you, but the reason he hates you is your father, but he never wants you to die. I knew you were a threat from the start, especially after Halloween. I released the troll and lured everyone away. I thought I could succeed, but Dumbledore's magic stopped me. After that, Snape came to my door. He was sharper than others. He doubted me, frightened me, and threatened me. But he didn't understand that his threats were of no use because I was not alone. Professor Quirrell said, turning around and looking at the mirror of Arise, his eyes full of greed. What is this mirror for? I saw my desire, and I dedicated the magic stone to my master, but how did I get it? Quote. What you see may not be true. Aaron spread his hands. This level was designed by Dumbledore. As people grow older, his wisdom will never be simple. HMPH. At worst, I'll break this mirror. I have plenty of time. By the time Dumbledore comes back from London, I will have already taken the Sorcerer's Stone away. Quote, "You can give it a try. Maybe you won't get anything if you break this mirror. Take advantage of these two kids." The hoarse voice echoed in the room. Professor Quirrell suddenly turned around, looked at the two of them, and shouted sternly, "You two, come here." Aaron and Harry looked at each other and slowly stepped forward. "Look in this mirror and tell me what you see." The two of them stared at the mirror, not too nervous. After all, this was not their first time looking at the mirror of Arise, so they had some experience. "I saw Dumbledore's figure suddenly appeared in the originally ordinary mirror. He held a blood-red stone in his hand, glanced back and forth at Aaron and Harry in the mirror, and finally stopped at Aaron. Aaron's face in the mirror was ugly, and he waved his hands repeatedly, indicating that he would hand over the Sorcerer's Stone to Harry. But in the end, he couldn't resist the elderly man, and he put the things in his pocket. Harry was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously glanced at Aaron's pocket and found that it was bulging quite a bit, and he immediately understood where the Sorcerer's Stone was. "How is it?" Professor Quirrell asked. "What did you see? Tell me quickly." Harry was startled. After he reacted, he realized that he must not show any flaws. He immediately said, "I saw that I was shaking hands with Dumbledore, and I also won the Academy Cup." Quirrell rolled his eyes, pushed him away, and stared at Aaron with piercing eyes. "What about you? What did you see? How is this possible?" "I see myself dedicating the Philosopher's Stone to the Dark Lord and then inheriting his legacy decades later as the third-generation Dark Lord." Aaron was talking nonsense in a serious manner, and with the stunned expression on his face. His acting skills were excellent, but in his heart he scolded Dumbledore like crazy. "Gone, old cunt. On purpose, that old immortal definitely did it on purpose. In order to protect Harry, he actually pushed him out as a Slytherin as a shield. But it's not that easy to drag me into a trap. Master, this," Professor Quirrell asked hesitantly, "what should I do? Someone of them must be lying, or both of them are lying." A sharp voice came from the back of Quirrell's head, "Let me come and talk to them." "But Master, you are not strong enough yet." "Enough." Quirrell took off the purple turban wrapped around his head, and then turned around to face the two of them. Where the back of the head should have been, there was an extra human face. Through the mirror of Arise, Harry could see very clearly. He had never seen such a hideous and terrifying face in the restricted book zone. He looked like an evil ghost crawling out of hell. "I originally thought you could still be a bit human, but now it seems that I thought too much," Aaron said with some emotion. "Long time no see, Aaron Gaius," Voldemort said meaningfully. "This is our first real meeting, although it may not be a good one." "It's not very good. I need the Philosopher's Stone to reshape my body, and you can help me with this," Voldemort said meaningfully. Harry's heart skipped a beat. Would Voldemort know where the Philosopher's Stone was? He shook his head complicatedly at Aaron, praying in his heart that he would not take a detour. Aaron smiled nonchalantly, and took out a red stone from his pocket under the stunned look of the other party. "You want this thing, don't you?" "Of course." Voldemort looked at the red gem in Aaron's hand through the mirror, his voice full of temptation. "Give it to me, I can give you everything you want." "Ha ha." Aaron smiled disdainfully. "I'm very sorry, I don't seem to want anything." "Or, you can't give me what I want." "Ha ha ha." Voldemort laughed. "As expected of Slytherin, you are ambitious just like me before." "Don't talk nonsense to me, everyone has ambition, just the difference is big or small." Aaron played with the Philosopher's Stone. "To be honest, I don't want to give this thing to you." "You will give it to me," Voldemort said calmly. "Didn't you say just now? You will be loyal to me and then become the third generation of the Dark Lord. Although this may be a lie you made up temporarily to cover up the truth, it can become true. You have the most noble and ancient bloodline in the magic world, and you are qualified to be my heir. I will do my best to train you." Quote, "I am a little shaken after hearing this." Aaron smiled embarrassedly, not caring about the anxiety on Harry's face, "but it seems a little insufficient to use this condition to exchange for my loyalty. I advise you not to be ungrateful." Professor Quirrell said viciously, "It is a great honor for you that Lord Voldemort can take a fancy to you." "Shut up, it's not your turn to speak," Voldemort said in a hoarse voice. Quirrell immediately shut his mouth with a guilty conscience, his face full of horror. "Reject my recruitment. Do you know the consequences of doing so?" "I know very well." After a few seconds of silence, Voldemort smiled again on his ferocious face. Sure enough, you were very similar to me back then, and you do have the capital to reject my recruitment. I have studied the 4 hidden families, and the results are shocking and incredible. Since the beginning of the Magic Age, no, perhaps even earlier, your family has existed at that time. Even pure blood families have glory and decline, but your family seems to have been developing steadily, and even the several grand wars that have swept the entire magic world for thousands of years have not affected you. But that is, these families who hardly care about the affairs of the wizarding world have huge privileges, but no one has questioned it, as if you are entitled to these powers. That's because we never abuse these privileges. Aaron said seriously. Never. Humph. Save this kind of nonsense for others. Voldemort sneered. I will find out what I should know sooner or later, but now, give me the Philosopher's Stone. Didn't I say it? I don't want to give it to you. Aaron said meaningfully, then turned to look at Harry, and put the Philosopher's Stone in Harry Potter's hand in front of Voldemort. Why? Harry held the Philosopher's Stone, but was extremely confused. Dumbledore chose you, he hopes you can protect the Philosopher's Stone. But I choose you. Harry Potter, you are more courageous than me, and you are also the one who least wants Voldemort to get the Philosopher's Stone. And I am good at keeping myself safe. Between life and the Philosopher's Stone, I will choose the former without hesitation. Aaron said seriously, not giving Harry a chance to refuse. Dumbledore put the Philosopher's Stone on him just to give Harry Potter an extra layer of insurance. As the heir of a hidden family, how could he not have some means to save his life? And once Voldemort hurt Aaron, he would inevitably face a powerful wizard family, which would be 100 benefits for Dumbledore. But he never thought that Aaron would put the Philosopher's Stone, which could attract the most firepower, in Harry Potter's hand. He didn't want this hot potato. If he didn't throw it away early, would he keep it for the winter? Aaron, you have lost a shortcut to heaven. Voldemort said with regret, and then looked at Harry Potter in the mirror. If you don't want to end up like your parents, give me the Philosopher's Stone. Don't even think about it. Harry staggered back a few steps. Only when Voldemort's eyes were focused on him did he know how difficult it was to talk to Voldemort on an equal footing like Aaron. Like your parents, they are as brave as you. They would rather die than surrender, but they still died. Give me the Philosopher's Stone, and I promise not to kill you, and even bring your parents back to life. Harry, don't let your mother die for you in vain. Harry hesitated for a moment, and then rushed to the stairs. Catch him, Voldemort shouted. Professor Quirrell immediately stretched out his right hand, but when he was about to cast a spell hit his arm and ended his spell. Run, you must run as hard as you can. Aaron shouted, I will buy you some time, but it won't be more than 10 seconds. Harry was moved to tears, looked back and rushed out of the room without hesitation. Do you think he can run away? Voldemort asked coldly. You should know how long these levels are. Who knows? Aaron spread his hands, and saw Quirrell took out his wand, and immediately became alert. I don't think you should waste time on me at this time. He can't run away. I'll take care of you first, then I'll kill Harry Potter, and then give the Philosopher's Stone to my master. More than enough time. Quote, just leave him alive and teach him a little lesson. Voldemort reminded, if he dies, we will be in a lot of trouble. It will not be good for us to deal with that family for the time being. As you command, Master. Wait a minute, Aaron said hurriedly, I never fight an uncertain battle. It should be too late for you to chase Harry now. What do you mean? Voldemort stepped forward and turned his face to Quirrell. You'd better explain it clearly, otherwise it won't be a lesson. Actually, I asked Abe to notify Hagrid before coming here. Calculating the time, he should be here. That giant, Voldemort sneered disdainfully, unless Dumbledore comes back from London, I'm not afraid of anyone at Hogwarts. Of course, with your ability, you can escape unscathed even if you encounter a college professor. But that's normal. Your current situation isn't much better. Complete control of Quirrell's body consumes your almost dry life force. How long can it last? Quote, it's enough to take down one giant. That's true, but Hagrid is shrewder than anyone else when he should be shrewd. He will not stay there stupidly and wait for the Dark Lord to go out and kill him. With his help, it wouldn't be that difficult to run away with Harry Potter, right? Quote, Voldemort was stunned for a moment, and quickly cast a spell on Aaron's forehead. Emerald green light flashed, Aaron rolled his eyes and fell to the ground very cooperatively. Voldemort quickly moved his face to the back of Quirrell's head. Hurry up and chase, we must not let Harry Potter escape. Yes, my master. Quirrell immediately rushed towards the stairs. After he left, Aaron, who was lying on the ground, quickly opened his eyes, with a faint smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. It can be said that he got away in a fool, but the fun has just begun. He rubbed his forehead and took out a brooch from his clothes. It was already covered with dense cracks. This one-time magic protective gear is obviously no longer usable. The Dark Lord has a great reputation, but he is a little too small-minded. Aaron looked at the brooch with some distress. He was really reluctant to use the tool that could resist the death curse. What Voldemort just used was not a death curse, and it would not even cause any harm. But that magic will cause him to have nightmares continuously for the next month, and Voldemort's terrifying and ferocious face will be the protagonist of the nightmare. It is conceivable that after the effect of this curse wears off, Voldemort will more or less become his psychological shadow. The next time you meet, you will subconsciously feel fear, and it will be much easier to conquer someone with fear. After putting away the brooch, Aaron walked out of the room in a hurry. At the same time, Hermione returned to the wizard chessboard and briefly explained the situation to Ron. Just as the two of them were hesitating whether to wait here for Aaron and Harry to come back or go back the way they came, a white figure suddenly jumped in from the entrance. "Abe," Hermione said in surprise. "Not just it, but both of us." Professor McGonagall walked in and said, followed by Professor Snape, who looked ashen as water. Both professors looked sloppier than usual, probably because they were forcibly awakened from sleep. "Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, why are you here?" Hermione was excited but also a little guilty. After all, they had been caught once for staying out at night, but this time it seemed to be more serious. They should be able to get the threshold for expulsion is reached. "Mr. Gaius asked Abe to send us a message, saying that Professor Quirrell wants to steal the Sorcerer's Stone, and that we should come to the trap door to have a look anyway." Professor McGonagall explained angrily, "But I didn't expect that you would be so brave. Even if you just break through the trap door, you would still go this far." "It's not that you don't believe us," Ron said, unconvinced. In his opinion, if Professor McGonagall believed them, they would never take such a big risk to do such a thing. "How can I trust you? You said Professor Snape would steal the Philosopher's Stone, but he is standing here just fine now." Quote. Hearing this, Snape's face became even uglier. "Professor McGonagall, I'm usually a bit strict with Gryffindors, but I didn't expect to attract such unwarranted suspicion. It's really heartbreaking." "Sorry, Professor Snape," Professor McGonagall said awkwardly. "I will ask them to write a 1,000-word examination later and give it to you. It is obviously irrational to doubt a school professor without any evidence." Quote. Snape snorted coldly, a little dissatisfied with this explanation. But Professor McGonagall has already said so. As the professor and dean of Hogwarts, she still has to give her face. "Didn't Aaron also suspect Professor Quirrell?" Ron said, a little unconvinced. "Does he have evidence? And why did you rush over after he just asked his pet to deliver a letter? Harry and I went to find you in person, but you turned a blind eye, which is unfair." Quote. Unfair. Professor McGonagall was stunned for a moment and explained, "It seems that you have misunderstood something. Aaron also had no evidence to prove that Professor Quirrell had evil intentions towards the Philosopher's Stone, but he made a deal with Dumbledore that he could call the two professors at once and be on call." Quote. Ron was stunned immediately, and Hermione was stunned for a while before she showed a look of realization. They finally understood why Aaron didn't want to enter the trap door, and why he was so confident that he could stop the mysterious man. The dean of the college can be said to be the strongest combat force in Hogwarts besides the principal. He can mobilize two deans at once, so there is nothing to be afraid of. The only problem is to determine the time when the mysterious man takes action. Only by seizing this opportunity can we achieve it once and for all. No wonder he is waiting at the door of the corridor tonight. So that's it. Hermione smiled coquettishly, feeling particularly complicated. Ron also responded, "But why didn't Aaron tell us earlier? In this case, we don't have to enter the trap door, and we don't have to go through so many complicated levels." Quote. Is it useful? Hermione rolled her eyes. He said that he was sure to prevent the mysterious person from getting the Sorcerer's Stone. We came here ourselves. He also urged us to go back more than once, but we ourselves were unwilling to leave. After breaking through the devil's net, he suggested that we wait where we were. We were worried that the mysterious person would take advantage of this time to get the magic stone and have to go to the next level. Quote. Ron's mouth twitched, as if that was indeed the case. They insisted on entering the trap, and Aaron stopped him, but instead of stopping him, he was dragged in by them instead. Does that mean we came here in vain? It's not in vain, you will let Gryffindor's few points drop another level. Professor Snape said coldly. What? Hermione and Ron's hearts suddenly became cold, and they couldn't accept it. They had already deducted 150 points from Gryffindor, which was already a historical record. If they had another round, they would really be embarrassed. Don't listen to his nonsense. At least your intentions are good. Professor McGonagall comforted him. If someone really wants to steal the Sorcerer's Stone, then your behavior tonight is not only not a fault, but also a merit. That's okay. Ron breathed a sigh of relief. But why Professor Quirrell? Hermione asked. He doesn't look like a brave person. We don't know if it's true or not, but it's always good to come and take a look. Professor McGonagall said. Don't talk about it yet. Professor Snape looked at the two of them with a stern face. Where are my students? Where is he with Harry Potter? Quote, if nothing else, it should be the last level. Hermione said awkwardly. The next level is the troll, but it seems to have been subdued in advance. As for the penultimate level designed by Professor Snape, Aaron passed it in 20 seconds. Quote, 20 seconds? Are you kidding me? I'm really not kidding. Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall were both stunned for a moment. They both thought that this level could slow down the two students, but now it seems that the plan still cannot keep up with the changes. It is a good thing to have an excellent student, but this student is so outstanding that it is embarrassing beyond the teacher's expectation. Snape took a deep breath, quickened his pace and ran towards the next door. Professor McGonagall was also worried. Granger, take Ron and get out of here quickly. If this is true, it could be dangerous here. There was a magic broom in the previous level that allowed you to fly out of the trapdoor. As for the three-headed dog, it's asleep now, so don't worry. Quote. But, no buts. You guys staying here are just a burden. We won't be allowed to be distracted next time. Hermione nodded and was about to help Ron leave. At this moment, Harry screamed and rushed out of the troll's room, almost bumping into Snape who had just walked to the door. You can't run away, Harry Potter. Professor Quirrell sneered, hand over the Philosopher's Stone. But when he rushed out of the room, his whole body felt bad, and a few black lines suddenly appeared on his pale face. Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall were both here, and he was seriously on the receiving end of a gun. Professor, help me. Harry was overjoyed, as if he had caught a ray of light in the darkness, and ran quickly behind Professor McGonagall. Are you okay, Mr. Potter? It's okay for now. Fortunately, you guys came in time. Where's Aaron? Snape asked. Harry hesitated, looking at Hermione and others who focused their attention on him, and lowered his head in shame. I don't know. How could you not know? Hermione couldn't help but ask, aren't you going to the next level together? Yes, we got the Philosopher's Stone in the Mirror of Arise. Dumbledore put the Philosopher's Stone in Aaron's pocket, and he handed it to me. Then in order to buy me time to escape, he chose to face Professor Quirrell alone. By the way, Professor Quirrell is now possessed by Voldemort, which is particularly scary. Quote. Hearing this, everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. Quirrell is here, which means that Aaron is in trouble. This is not true. Hermione staggered back a few steps, her eyes darkened, unable to accept this cruel fact. Hermione. Ron pursed his lips. Cheer up. How do I cheer up? If something happens to him, we must be at least half of the reason. Quote. Snape wasn't in a good mood either, but compared to these little wizards, he was used to big storms and calmed down quickly. What did you do to my student? You shouldn't ask me this question, Snape. Professor Quirrell said calmly. Voldemort did it himself. I didn't kill him. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded, and at the same time, a ferocious face changed from the back of Quirrell's head to the front. That little guy exceeded my expectations in both talent and character. I can't bear to part with such a good seedling. Moreover, I am very familiar with Dumbledore. I know his thoughts clearly and will not be fooled. I just didn't expect that he would be tricked by a young wizard. Gaius said he had informed Hagrid before coming, but he didn't expect it to be the two of you. But being able to deceive me with this little trick is also his ability. Quote, "What did you do to him?" Snape asked again. "It's nothing, I just put a small spell on him to make him sleepless for a month." Voldemort sneered. "Severus, I'll give you a chance. Abandon darkness and embrace light. Help me get the magic stone, Professor Snape won't help you." Aaron suddenly walked out and said, "I thought you guys could fight. This is the result. I'm really a little disappointed. What's wrong with you? How come I'm okay?" Aaron spread his hands. "I made enough preparations before coming here, including a letter informing the two professors, a music box to make the three-headed dog sleep, a blessing elixir to improve luck, and a life-saving medicine. Magic props that can withstand the full blow of the Grand Mage, and so on. As a result, most of them were used, and your magic spell had no effect on me at all. The situation now is obvious, 2 against 1, you are dead." Quote, "Really?" Voldemort sneered, and then gave Snape a meaningful look. "That's not necessarily the case." "No, you are really dead." Aaron glanced at the silent Professor Snape, thoughtfully. "Even if you have any backup plans, they won't be useful. Haven't you ever wondered why Hagrid isn't here?" Quote, "That giant." Voldemort was stunned for a moment, and an ominous premonition surged into his heart. Others don't have to come, but with Hagrid's concern for these 3 Gryffindors, he should and must be here. Could it be that? That's right. After knowing that Dumbledore left the school, I guessed that you were going to take action. Apart from being unable to keep secrets, Hagrid was pretty good in other aspects. I convinced him to help bring a message to Dumbledore. With Dumbledore's strength, as long as he went faster, half a day would be enough for him to return to Hogwarts. I think Voldemort in his current state should not be a match for the White Devil in his heyday." Quote, Voldemort was silent for a long time, and silently turned his face to Quirrell's front, using his limited life and physical strength to completely control this body. He loosened his muscles and bones, and the joints of his body made a click sound, and then took out Quirrell's wand. This is a 9-inch long alder wand with a unicorn feather as the core. Although it is not very suitable for Voldemort's identity and is not very handy, it can only be used at this time. Aaron also took advantage of this time to hide behind the 2 professors and joined Harry and others. "Aaron, I really admire you more and more. I never thought that Dumbledore would come back early." Voldemort sneered, "But for me, things have not reached the end of the road yet. As long as I get the Philosopher's Stone before he comes back, the upper limit of this body can only make me reach the strength of a great wizard at most. It is a bit difficult to face 2 professors, but it may not be impossible. Then you do your best. As long as you can defeat the 2 professors of Hogwarts, we will offer you the Philosopher's Stone with both hands. I hope you can do what you say." Voldemort grinned and took the initiative to attack. Although his physical condition was extremely poor and his strength was only 1/10 of his, a lean camel was still a camel, and he would not lose out when fighting 1 against 2. The green spell and the 2 red spells kept colliding with each other, making a deafening sound, and the broken chess pieces on the chessboard continued to spread around under the impact of magic. Aaron watched with interest this battle that at least a wizard could join. It's not about learning from each other's strengths and weaknesses. He is confident that he can reach this level in a short time. He just wants to expand his horizons. "Aaron." Harry was not in the mood to watch the battle. He just said anxiously, "What nonsense did you just say? How can you hand over the Philosopher's Stone to Voldemort?" "I said this for our safety. Voldemort is so arrogant that he will not attack us before he gets rid of the 2 professors, but we still have to be prepared. Besides, if even the 2 professors combined can't beat him, we can't keep the Philosopher's Stone alone. Either hand it over to save your life, or he kills us and finds the Philosopher's Stone from our bodies. One is no loss and no gain, the other is a total loss. Which one do you choose?" "I would rather die than surrender," Harry said indignantly. "Well said." Aaron raised a thumbs up, and then tapped the wand lightly, and the Philosopher's Stone in Harry's hand flew to his hand. Before Harry could react, he continued, "I admire your courage very much. You can take your life lightly. It's extraordinary courage. But just because you don't want to live doesn't mean I don't want to live. Voldemort may not let you go, but the three of us are different from you and have a chance to survive." Hearing this, Harry's expression was a little struggling. He and Voldemort are mortal enemies. Only one of them can survive, but he doesn't want to implicate others because of his own reasons. "Do you feel particularly entangled?" Aaron saw his complex expression and teased, "I admit that you have a strong sense of justice and are a well-deserved Gryffindor. But I must remind you that not taking your life seriously is not bravery, but pure recklessness. Only by being alive can you have a chance to turn the tables. If you die, there will be nothing left. I am different from you. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I will not fight to the death, let alone fight against the stone with an egg. If you want to die to prove your will, then go by yourself, and don't take me with you." "How about we run now?" Hermione suggested. "I agree. We should have left here long ago." Ron added, "As long as we hold on until Dumbledore comes back, everything will be fine." "Huh, that's a good idea. But a friendly reminder, you must be extra careful when you leave, and you must be fast. But this is a bit difficult for us, after all, there is a wounded person here." "You mean Voldemort might not let us leave?" Hermione said with a grim look. "Not possible, but certain. Although he is still fighting with the two professors, he has also divided some of his attention on us. If there is any movement, he will probably risk getting injured to leave us behind. Because as long as he gets the Philosopher's Stone, he can reshape his body. It doesn't matter to him what Quirrell's body is like." The three looked at each other, and Harry also lowered his head in resignation, but his clenched fist still showed his unwillingness. "Can we really only watch like this? We are also wizards, and we can help the professors." "Forget it." Aaron poured a bucket of cold water on him mercilessly. Harry's expression stagnated. "Am I wrong?" "It seems. Not quite right." Hermione shook her head. "Why?" Hermione hesitated and said nothing. Ron also opened his mouth, with an awkward expression, and turned his face away silently. Aaron smiled playfully, then patted his shoulder and turned his head away. "Take a good look, is this a battle you can join? Tell me, what level are you at now? I should be almost an intermediate wizard." Harry also reacted and said a little embarrassedly. "Then please have some self-knowledge, okay? At your level, even a sneak attack from behind probably won't have much effect, not to mention there's no chance for a sneak attack now. In the battle between the three of them, you three wizards who don't even have much control over offensive spells are just cannon fodder, and the aftermath of the spells can knock you away." Quote. "What about you?" Harry asked hopefully. "Me." Aaron smiled mockingly. "I'm a little better than you, I'm just a bigger cannon fodder." "Does that mean we can only watch here?" Hermione asked unwillingly. "No," Aaron said meaningfully, "you can also pray that Dumbledore will come back as soon as possible." After finishing speaking, Aaron found a place to sit and continued to pay attention to the wizard duel on the chessboard. At this time, Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape were a little overwhelmed. After all, his opponent is the famous Dark Lord. Although his strength is greatly reduced now, if he squeezes out his vitality regardless of the consequences and fights without his life, then his opponent will have to fight hard to have a chance to win. But the problem is that neither Professor McGonagall nor Professor Snape dare to fight hard at this time. If only they had the courage to fight, they might lose their lives. But there are 4 young wizards behind them, and the 2 of them must retain some of their strength to make some plans, at least to have the strength to protect these students. Voldemort laughed triumphantly, chanting an obscure spell in his mouth, and with one wave of his wand, he fired out a deadly dark green light. The 2 professors raised their wands in tacit agreement, and hastily released 2 magic spells, one red and one white, to barely compete with the green light. The 3 magic spells collided fiercely in midair, advancing and retreating like a tug of war, and they were in a stalemate for a while. Ahem. Voldemort suddenly looked ferocious and coughed out a mouthful of black blood. The green light was immediately suppressed by the red and white beams. He immediately adjusted his condition, suppressed the injury, increased the intensity of delivering magic power into the wand, and pushed the magic spell back to its previous position. The stalemate continued, and the green curse gradually gained the upper hand, at the cost of Quirrell's body aging at a rate visible to the naked eye. The 2 professors also felt uncomfortable. Their faces were pale and their foreheads were covered with cold sweat. "Almost," Aaron murmured and stood up. "What's almost done?" Harry asked confused. The time is almost here and we can be the straw that breaks the camel's back, Aaron said. Hearing this, Voldemort couldn't help laughing. You can try it. Don't mess around, Professor McGonagall reminded. You are too weak. This is not something you can interfere with. You're right, Snape said with an expression on his face. Don't worry, I'm certain. No, Snape said immediately. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have some talent. Voldemort's power is beyond your imagination. He can kill you with one hand. Quote, I know, that's why I waited until now. Aaron threw the red gem in his hand and threw it towards Voldemort under the surprised eyes of everyone. The Sorcerer's Stone cut through the air and hit Voldemort's head at an extremely fast speed. The other party was also a little confused by this sudden surprise, but he quickly reacted. While raising the corners of his mouth, he controlled the wand with one hand to resist the two professors, and quickly opened his other hand. The speed of the Sorcerer's Stone slowed down instantly and flew towards Voldemort's hand. This is your method. The corner of Harry's mouth twitched. It's really terrible. Is it too late for us to escape now? Ron asked anxiously. Don't worry, let the magic stone fly for a while first. As the words fell, a roar came from the ceiling. A white shadow flew down, and when Voldemort was about to grab the Sorcerer's Stone, a claw struck him hard on the back. Boom! The impact was unexpected. Voldemort had no idea that someone would attack from behind, and it was successful. Not only did he fail to capture the Philosopher's Stone, but the continuous output of magic power was also interrupted. The two professors' spells instantly overpowered Voldemort's death curse and hit him. Ah! Voldemort screamed, and the severe pain made his whole body tremble. Also screaming with him was Quirrell's face, which had been moved to the back of his head, but it was much more miserable than Voldemort's. His face was hideous, and his mouth and nose were bleeding. Voldemort just felt the pain for a moment, and then his condition dropped a few levels again, and he could abandon this body at any time. But as the owner of the body, Professor Quirrell will suffer this irreversible damage until death. Master, I can't hold on any longer. Professor Quirrell was incoherent and his words were intermittent, exactly the same as the persona he usually pretended to be. But this time it's not pretending, it's real. Shut up, you loser. Fortunately, you were still behind and didn't even notice the sneak attack. Voldemort cursed angrily, and then turned his attention to the figure that sneaked up on him. Not just him, everyone looked at the white figure hovering in midair in astonishment. Is that a dragon? Hermione murmured. It should be. Ron swallowed. My brother sent some photos before, and it is very similar to some juvenile dragons, but this is too cool. I'm sure that even Charlie has never seen a dragon that is whiter and more sacred than a unicorn. Quote, come over. Aaron waved, and the young dragon flew down in midair. As it fell, its body quickly shrunk and turned into the shape of Abe, with a bright red gem in its mouth. Be good, you did a good job. I'll reward you with a turkey when you get back. Aaron patted its dragon head, and then took off the magic stone. It's you. When Voldemort saw Abe, he remembered that he had been kicked violently by him in the Forbidden Forest. He was so angry that he wanted to kill him immediately. But now he is injured more and more, and his condition can no longer be described as poor. Quirrell's body has entered the countdown to decay. No matter how much he hates him, he can't take revenge. Moreover, after calming down, he is a little curious about this dragon. In the wizarding world, dragons are the pinnacle of magical animals, powerful but rare. This does not mean that there is no chance to see it, but it is the first time for him to see a dragon that has never appeared before and can freely control its size. It is definitely the only one. Isn't that it? Doesn't it look particularly familiar? Aaron joked. Originally, I thought there was no need for Abe to take action, but your strength forced me to do so. Fortunately, I succeeded. Quote, HMPH. This is not luck. Your timing is very precise. Using the magic stone as bait, I can't refuse. Voldemort looked at Abe, who was completely different from the majestic and domineering figure just now. What kind of creature is that? You have been in school for more than half a year. If you were a dragon, you shouldn't have only grown to the size you were just now. Quote, as expected of the Dark Lord, he can discover the key points at once. Aaron also knew that with so many people here, Abe's identity must not be hidden. After thinking for a while, he pretended to explain, it's normal that you don't know. It is one of the inheritances of our family, but it happened to be hatched in my generation. It only recognizes the blood of my family, but it grows very slowly. Quote. That's such an honor, Voldemort said with a gloomy smile. Being able to see such a creature before this body is destroyed, it is considered a worthwhile trip. After the words fell, Quirrell, who was sitting on the back of his head, immediately panicked. Master, you can't give up on me. I am your most loyal slave. Shut up. The Dark Lord would not abandon his loyal servant. Voldemort said coldly, it's not that I have never failed, but I will never die. I may give you new life when I return. Quote. Thank you, Master, thank you. Quirrell burst into tears of gratitude, but soon closed his eyes. After he closed his eyes, the back of his head turned into black particles and dissipated into the air, leaving only the front half of his head controlled by Voldemort. Hiss. It's so miserable. Aaron took a breath, and Harry and the three of them opened their mouths in shock. Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape were relatively calm. After all, age matters here, as does their mental quality. Leverage. Death was just a relief to him. It was Quirinus Quirrell's honor to lay down his life for the great Dark Lord. Voldemort said calmly, maybe you will agree with this when you surrender to me in the future. Quote. Aaron. Gone. A generous gift, Crabbe. Even now, you still don't let me go. How could I be worthy enough to make the Dark Lord care about me so much? Actually, Harry Potter is better than me, and I can't surrender to you. So, you'd better focus on him. Quote. The corner of Harry's mouth twitched suddenly, and he looked at Aaron blankly, his eyes extremely resentful. You don't need to remind me, I never planned to let him go. Voldemort said angrily, believe me, time will prove everything. In the future, you will find that becoming my heir is your best choice. Quote. Aaron pondered for a while, looked at the backs of the two professors, and said, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, I want to ask you a favor. Let him breathe later and I will send him on his way myself. Quote. This isn't appropriate, Professor McGonagall said speechlessly. Although thanks to Aaron, Voldemort suffered a full blow from him and Snape, which made his body on the verge of collapse even worse, and a weight was added to the balance of victory. But it is not allowed for a 12-year-old student to kill someone, even if the person being killed is the evil Dark Lord. Professor Snape chose silence and said nothing. Severus, let him do it. Voldemort laughed loudly. The second-generation Dark Lord came to power, and he is worthy of being my chosen successor. What the hell? Aaron couldn't help but cursed. He originally just wanted to follow the two professors and pick up heads at the last moment, but now he suddenly had the urge to grab heads. I'm not going to inherit such a huge family fortune, so I have to follow you and stand on the opposite side of the magic world. You can obviously win, but you have to take a narrow path and become a black terror in the magical world. Unless he was out of his mind, he would not choose this path to kill Harry Potter. Are you sure? Professor Snape frowned. It's not your turn to teach me how to do things, I know exactly what I'm talking about. Voldemort roared. Harry Potter spent his parents' lives becoming a celebrity in the wizarding world. But he gained my recognition based on his confidence, wisdom and courage. Quote. Understood. Snape, I don't agree with this, Aaron is just a 12-year-old kid. Quote. Professor McGonagall, his time is running out. Snape said calmly, Voldemort is a tycoon in the wizarding world, and we should respect his wishes before his death. And, this is what Aaron meant too. Quote. No, he is also my student. He should not be exposed to these things at a young age. Don't forget his origins. It would be a good thing for him to be exposed to these things earlier. Professor McGonagall immediately retorted speechlessly. Voldemort would come back sooner or later, and the entire magical world would be in turmoil. Those well-known wizarding families were the ones he wanted to conquer. Aaron is the sole heir of the Gaius family and will face this sooner or later. Have you discussed it yet? Voldemort asked impatiently. Let's start after discussing it. I will use your embarrassed appearance to prove the power of black magic. Avada Kedavra. Green light flashed from Quirrell's wand, and Snape and Professor McGonagall immediately waved their wands to fight back. The two white rays of light merged together, became thicker, and collided with the green death curse. Boom. After a long time, the magic spread out from the midpoint of the collision of the magic spell. The shock wave splashed fragments on the ground, and flying dust filled the entire room. Aaron and others who were watching the battle only vaguely heard the sound of a few heavy objects falling to the ground. "Professor, are you okay?" Harry asked anxiously. However, a shaky figure came out of the dust. The weak Voldemort gave several people a terrifying smile, and then turned his attention to Aaron. Hey, don't look at me like that, I'm scared." "I can't see how you look scared," Voldemort said hoarsely. "Look at them all trembling, they don't even have the courage to look at me. But you are different, you have 2 wands in your sleeves ready to go, which is nice. You want to kill me, it's easy, you can do it easily." Quote, "Madman." Aaron stopped pretending and took out 2 wands. "You only have the strength to wait for death, otherwise I will run faster than anyone else. Sure enough, you are just like me when I was young." "Don't be ridiculous, I'm not the same as you," Aaron retorted. "It's your biggest mistake to think of me as an idiot like you. Any last words?" Quote, "Dumbledore can't give you what you want. I'm waiting for you to come to me." Chapter 91. Aha! The black wand passed across Voldemort's neck. A flash of silver light disappeared, followed immediately by a red and black blood line. Voldemort left a meaningful smile, and his body dissipated like sand, leaving only a piece of tattered clothes. Phew, Aaron took a deep breath. "It's over." "Is he dead?" Harry asked bravely. "Probably." Aaron wiped the sweat from his forehead with slightly trembling hands and sat on the floor exhausted. After all, it was his first time to kill someone. Although the person he was killed was heinous and wanted to do evil to him, he was obviously not mentally prepared enough. "It was so exciting when I started it. After planning for so long, I finally succeeded." But after taking action, he felt a wave of fear and nausea. After all, Voldemort's end was too miserable, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a corpse. This left a little psychological shadow on him. "This is too cruel." Hermione looked at the pile of debris on the ground and couldn't help but frown. "You have to recognize the reality. If I hadn't done anything just now, we would have been the ones who died." Aaron said slowly. His voice was low, but his attitude was quite firm. "You're right." A hoarse voice came from the debris, and strands of black energy condensed together, forming an illusory and terrifying black shadow floating in midair. "None of this will kill you." Quote, Aaron immediately trembled, and the 3 of them following Harry retreated toward the corner tremblingly. "No, you've already killed me once. I'm weak, worse than a ghost, but I don't die that easily." The shadow looked at Aaron with red eyes. "How does it feel like killing someone for the first time?" "Isn't it particularly wonderful? Makes you unable to extricate yourself." Quote, "Gulu." Aaron swallowed. "No, I just don't want to try it a second time." "That's not necessarily the case. Dumbledore will be back soon," Harry said anxiously, threateningly. "If I were you, I'd get out of here." "You're right, I can't exist in my current situation for long, but I can give you a gift before I leave," Voldemort said meaningfully, and then quickly rushed towards the 4 of them. The combination of a body made of black mist, red eyes, and a featureless face looming under the firelight cast a haze over the hearts of several people. "The flames are blazing." Aaron made a prompt decision, waved his wand, and created a ball of fire. But the black shadow passed through the flames without any hindrance, bypassed Abe who was blocking the front and passed through his chest. Aaron's vision went dark, he felt like the world was spinning, and he gradually closed his eyes. When he fell down, he vaguely saw 3 Gryffindors who were still standing with frightened expressions on their faces. He couldn't help but feel a little tight in his chest. Why was I the only one injured? ... 1 day later, Aaron blinked and saw a somewhat familiar ceiling and floor-to-ceiling windows. The sun shines through the window onto the open space in front of his bed, and a cute, neatly dressed creature is napping on his right side. "Still alive, it seems I'm lucky." "Of course you're lucky." Snape's voice came from the right. "You were just a little frightened, but you got a sweet dream in exchange." "Professor, why are you here?" Aaron turned his head, but soon fell into a state of confusion. Snape was not here to visit him. He was also lying on the hospital bed, but his condition was not that good. One of his arms was wrapped in a thick bandage, which made his face look even grimmer. "Are you injured? What do you think?" Snape asked. "Voldemort is a strong man on the same level as Dumbledore." Under normal circumstances, we are not his opponent at all. He used Quirrell's body to exert part of his strength, and even squeezed out his life. He fought us face to face with a do-or-die attitude, and it was good to win miserably. Quote. The corner of Aaron's mouth twitched, and he was speechless. A tragic victory. Was that a tragic victory? When we were cornered by Voldemort, you and Professor McGonagall didn't move at all, and we probably fainted. If it was a tragic victory, it was also a tragic victory for Voldemort. Dragging his half-dead body, he managed to win against the two deans. Although he also entered the countdown to death later, and there was absolutely no way to save him, otherwise he would never let go of the opportunity to snatch the magic stone. There seems to be something wrong with your expression. Are you questioning what I said? Quote. No, absolutely not. It's just, Professor, are you sure it was a crushing victory, not a narrow defeat? Quote. Of course it was a miserable victory. Although we lost consciousness, the final magic also separated his spirit body. There is no threat. Otherwise, do you think you can still be alive? Quote. Aaron read the pleasure of revenge from Snape's stern expression, and saw that he was particularly happy in his heart, so he reluctantly admitted the answer. Where is Professor McGonagall? Is she okay? I'm here. The voice came from Aaron's left. He turned his head subconsciously and saw Professor McGonagall, who had a bandage on his right arm like Snape. Professor McGonagall, it seems that you are also seriously injured. It's just that the hand holding the wand is slightly injured, but Madame Pomfrey obviously doesn't think so. She thinks we need to rest for 2 days. Professor Snape is probably almost recovered. Quote. Then why are you still lying here? Are you taking up a bed? In the infirmary, you have to listen to the doctor. And being hospitalized is not without benefits. The official business of Gryffindor and Slytherin colleges has been temporarily handed over to the headmaster for handling. It's rare to relax a little, Professor McGonagall said as she sat up, took a newspaper from the table, and read it with relish. Only then did Aaron notice that the table next to the two deans was piled with gifts, chocolates, famous wines, and flowers. But there were only a few bouquets of flowers on his table, and nothing else. It hurts. It hurts so much. Although I am not as popular as you, the difference can't be so big. What did you say? Snape sneered. In fact, you are more popular than us. Students, teachers, and staff from 4 colleges have come to see you. The 2 of us are actually more like byproducts. But who asked you to raise a pet with a huge appetite? Even dragons are not as greedy as it. Quote. Aaron heard this and looked at the dozing Abe thoughtfully. Then he pressed the faucet hard to wake Abe from his sleep. The holy dragon, whose sweet dream was interrupted, got up in a bad mood and flapped its claws to slap Aaron's palm away. Just when it was grinning and ready to roar, it saw its master's unfriendly face. Abe's face changed instantly, pretending to be silly and cute, and jumped directly into Aaron's arms, rubbing his chest with his dragon face. The magical animals raised by Hagrid are not exaggerated. Snape sighed. Stop it, get down. Aaron grabbed Abe and put it in front of him, then pointed to the table with only flowers left. Don't tell me that all the edible things were eaten by you. I don't feel sorry for those gifts, I just simply think that you didn't leave any for your master. Quote. Abe was stunned for a moment, then stretched out his paw and began to take things out of his pocket. Chocolate, fruit, candy, and all kinds of snacks were placed on the table by it, and soon a small mountain was piled up, which was more than the 2 professors combined. This. Aaron was stunned for a while, chuckled and patted its head. That's right. Sensible. Traceless extension charm. Professor McGonagall opened her mouth in surprise. You actually used this kind of spell on a pet's clothes. It's not an ordinary pet. Aaron smiled and stroked the dragon. It's my family, it has been with me since it hatched from the egg. My parents like it very much, and they prepared a lot of things for it, even the recipes are specially made. Quote. Aaron, what kind of creature is it? Professor McGonagall asked seriously. This. Can I not tell you? No, you may not know that Hagrid was expelled from Hogwarts because he raised a magical animal. Professor McGonagall said earnestly. I don't mean anything else, I just hope you understand the seriousness of the matter. But Abe is different, Aaron said with reason. If it hadn't attacked Voldemort at the critical moment, you and Professor Snape might not have just injured an arm. In other words, it indirectly helped you, and even saved you. Quote. Professor McGonagall opened her mouth, looked at the white pet in Aaron's arms, and was speechless to refute. This magical animal that looked like a dragon sent them a letter and helped them a lot in the battle. To put it in a big way, it was even one of the main contributors to preventing Voldemort from resurrecting. If the crisis was over and she insisted on its identity, Professor McGonagall herself would feel a little embarrassed. In fact, we don't want to embarrass you, and we can pretend that we don't know anything. Snape looked at Aaron deeply, but Dumbledore already knows. He is the headmaster of Hogwarts, and he has the responsibility to find out the identity of this magical animal and its harm, so you have to give him an explanation. Quote. In the afternoon, Aaron walked out of the infirmary with 2 college professors. It's just that Madame Pomfrey's face was not very good when she left. From her professional point of view as a doctor, although these 3 patients seemed to have fully recovered, their mental state was obviously not very good, and they needed to be nursed back to health for a day or 2. The destination of the 3 of them was clear: Dumbledore's principal's office. Aaron walked between the 2 professors, holding a cute white pet in his arms. He looked like a rich young man. Although he was, Aaron only felt particularly embarrassed at this moment. Because neither professor's eyes left Abe in his arms, in comparison, the status of the pet was even higher than that of his owner. 2 professors, really not. Although Abe is a magical animal, it's not like you haven't seen it before. Aaron said with some embarrassment, you don't need to follow me. It's not like I haven't been to the principal's office before. Quote. I used to only think of Abe as a naughty and cute cat. Professor McGonagall said with a smile, I even fed it snacks. Can you imagine how excited I was after learning that it was a magical animal? Not everyone can be friends with magical animals like Hagrid, because he is very patient with magical animals, and the feelings he cultivated since childhood allowed him to gain incredible friendships. But even Hagrid has never truly tamed a dragon, but you actually raised a dragon majestically by your side and made it docile. Quote. Professor McGonagall, it's too early for you to define it as a dragon in such a hurry. Dragons don't know how to control their size, and dragons aren't so obedient. Professor Snape said meaningfully, you'd better make sure it's not harmful and won't suddenly explode and hurt anyone, otherwise it won't be as simple as sending it home. Hagrid was expelled from school for raising a terrifying magical animal during his school days, which still lives in the Forbidden Forest. You also know that the dragon that had just hatched was sent to Romania, so think about how to explain it for a while, otherwise the consequences will be difficult to predict. Quote. Aaron paused slightly, and then sighed, thank you for your concern, Professor. But I guess I probably don't need any explanation. Quote. No, you must not think that. The smile on Professor McGonagall's face instantly faded. Dumbledore is a kind principal, but because of this you have to explain it clearly to him so that he can understand. But you don't have to worry too much. Abel is the hero after all. Professor Snape and I will speak for you. The worst result is that you can't keep it in school, and you won't be severely punished. Quote. The corner of Aaron's mouth twitched. Isn't it punishment if he can't raise it? But thinking about the guarantee letter he had prepared, Aaron put his heart in his stomach again. To be honest, he didn't want to be exposed so early. Keeping a low profile as much as possible and developing steadily is the right path for him now. But if Dumbledore really grasps Abe's identity as a magical animal, then he will have no choice but to take out his dragon breeding license. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was raising a holy dragon that had never been seen before and could even cause shock in the magic world. It was necessary to prepare for a rainy day. When they arrived on the 5th floor, the 3 met Harry Potter. Aaron, there are 2 professors. Harry expressed surprise, you have recovered. There was nothing serious about us in the first place. It was Madame Pomfrey who made a fuss out of a molehill. Aaron said very speechlessly. He doesn't like to deal with doctors, because patients have to listen to doctors regardless of their identity, status, willingness or not. You all lost consciousness at the time, which made us all anxious. Fortunately, Dumbledore came back in time, otherwise we really don't know what to do. Quote. Aaron opened his mouth, not knowing how to refute. He has worked so hard to plan and prepare so much. Both professors were almost defeated, and he himself was severely punished by the Dark Lord. In the end, everything ended and Dumbledore came back. How could this be called timely? Generally speaking, those who showed up when the dust settled were either there to pick peaches or to wash the floor, and Dumbledore was obviously the latter. Where are you going? The principal's office. Dumbledore wants to talk to me about something. Harry nodded thoughtfully, not thinking of Abe's problem. In his opinion, Dumbledore probably just wanted to find out what happened last night. After all, the matter was relatively big and it was the principal's responsibility to find out. Professor Snape. Harry turned his attention to Snape, who had a calm face, and bowed sincerely. I'm sorry, I should apologize to you. I may have some bad suspicions about you because of some personal subjective wishes. Quote. Snape stared at Harry's pupils, was silent for a while, then turned his face away, and walked past him on his own. Don't worry, Harry, Professor McGonagall explained. Professor Snape is like this, he is not good at expressing his feelings in words. But I can see that he has forgiven you, or that he has never blamed you. Quote. Harry was a little suspicious. After all, he didn't see it at all. And he instinctively felt that Snape's attitude towards him would not change even a little bit because of this apology, and he would continue to target him in different ways as before. By the way, Professor McGonagall, do you know the relationship between Professor Snape and my parents? Harry asked curiously. Professor McGonagall was stunned for a moment and shook her head slightly. I don't know. Okay. Harry looked at Aaron again. There's something you need to know. All the teachers and students in the school seem to know that we broke into the trapdoor last night. We certainly didn't tell anyone, but the secret spread like wildfire. Quote. What? Aaron frowned, looking confused. Several suspects quickly flashed through his mind, and he finally settled on the smiling Dumbledore. They were the only ones who knew about this matter. Although Hagrid couldn't keep it a secret, it was impossible for it to be leaked so quickly, and it was impossible for everyone to know it in one day. There was only the principal in the entire Hogwarts. Have this ability. Aaron's face didn't look very good. He didn't know what benefit Dumbledore would do to him, but he was sure it would not do him any good. Originally, he was just an excellent Slytherin with a certain reputation, but it still fit his personality. But now he has become famous, which will bring him into the eyes of many people early. Let's go, Aaron, Professor McGonagall reminded. Good professor. A few minutes later, the three of them arrived at the door of the principal's office. Snape knocked on the door, and the voice of, "Please come in," came from the office. When he opened the door, Aaron couldn't help but pat his forehead, because next to Dumbledore stood a giant who couldn't stop smiling, Rubeus Hagrid. He was smiling as happily as a child weighing several hundred pounds. Hagrid has always wanted to know what kind of magical animal Abe is, but because he has offended Aaron several times before, he has been embarrassed to ask. Today, he finally got his wish. Good afternoon, Aaron, said Dumbledore. Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore. Aaron sat on a chair very familiarly. Professor, did you call me here to return my potion to me? Dumbledore smiled awkwardly and took out a bottle of potion from the drawer. Take it. It's safe now. But I still want to remind you, don't let others know that you have such a bottle of potion, otherwise your situation will be very dangerous. Quote. Aaron couldn't wait to put away the bottle of resurrection potion. His personal panel had proven that it was genuine, so he was not worried at all about what Dumbledore would do. Feeling that his second life was back, Aaron instantly felt extremely safe. Then let's talk about other things. Dumbledore cut to the chase. I briefly learned about your plan and everything that happened under the trapdoor from Harry and the others. He is shrewd, assesses the situation, protects himself wisely, and wins first, but at the same time he also shows sufficient responsibility and responsibility. You are a perfect Slytherin, no wonder Voldemort likes you so much. Quote. Actually, it's not that exaggerated. It's true, Aaron. Even I have to admit that I was far less good than you when I was your age. Dumbledore praised, then turned his attention to Abe, and was stunned for a moment in surprise. I saw Abe staring at Fox perched on the golden branch with bright eyes, saliva slipping from the corner of his mouth. This time he was sure that Abe was indeed quite interested in Phoenix. But is this too exaggerated? I actually want to eat a phoenix. How much have I drunk? Aaron, is it a dragon? Hagrid asked expectantly. Although in some ways Abe has nothing to do with dragons, he has raised so many magical animals and has a certain intuition in this regard. Aaron hesitated for a while before reluctantly nodding. A dragon, a special dragon. But it's not mutation, nor is it hybridization. If I must say it, my Abe is the only and most noble existence among dragons. Quote. After the words fell, 4 pairs of curious and surprised eyes fell on Abe, which made Aaron feel a little unhappy and subconsciously hugged the pet in his arms tightly. Don't be nervous, Aaron. Dumbledore smiled. We won't do anything to it. After all, its performance last night was really great and even played a decisive role. If it weren't for it, Professors Snape and McGonagall might have suffered more than just minor injuries. Hogwarts can't afford to lose 2 professors, let alone 2 deans, so it deserves a lot of credit. Quote. Thank you for the compliment. But the credit is clear. Dumbledore changed his subject. We must admit that you defended Hogwarts and even prevented a possible catastrophe. But it's a fact that you brought a magical animal to this magic school, so you have to accept some punishment. I came up with a good idea, which gives me credit but also my fault. The merits and demerits balance out. You can raise it, but it cannot appear in school from the next semester. What do you think? Quote. Aaron frowned, always feeling that the words, the merits outweigh the faults, were full of profound meaning. Professor, I would like to ask, how is my credit calculated? Dumbledore crossed his fingers and put his hands on his desk, making a serious look. The credit is the score of the house. The 3 Gryffindors, Harry, Hermione, and Ron, performed well last night. I will give them some encouragement. Of course you do too, and your reward is even greater because you deserve it. Quote. Oh, Aaron suddenly realized that the only thing that could be related to scores was the Academy Cup. Gryffindor is second to last, a few points ahead of Hufflepuff, and Slytherin's victory is already certain. But if due to some major incident Gryffindor's points skyrocketed, even exceeding the 150 points deducted by Harry and the others, then the gap would be infinitely reduced. Unless Slytherin can also improve the corresponding points, it is not impossible to be overtaken. But why did Dumbledore do this? Could it be that Slytherin had won the Academy Cup for 6 consecutive years, which even an old wizard from Gryffindor couldn't bear to stand? This possibility cannot be ruled out, but it is very unlikely. The Academy Cup is an honor, but if it were not for the system tasks, Aaron would not even look down on this meaningless honor, let alone Dumbledore, the greatest white magician of this century. Thinking of this, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in Aaron's mind. Dumbledore was indeed for Gryffindor, more specifically for the 3 wizards of Gryffindor, and even more specifically for Harry Potter. Using the honor of the Academy Cup can really encourage him to the greatest extent and make this boy who is relatively unfamiliar with the wizarding world more confident, especially in his first year of school. He defeated Slytherin, who had won the Academy Cup for 6 consecutive years. There is no one else. He, the Slytherin, is favored by the Dark Lord, while Harry Potter, the Gryffindor, is favored by the White Lord. Okay, I figured something out. Aaron rubbed his temples, and then said in a solemn tone, but I'm sorry, I don't want to give up on this Academy Cup yet. Dumbledore was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Aaron to see through his intentions. Snape frowned slightly. When Aaron said this, he also thought of Dumbledore's purpose. To be honest, he wasn't very interested in the House Cup, but he was very interested in defeating Gryffindor and suppressing Harry Potter. If Gryffindor were to back up Slytherin because of Harry and others, he might be depressed for a while this summer. Professor McGonagall felt like it was pie in the sky. Although Aaron did not agree, this was only temporary. Unless he could convince Dumbledore that he was justified in keeping this magical creature, which was obviously impossible. Let's talk about my fault. Professor Dumbledore, Aaron said meaningfully, and then glanced at Fox perched on a golden branch. If it is wrong to raise a magical animal, it seems that except for me, and someone at Hogwarts raised a magical animal. Principal Dumbledore, you can't have such double standards. Quote. I'm the principal. Can the principal be nobler than the students? Or does the headmaster not have to abide by the rules and regulations of Hogwarts? Aaron asked back, and I remember that it doesn't seem to say in the school rules that you are not allowed to keep magical animals, right? Quote. It's not written, Dumbledore said solemnly, but dangerous animals are not allowed to be kept, such as dragons or thunderbirds. They can cause a lot of damage just by sneezing. There are too many people in the school, and most of them are not very strong. What if there is an accident? Our authority Hagrid may have a better say in this regard. He once raised an acromantula, and the result was obviously that he was severely punished. Quote. Hagrid lowered his head slightly and whispered in frustration, Aragog is innocent and has nothing to do with the so-called secret room. But you can't deny its danger, it is ferocious by nature, and its instinct is to feed on humans. Even if it listens to you, Hagrid, you can't guarantee that it will want to change its taste one day, have a toothpaste or something. Quote. Well, I can guarantee that my Abe is safe, Aaron said. It's a pity. Dumbledore shook his head. Hagrid thought so too at first, but this kind of unfounded guarantee is not convincing at all. And a safe magical animal will not suddenly become so big, let alone attack a dark wizard who can panic the wizarding world. Aaron, your pet is more powerful and more dangerous than you think. Quote. Professor, with all due respect, if Abe is really like you said, how should you explain Fox? The phoenix is a powerful magical creature. It is very magical. Many wizards who have seen a dragon may not have seen a phoenix. Quote. Yes, Dumbledore nodded. The phoenix is very powerful, I don't deny it. But the reason why I can keep it is because I have tamed it, it listens to me and will not hurt others. Many people can prove this. Sir Merlin, the Ministry of Magic, and the International Federation of Wizards can vouch for me. They all believe that I have this ability. Quote. That means that as long as someone can vouch for me, I can also support Abe. Aaron asked meaningfully. You can say that. However, the guarantor cannot be too casual and needs to have sufficient authority. If it's your parents, don't mention it. Their status may be very noble, but they need to avoid suspicion in this matter. Quote. Aaron let out a long sigh. He was very glad that he had made adequate preparations before coming to school, otherwise he would have been caught off guard. Who would have thought that the majestic white devil could be as petty as the Dark Lord, and would go out of his way to bully a 12-year-old student in order to achieve his own goals? If it had been anything else, Aaron might have endured it. But the Academy Cup is related to his mission and is the first pot of gold on his growth path, so he can't let it go. How are you considering it? Dumbledore asked. Maybe he felt a little embarrassed. Of course, as long as you can get enough guarantees during the holidays, you can raise it in school. But not this semester, forget it if you don't find it, but now that we have found it, we can't turn a blind eye, and we ask for your understanding. Quote. Aaron, you have already used power for personal gain, how dare you ask others to understand you? Forget it, Gaius, that's it. Snape pretended not to care, it's just the Academy Cup, I'll just get it back next school year. No, Aaron said righteously, although I am not interested in the Academy Cup, what is mine must be mine, and no one can take it away. But, wait a moment, Aaron interrupted him and took out a piece of yellow paper from his pocket, this is my guarantee. Snape was stunned for a moment, then took the yellow paper and read it. But after a few glances, his hands accidentally trembled, and then he looked at Aaron in surprise and asked in disbelief, is this true? Of course it's true. Does anyone in the magical world dare to joke with their names? It's hard to tell. Snape breathed a sigh of relief. After all, I only know half of the names on this guarantee, and I've never heard of the rest. But only this half will allow you to raise it openly. This is the first time I've seen someone do this for a magical animal. It's really incredible. Dumbledore's expression was slightly tense. He knew Snape and knew that he would never exaggerate, which meant that the information on the yellow paper was indeed not simple. Can I take a look? Professor McGonagall came over and asked. I'm curious about what's written on it. Professor Snape glanced at Aaron and saw that he had no objection, so he handed the yellow paper over. Professor McGonagall took a closer look after receiving it, and her expression changed from relaxed to serious. But then she was puzzled. Why didn't you take it out earlier? Aaron spread his hands and stroked the young dragon in his arms helplessly. Professor Snape once told me that the resources of the family and the individual should be separated. Although this principle does not apply to me, I don't want to rely too much on the family in the process of growing up. The reason is simple. It's too smooth. There is no challenge in doing anything. That's why I came to Hogwarts instead of other magic schools. Since your family has prepared this guarantee letter, then, Professor, it is not necessary to use it. You should know this. Abe is a unique creature in the magic world. It is conceivable how much sensation it will cause if its identity is exposed. The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures will come to talk to me. Countless people obsessed with magical creatures, such as Rubeus Hagrid, the forest keeper, they will flock to him. In addition, a large number of reporters will come to the door like sharks smelling blood. An unknown magical animal, with a beautiful appearance and extraordinary durability, will greatly increase the sales of newspapers. Of course, these are troublesome, but they are not a problem. But who can guarantee that there will be no greedy people who want to make money from it? So I want to keep it secret as much as possible, also to ensure safety. Quote. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips, silently weighed Abe's value in her heart, and said with a sigh, "You are right. Thank you for your understanding, Professor." Professor McGonagall put the yellow paper on Dumbledore's desk. "Principal, you'd better take a closer look. Although it is unbelievable, I think the effectiveness of this guarantee can be said to be quite large." Quote. Dumbledore nodded, put on the glasses on the table, and read it carefully. One page of paper, dozens of names. But Dumbledore read it for a full 5 minutes, but his heart was completely opposite to the surface, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. He is very old and knows more than McGonagall and Snape. He knows almost all the names on it. The former ministers of the Ministry of Magic, who are still popular, signed on it, the head of the Merlin Knights signed on it, and several elders of the Magic Council also signed on it. These people are very famous, and Dumbledore can treat any of them with courtesy. Together, they are enough to make a revolution in the magic world. Not only that, there are also the names of his old friends Nicholas Flamel and his wife, and the signatures of several well-known wizards who are over 100 years old and have made achievements in various industries. In other words, his strength can be shown, otherwise Dumbledore would not even be qualified to judge by seniority in front of these people. More importantly, there is also the mark of a vampire royal family and the symbol of the leader of a werewolf tribe. Is this still a guarantee? Maybe, but in Dumbledore's view, it is more like the influence of a hidden family, and the bigwigs of both the black and white worlds have gathered together. In the past, he thought that these families were at most a little stronger than the pure blood families, and they were worth paying attention to, but not too much attention. After all, they were all families with a long history, and no matter how big the gap was, it was still the same. Of course, Malfoy and Weasley were the exceptions. These were two extremes, one was rich and the other was poor and could only solve the problem of food and clothing. But now he found that he was wrong, and he was wrong in a very outrageous way. The influence of the hidden family exceeded his imagination. Aaron was not the head of the family yet, but he could come up with such a list. It is conceivable that their network of contacts is much larger than the one on the list, and this is just Gaius's family. If the other 3 families are the same, then it is no exaggeration to say that these 4 families can change the whole magic world at any time as long as they unite. Voldemort needs to struggle, manpower, resources, and strategies to rule the magic world. But it seems to be very simple for them to do it. Just raise their arms and call. Dumbledore had a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. He didn't remember the last time he was nervous, but he was sure that he was not so nervous last time. Before, he thought Aaron was a Slytherin worth paying attention to, similar to Voldemort in the past, but now he has to re-evaluate Aaron's value and influence. If this child is not guided well, if he brings his hidden family back to the mountains in the future, the magic world will probably usher in a major reshuffle. Professor, have you finished reading it? Aaron suddenly said, pulling Dumbledore's thoughts back to reality. I have finished reading it. Dumbledore smiled and handed the yellow paper back. No problem at all. You can continue to support Abe, but try to keep a low profile. But I really didn't expect that your family actually knows so many people, almost scared me, an old man. This is all about human relations. Aaron sighed, these are all friends of my family's elders, and they have nothing to do with me. Professor, with this letter of guarantee, my fault should be gone. Of course, Dumbledore nodded. I may want to congratulate you in advance, and also congratulate Slytherin for winning this Academy Cup. Thank you. If it's okay, I'll leave first. Aaron didn't pay attention to Dumbledore and walked toward the door. Snape glanced at Dumbledore with a complicated expression, hesitated for a moment, and followed Aaron out. A few minutes later, Aaron looked at Snape speechlessly. Professor, you don't need to send me off. It took so long, it was almost reaching the common room. Quote, as the dean, I think it's okay to talk to my students. Snape said calmly, although this is not my obligation, and it has nothing to do with me. But I still think it is necessary to remind you that no matter when and where, it is always good to keep a hand for yourself. Quote, Aaron stopped and said playfully, you mean I shouldn't take out my guarantee letter? Snape did not refute, but nodded seriously. You are a smart man and should know what that guarantee means. You can wait until next semester to prepare yourself a formal dragon-keeping license, the kind approved by the Ministry of Magic and the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. This should not be difficult for you. Now that there are only a few days left before the holiday, there is no need for you to take it out. Just for the Academy Cup it seems a little not worth it. Quote, of course the Academy Cup is not worth it, but the mission rewards are worth it. That will save him 2 months of hard work. Aaron thought to himself, but his face remained calm. Professor, I admit that what you said makes sense. But that guarantee was meant to be used at this time, and it would keep some people secret. Besides, I don't want to go to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures to report to Abe. That would put it in the ministry's sights, and those politicians could do anything. In order to enhance their reputation, they would not mind publicizing the emergence of a new species, and the noise caused by the Ministry of Magic would definitely not be small. Quote, Snape, besides, the Academy Cup must not be given up. That was Slytherin's year's work. Aaron said righteously, if you usually slack off and lose, you will lose. We have nothing to say. But if for some reason the score is adjusted significantly and Slytherin loses the honor they deserve, I believe many people will not be convinced. Moreover, just a few days before the holiday, Gryffindor's score suddenly shot to the top of the list. This is simply a Slytherin mentality, which will make the two houses that are already contradictory even more contradictory. Protecting the deserved Academy Cup is also for the sake of the stability of Hogwarts. Quote, when Snape heard this, he froze on the spot. What Aaron said makes sense. This 12-year-old student's mind is not generally mature and he considers issues very comprehensively, but he always feels that something is wrong. It's as if everything has been calculated by Aaron, and everyone else is executing his plan unknowingly. This feeling of being led by the nose is really bad. Maybe you think a little more than me, the dean, but I still stick to my point of view. Of course I understand this. Aaron smiled. I must have trump cards, such as the resurrection potion in my hand. That guarantee letter may be very influential in your opinion. You may think that it is the personal connections of the Gaius family, and you may think of it as a lot of things you want to think about. This is somewhat exaggerated. Quote, what do you mean? Snape asked, somewhat puzzled. Because in my opinion, it is just a piece of paper, the kind that can be bought for a stack with one nat, Aaron said nonchalantly. It cannot be eaten, cannot be drunk, cannot improve strength, cannot be exchanged for any money, and has no value. That's what you can do to bluff people. Ha, Snape laughed self-deprecatingly, feeling a lot more relaxed. I thought too much. You will be the pride of Slytherin in the future. As soon as Aaron entered the common room, Crabbe and Goyle walked over from the middle of the hall and blocked him in front of him with their heavy bodies. If it's okay, stay out of the way. You two are very tall, and it would be easy to cause misunderstandings when you suddenly appear in front of me. Aaron said speechlessly, I might just kick you out because I'm in a bad mood. Quote, the two immediately moved out of the way, politely invited Aaron to a sofa, and handed Abe a plate of fruit. Abe's eyes lit up, and except for one apple, he stuffed the rest into his pocket. Speak directly if you have anything to say. I don't think you two would come to me for no reason. The test results are out. I don't know why Dumbledore announced the results in advance. Crabbe said, you got perfect marks, and you got perfect marks in all subjects. The boss's grades are also very good, but it's just that he lost, right? Aaron said somewhat relaxedly. The result was as he expected, at least he didn't give away any favors from his family. Yes, Crabbe nodded, the total score is 12 points behind Granger, and the ranking is just below her. Not only her, Weasley and Potter also had very high grades, outperforming both of us. Draco couldn't accept this result and locked himself in the room and refused to let us in. Quote, This is normal. But don't worry, he will come out soon. Quote. Of course we believe him. Gower said, a little embarrassed, but it has been more than 10 hours and he hasn't come out yet, and he hasn't even had lunch. We don't know how to comfort him. Fortunately, you are back. Quote. So, you want me to persuade him? Yes, you have the best relationship with him. Only you can persuade him. Crabbe said, at least let him open the door. We don't want to sleep on the sofa in the lounge at night. Aaron's mouth twitched. He didn't know whether Malfoy was lucky or unlucky to have such followers. For these two people, sleep quality seems to be more important. Okay, leave it to me. Aaron picked up Abe, walked to Draco's dormitory, and knocked gently on the door a few times. I told you not to disturb me. Draco's voice came from inside the door, sounding particularly angry. It's me. After a few seconds, the door opened. When Draco saw Aaron, the depression on his face dissipated a lot and was soon replaced by joy. I heard that someone was sulking alone because his academic performance was not good, so I came here to have a look. Who said that? Is it Crabbe or Goyle? Or are they together? Quote. Of course they are together. Aaron said speechlessly. They came to me as soon as I came back and wanted me to comfort you. Comfort. Draco stood up angrily. They thought I was too fragile. I don't need comfort. This is a big deal. It's not something I can't afford to lose. At worst, I'll be more polite to her when I see her in the future. Quote. Then you still locked yourself in the room. Draco's expression changed and he hesitated. I just have to think about how to tell my dad. What can't be said? Your grades are still very good. He should be proud of you. Quote. That's what I say, but after all, I lost to Granger, and I lost to a wizard from a Muggle family. He expressed his appreciation for me every time he wrote. If I let him know, he might be disappointed. Quote. You locked yourself in the room just because of this. Aaron rolled his eyes speechlessly. How boring are you? This is completely unfounded. Lucius Malfoy would not just lose his temper with his precious son just because of a test score. Quote. But. She is one rank higher than me. If my father asks. No buts. Aaron interrupted him. Think about it from another perspective. At least you defeated Harry Potter and your family's nemesis Weasley. Based on these 2 points alone, he couldn't fault it. And as far as I know, your father never got such a score in school. He couldn't do well in the exam himself, so why should he educate you? Quote. This. Draco was stunned for a moment. Are you sure? I'm pretty sure. A certain professor told me this. Aaron said nonsense confidently. He had no idea what Lucius's grades were. But he was sure that Lucius Malfoy could never surpass his son who had been studying diligently throughout the school year. Draco breathed a sigh of relief. He cared very much about his father's opinion, and now it seemed that he was better than his father. Aaron, did you really go to the underground classroom with Harry Potter and the others the night before yesterday, and defeat Professor Quirrell and destroy his conspiracy? Is this real? Quote. It's true, otherwise the two professors and I wouldn't have spent a whole day in the infirmary. Can you tell me more specifically? Draco rubbed his hands excitedly, obviously very interested in this matter. How should I put it? We were traveling separately and happened to meet at the trapdoor. Aaron briefly described the specific process to Draco. Of course, there must be some deletions in it. Having neatly omitted Voldemort's presence from his story, it was not appropriate for Draco to know that the Dark Lord was still alive and waiting for an opportunity to make a comeback. This is too exciting, but also too dangerous. Draco patted the sheets angrily. It's all Harry's fault. It would have been much safer according to your plan, but they even pulled you into the water. It even hurt you. It's all over, at least the result is good. You're just too magnanimous, Draco said unhappily. If they hadn't insisted on having their own way, you wouldn't have been unconscious for so long. And Hagrid, that half-blood giant, is just an idiot. It's okay if the secret is leaked, but he himself doesn't even realize that it's somewhat unjustifiable. Quote. Aaron, a close friend. The next night, all the teachers and students of the school gathered in the auditorium for the year-end banquet. Several rows of green flags representing Slytherin House were hung on the ceiling to celebrate their 7th consecutive House Cup win. The auditorium was particularly noisy, and the tables were filled with exquisite food, but they could only look at it, not eat it, before the principal announced the start of the banquet. Aaron held down the rambunctious Abe, fearing that it would fall on the table and feast on it. Ding, ding, ding. A crisp knock sounded, and the noise quickly subsided. Professor McGonagall put down the golden spoon in her hand, and Dumbledore, who was sitting next to her, stood up and faced all the students. Another year has passed, and there is a whole summer vacation waiting for you, so you can't wait. Before we can indulge in all these delicious treats, we have to present the Academy Cup. Dumbledore said excitedly, "We have calculated the scores. The specific scores of each school are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 323 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with a total score of 352 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, with 437 points. Topping the list is Slytherin House, with a total score of 493 points." Quote. After the words fell, the Slytherin table erupted into deafening cheers, but the faces of the students in the other three houses were not very good, and they only applauded symbolically. The sound of applause is like a stone sinking into the ocean, and no waves can be splashed in the cheers. It's true that Slytherin is excellent, but his popularity isn't really that bad. It probably has something to do with the fact that he has won the championship too many times. Anyone who has been suppressed for 6 years, no, 7 years, will probably not be in a good mood. At the teacher's table, Snape applauded quickly. Professor Sprout and Professor Flitwick were not so competitive. Although it was a pity, it didn't matter if they lost, they lost. Professor McGonagall, on the other hand, was as if she was mourning for her heir, and was too lazy to pretend. The words sadness and disappointment were almost written on her face. "Very well, Slytherin, very well, Slytherin," said Dumbledore, "but recent events must also be taken into account. I still have some final points to award." Quote. The scene instantly became quiet. Slytherin, who had already won the championship, gradually lost his smile, while the other students looked expectant. An accident suddenly occurred at this time, which means that there may be changes in the Academy Cup. Because the number of points that Dumbledore, the principal, can personally award will definitely not be a small amount. If enough points are added to a certain house, such as Ravenclaw, which is ranked second, it might even overtake Slytherin. But Professor McGonagall, who knew the truth, didn't look forward to it. This just made Gryffindor's loss less ugly, but it still couldn't impact Slytherin's championship. "Miss Hermione Granger." Dumbledore looked at a young wizard on the Gryffindor table with a smile. "When others are in danger, she calmly and skillfully displays her intelligence, and she will be rewarded 50 points. Quote. Hermione pursed her lips and couldn't help but raise the corners of her lips, and the Gryffindors at the same table also burst into fierce cheers. 50 points. With these 50 points, they will be in 3rd place and get rid of the last place. The second award is given to Mr. Ron Weasley. He has shown superb chess skills and is the best in Hogwarts for hundreds of years. The award is 50 points. Cheers rang out again, and Ron was stunned by the sudden reward. His brothers showed off to others with happy faces that Ron was their youngest brother. The third item is awarded to Harry Potter for his courage and extraordinary courage. For this, I award 60 points to Gryffindor House. After the words fell, the entire auditorium fell into a sea of cheers. Except for Slytherin, the other three houses began to cheer for Gryffindor. Now they are only 10 points away from knocking Slytherin out of the championship. Almost everyone is looking forward to it. Looked at their headmaster, hoping to add some points to Gryffindor. What's there to be proud of? Draco said with indignation. If it wasn't for Aaron's timely action, Weasley wouldn't have survived. You can't say that. Aaron disagreed. I just pushed Ron at the right time, but if it weren't for him, we really couldn't get through the giant chessboard. Draco snorted coldly, a little dissatisfied with this kind of modest. Gryffindor now has 483 points, ranking second, but so what? The three of them have already added points, they can't add points in different ways. No one will be convinced. Who knows? Aaron smiled helplessly. Judging from his dealings with Dumbledore these few times, the White Lord's bottom line is obviously not that high. But the problem is that this old man can always stand firm on his personality. It's a skill to jump back and forth within the rules and no one can find any faults. The fourth item. Dumbledore spoke again, and the whole hall fell silent. There are many kinds of courage. It takes courage to stick to your principles against your enemies and fight hard, and it takes more courage to stick to your principles against your friends. I give you 10 points, to Neville Longbottom. The intense cheers echoed in the hall, and all the Gryffindors were in high spirits. Only Neville Longbottom himself was confused and couldn't recover from this surprise for a long time. He himself is not very smart, always hesitant in doing things, and his academic performance is not much better. He is the kind of person who is also ordinary even if he stands in a crowd. This whole school year, he didn't add a single point to his college, but he didn't expect to show up at the year-end dinner. Then there is a small problem now. Gryffindor and Slytherin have the same score, but there is only one college cup. Dumbledore said loudly, suppressing the noisy voices in the hall, then looked at the Slytherin table and gave Aaron a meaningful smile. The Gryffindor students also thought of something, and their smiles faded slightly. Although their faces were not as ugly as at the beginning, they were not very happy. Harry and the other two smiled bitterly at each other. They almost forgot about it, but they still turned around to congratulate him. Although Aaron was a Slytherin, he was not as unruly as other Slytherins, and he helped them a lot, otherwise they would have been in danger that night. They just managed to turn the tide and had a hope of winning the House Cup, but before they could touch it, it was held tightly in the hands of Slytherins. They felt a little uncomfortable. I believe you all have guessed what I am going to say. Dumbledore said, yes, the last one, Aaron Gaius. He showed amazing wisdom and lent a hand to his friend in times of crisis, using wisdom and calmness to find the right way out in the fog. Of course, he is also quite good at preparing for a rainy day, and made extremely thorough preparations before taking risks. I plan to reward this excellent Slytherin with 100 points. In summary, if our calculations are correct, Slytherin won the College Cup. The Slytherins, who had been suppressed for 4 rounds, finally couldn't restrain their emotions and cheered loudly. With the momentum of only one college, they firmly suppressed the other 3 colleges. The 6 consecutive championships became 7 consecutive championships, which was more exciting than winning the championship for 6 consecutive times. Draco stood up and gave Aaron a hug to show their friendship to everyone, and the Slytherin prefect also smiled and gave him an encouraging look. There were even a few seniors who flirted with him, which made Aaron look a little unnatural, because the looks of these seniors were really a little forced, and there was only one who was good-looking. In the 3rd week of June, Hogwarts officially went on vacation. Aaron packed his luggage and put it in the suitcase. Abe also changed into a new set of clothes and carried a small backpack, acting like he was going on a long journey. Draco walked into Aaron's dormitory with the school's notice. The school warns students not to use magic during the holidays. Really, don't they know we are wizards? Stop complaining. This rule is set by the Ministry of Magic, and it has nothing to do with the school. Aaron, you must come to my house during the holidays. We will welcome you very much. Aaron hesitated and did not give him a definite answer. Is there a problem? I'm just not sure if I have time. Don't be funny, we're only 12 years old and don't have to work at the Ministry of Magic, how can we not have time? Draco said speechlessly, and then suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the heirs of your family have to take over part of the industry at the age of 12? How is that possible? Aaron rolled his eyes. No matter how precocious you are, you won't be exposed to these at the age of 12. Besides, my parents are only in their early 30s this year, and they are not too old to work, so they won't put these burdens on me. Then how come you don't have time? Aaron pursed his lips, looking at Draco's sincere face, and was embarrassed to say it was because of intuition, so he simply changed the way he said, I'll go if I have time. That's more like it. When he arrived outside the station, Aaron just saw Hagrid sending Harry to the train and looking over here. Aaron immediately lowered his head and stuffed Abe behind the suitcase, thinking that he couldn't see me. But when he walked to the car door, he was still enveloped by a large black shadow. He raised his head and saw a familiar big face looking at him with a smile. Aaron sighed helplessly, but still didn't hide away. If I had known earlier, I would have used the bottle of blessing elixir sparingly. It's unreasonable not to say hello even when you meet an acquaintance. Hagrid pretended to preach, while his eyes moved around, as if he was searching for something. Stop looking, it's here. Aaron slipped a Betty up, and Hagrid's eyes immediately shone brightly. He wanted to take a closer look, but he restrained himself in time. Envy. Hagrid nodded vigorously, his beard trembling continuously. If there weren't too many people at the station, he might have screamed. Aaron is the only one in the entire magical world who raises a magical creature, a special dragon, openly. How can he not be envious? Hagrid did raise a lot of magical animals, but they couldn't keep up with him for too long, and they couldn't hide them once they got too big. Most of them hid in the Forbidden Forest, and a small number went to other places, either being sent to live in groups in nature, or being taken in by professionals. For example, Mau Mau was guarding the trapdoor for Dumbledore. After all these years, the only person who can stay with him is Yaya, a Napoli Mastiff. The little guy is still so cute. Can I still see him next semester? Quote, if nothing else happens, it should be possible. Aaron said lightly, but I think it doesn't want to see you. As soon as he finished speaking, Abe also turned his face away, not giving Hagrid a good look at all. Don't be so heartless. I apologize again for what I did. Hagrid said aggrievedly, and then took out a wrapped roast chicken from his pocket. This is my sincerity. It was obtained from the kitchen and it is still hot. Quote, Abe opened one eye, glanced lightly, looked at Aaron again, and barely restrained himself from laughing. HMPH. Don't use such small tricks to embarrass people. This is how you used this trick to stun Abe. Aaron said disdainfully. This kind of thing will never happen again in the future. Hagrid smiled sarcastically, besides, we didn't think it was a dragon at the time. Aaron curled his lips, but still put the roast chicken away and stuffed it into Abe's backpack. This train takes a long time, there is no such thing in the train, and he won't be pretentious if he can eat well. We have received your sincerity, see you next semester. Aaron said as he was about to board the train, but was stopped by Hagrid. Wait, can you let me touch it? Hagrid said a little embarrassed. Aaron suddenly felt that the roast chicken in his hand was no longer fragrant. The person holding it had short hands. But everything was in his hands, and it was impossible to return it. Sorry, I can't agree to this request yet. Aaron refused directly. Hagrid wanted to try again, but Abe quickly got into the car door and failed to let him succeed. This runs fast enough. Aaron shrugged, handed the box to a conductor, and boarded the train. He passed several carriages in succession, but they were all full and there was not a single empty seat. When he opened the door of the next carriage, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. They were all acquaintances, but 3 Gryffindors. What a coincidence. You should have an empty seat here, right? Yes, of course, Harry said immediately, and Hermione happily made way for an empty seat. The train is moving slowly, and the scenery outside the window is changing rapidly. Aaron put Abe on the table. He couldn't wait to take out the roasted chicken from the bag, then tore a chicken leg for himself and started eating on his own. It's still so edible. Ron smelled the fragrance, swallowed, and resisted the beast's intention to snatch food from its mouth. He couldn't forget the scene after Abe's transformation. With his small body, he would probably be knocked unconscious if he put his paw down. Isn't it normal for a dragon to have a bigger appetite? Aaron said appropriately. He didn't have so many worries. He tore off another chicken leg and put it in his mouth. Having said that, the food at Hogwarts is pretty good. Is it really a dragon? Hermione raised her eyebrows and wanted to touch it, but she restrained herself halfway. That's right, it's just a dragon that hasn't appeared in the magic world yet. It's unique, there's only one. Quote, that's so cool, Ron exclaimed. If Charlie knew about it, he would probably drop everything and come back to see it. Don't do anything stupid. Harry gave Ron a look, and he shrugged angrily. At this point, even if we want to keep it secret, we can't keep it secret for long. The professors in the college knew it, so Dumbledore must have known it too. Quote, don't worry, they will keep it a secret. Aaron said calmly, I successfully convinced Dumbledore that I can keep it even in school. This is great, Hermione said with a smile on her face. You will be more relaxed in the future, and so will we. By the way, Aaron, do you have any plans for the holiday? Harry asked. Me, I'll probably go back to Diagon Alley and continue running my shop. I haven't been back for almost a year, so I don't know how the business is going, but it shouldn't be much different. For me, if I don't lose money, I make money. Quote, the 3 of them looked at each other, somewhat unable to react. In their understanding, it was impossible for the Ministry of Magic to allow a child to open a shop in Diagon Alley. "Did your family help with this?" Hermione asked. "Of course, when I was 9 years old, I asked my uncle to build a shop for me. It's not very big, but the procedures are complete and it's definitely a legal operation." Quote. 9 years old. Ron's mouth twitched. When he was 9 years old, he was still playing behind his brothers. "It's too early to be independent." "It's quite an exaggeration," Harry said with a smile. The first 11 years of his life were either bullied by Dudley, bullied by Dudley's friends, or bullied by them all together. It was simply a bitter history. Gaius Beveridge shop is not well known, but you can earn some pocket money. Aaron said with some pride, "I'm usually there. If you want to find me, you can go there. If I happen to be away, you can leave me a message or something and I will reply the next day. Of course, you are welcome to come to my home as a guest." Quote. "I might not be able to go." Harry smiled bitterly and shook his head. "The holidays are like going home to you, but not to me at all." The three of them gave Harry complex looks mixed with sympathy, but they didn't know how to comfort him. His parents died when he was only 1 year old, and he was fostered into his uncle's house. However, he received no care at all and only received unfair treatment. It seemed that for them, it was enough to ensure that Harry would not freeze to death and starve to death. If he could stay in school, Harry would definitely choose to stay, but obviously he couldn't, otherwise he wouldn't be on the train now. "How about you come to my house?" Ron suggested. "I'll let the owl deliver the letter to you. It's normal to visit a classmate's house during the holidays. If you come to my house every 2 days, they won't stop you." Quote. Harry's eyes lit up, although based on his knowledge of his aunt and uncle, they might really stop him, because that family just didn't want to see him live well. But there is a possibility that they won't stop him because they don't like to see him, and out of sight is out of mind. Although the chance of letting him out is a little small, it is not impossible. It is still a hope. The train took a long time, and Aaron took advantage of this time to collect the rewards for his 3 tasks. Help Slytherin win the Academy Cup, reward 500 magic points. Obtain the approval of at least 3 professors, reward 500 magic points. Kill the remnant soul of Voldemort, reward 1000 magic points. He had just obtained 2000 magic points, and with what he had saved now, he had exceeded the 3000 mark. This feeling of getting rich overnight was somewhat difficult for him to adapt to. But then there was ecstasy. With this wealth, he could reach the level of a wizard in minutes, and Abe could evolve again, and this time he would awaken his natural skills. In addition, he can also make some appropriate purchases. As long as it is not too expensive, he can bear the pain in place and order. When the train stopped at platform 9 3/4, Aaron opened his eyes amid the long whistle. "Arrive." Harry nodded. Do you feel your shoulders are a little sore?" Aaron was still a little confused, but the next moment he found Hermione leaning on his shoulder, sleeping very soundly. Grass. When did it happen? Quote. 2 hours ago. Harry smiled playfully. You were all asleep, and I was too embarrassed to scream. Aaron curled his lips and gently pulled out his shoulders. I admit that it would be a little embarrassing to wake up beforehand, but at least I'm better than you. Harry's expression changed. He turned his head and looked at Ron, who was lying on his shoulder, feeling a little heartbroken for no reason. At this time, an old guard knocked on the carriage door and woke up the remaining 2 people. Children, it's time for you to get off the car. Collect your suitcase and get in line. We leave the platform in batches. We can't leave too many people at once, otherwise the muggles will notice us. Quote. After queuing for a long time, it was their turn. As soon as Aaron came out of the platform, he saw Jeans greeting him with a smile. I've been waiting for half an hour. Master, you have to be faster next time. You shouldn't tell me this. Aaron rolled his eyes and handed the suitcase to the butler. Jeans took it with a smile, then glanced at him holding Abe, and couldn't help but frown slightly. Abe, has he gained weight? Ah, that's not important. Abe also kept nodding. His appetite was so big, and he couldn't do anything about it. Jeans walked up to Aaron, picked up Abe, and weighed it carefully twice. It is indeed fat, and it is 1 kilogram heavier. It seems that I will have to rearrange a recipe for it when I go back. Quote. Abe's face fell, and his whole face was filled with unhappiness. It goes without saying that Jeans will definitely delete a considerable part of the meat in his recipe, or directly replace it with vegetarian food. He can definitely do this. Thinking of this, Abe immediately showed a pitiful expression and gave Aaron a resentful look. No way, Aaron sneered, is this necessary? I listened to the young master. However, it is necessary to remind you that if you keep spoiling it like this, it will probably be too heavy for you to hold it before long. Quote, I thought about it carefully, and it seems that it is indeed necessary. Jeans smiled with satisfaction. Master, it's time for us to go back. The head of the family and his wife will also be back today. My parents are at home too. They took the train and should go back before us. I haven't seen you for more than half a year, but they have said more than once that they miss their precious son. Quote, Aaron only half believed this sentence, because even before he went to school, their family had been reunited countless times. I'm going to say hello to my friend first. It should. Aaron walked up to Draco. Standing next to him was a middle-aged man with a cold face, light blonde hair and blue-gray eyes, who should be his father. Seeing Aaron coming over, Lucius had a smile on his pale face. You must be Aaron. Draco wrote to me more than once to say that he had made a pretty good friend. He can achieve such excellent results without your help, thank you very much. Quote, You're welcome, this is what I should do as a friend. Aaron said, neither humble nor overbearing, showing a particularly confident expression. You are always welcome at Malfoy Manor. If I have time, I will definitely go. Harry Potter. At this time, a Lolita-sounding scream came over, and Lucius couldn't help but frown slightly. Is that Weasley? Draco looked at the red-haired little girl who was following Mrs. Weasley. I heard that they have a youngest sister in their family. Obviously, I saw her when I came to the station last year. Aaron said, calculating the time, we should be able to see her at this year's freshman entrance ceremony. That's really sad. Draco shook his head. Aaron's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. After all, Malfoy and Weasley have been at odds with each other for hundreds of years, so this attitude is normal. Are those the friends you made, Master? Jeans looked at Draco and asked, if I remember correctly, they are Malfoy. Is there a problem? Well, Jeans hesitated for a few seconds. I need to remind the young master that Malfoy is a representative of the pure blood family, and they despise half-blood and muggle-born wizards very much. And as far as I know, Lucius had a certain relationship with the Dark Lord in the past. No one knows whether the contact has been broken off now. Quote, I know, but Lucius is Lucius and Draco is Draco. I have a sense of propriety when making friends, and I don't make mistakes with the wrong people. Quote, that's no problem. Jeans smiled. Young master won't only make this one friend, right? How can it be? But he and I were on good terms in Slytherin House. Aaron curled his lips, then nodded at Harry and others. Those are Gryffindor's friends. Quote, the Weasley family and Harry Potter. Jeans raised his eyebrows. The red hair and scars on their foreheads could fully indicate their identities. The young master's communication skills are really good. Absolutely. At this time, a chubby figure came into their sight. In terms of width, Hagrid might not be able to match him. He kept staring at Harry with angry eyes. Behind him stood a thin woman and a fat man. It can be seen that Harry Potter's family environment does not seem to be very good, and his family does not seem to welcome him. Jeans said, this is still in public. It's really sad that celebrities in the wizarding world grew up in such an environment. But he was lucky. From the moment he entered Hogwarts, his destiny changed, and it would change in the future. But before that, he still had to live a life of dependence on others. Quote, on this point, I agree with you. Evening, Aaron returned to his home, and the house elf moved the suitcase to his bedroom with great skill. Abe also took off his outer clothes and flapped his wings happily in the hall of the castle. That is to say, it can act so recklessly at home, and if Aaron doesn't pretend to be disguised outside the house, he will throw it back unceremoniously. Vico and Lysina were overjoyed to see their precious son back and gave him a hug. I've grown a lot taller. Lysina looked at Aaron, who was about 1.6 meters tall, her eyes filled with relief. How do you feel at school? Vico coughed. If you regret it, I will immediately arrange for someone to transfer you to another school. There's no need for that, Aaron said with a smile. Dad, I'm doing very well in Slytherin. Really? Vico said angrily. Do you know why we came back? On the one hand, I miss my son, and on the other hand, your principal wrote to me. Dumbledore is complimenting you. Your performance is really outstanding. How many lives do you have if you dare to plot against the professor against Voldemort? Quote. That's right. Listener's expression immediately became serious. We know you won't do anything you're not sure about, but this time it's really too risky. Moreover, Abe's identity was also exposed, and both the Black and White Demon King knew of its existence. You have only been in school for 1 year, and you have really caused a lot of trouble. Quote. That was an accident. Aaron smiled guiltily, but he had already scolded Dumbledore in his heart for actually having the guts to complain. Dumbledore probably started writing letters after he came out of the principal's office, otherwise his parents wouldn't have come back at such a good time. Dumbledore has already read the guarantee letter. He is aware of the influence of our family. I think he may find a way to drag us into the chariot against Voldemort. It's not possible, it's certain. Vico said firmly. The White Wizard who has lived for more than 100 years would not have lived that long if he didn't have some foresight. Voldemort is not dead. This is the consensus of smart people. How can a dark wizard who is infinitely close to the Holy Magister die so easily? It's a pity that the road has been narrowed, otherwise it would have been possible to go further. But even so, he is quite dangerous. It is simply a big joke that such a person dies at the hands of a child. Dumbledore also knows this. He has 10 years to prepare, and I believe he is well prepared. But he also had no confidence. After all, Voldemort was a strong man of the same level as him and had a large number of followers. It would be a matter of time before he came back. At this time, a huge wizard family happened to come into his sight. If he didn't have some evil intentions, he wouldn't believe it. However, he will later discover that his efforts to target our family were completely in vain and brought disgrace upon himself. Of course, the same goes for the Dark Lord. Quote, Are you so confident? Aaron was a little surprised. He also has confidence in his family, but this confidence is based on his own potential. As long as he has time, he can have the power to overturn the pirate ship before Dumbledore completely pulls him onto the pirate ship. To take a step back, when it is really necessary, as long as a few large magic circles in the castle are activated, the Holy Magister may not be able to attack. This is his confidence. What does the earth-shaking situation outside have to do with me? I can still live a peaceful life behind closed doors. Lucius used to be a Death Eater, but after the fall of Voldemort, he used the financial resources and connections of the Malfoy family to escape and became prosperous. The Gaius family has a stronger foundation than the Malfoy family, so they won't be able to compete with them. You should be confident. Vico smiled calmly. Since the beginning of the Magic Age, there have been countless brilliant talents, and many of them are wizards more powerful than Dumbledore and Riddle. Many ambitious dark wizards have also thought about gaining the support of hidden families, because compared to pure blood, we have a much greater influence on the magical world. But without exception, they all gave up in the end. 4 families have been patronized, and the worst ones are all great magisters, one of whom is Salazar Slytherin of Hogwarts. But we are a little more unlucky. In a few centuries BC, a god of magic came to visit. His attitude at that time was very tough. Surrender or die, not to mention how arrogant he was. Quote. Then what? Aaron asked impatiently. HMPH, guess, hiss. Vico wanted to whet his son's appetite, but the next moment his wife pinched his arm, and he immediately took a breath of cold air. The ancestors of our generation politely invited him into the castle for a cup of tea, and he left dejectedly, promising never to do similar stupid things again in the future. What happens next? No more. Vico spread his hands very naturally. What else do you want to hear? Aaron, of course that's the reason. With our defense system, we shouldn't be able to stop the Dharma God. Want to know the reason? Vico smiled meaningfully, and Lysina looked at her son teasingly. When Aaron saw this, he knew that there was no chance. In this family, as long as the Gaius couple stood on the united front, he, the son, would not have any say. And the reason is also very suitable. His age is a flaw, and he is not suitable for accessing family secrets at the age of 12. Come to me after dinner and I can tell you part of the reason. Vico suddenly said. Aaron was stunned, surprised but also a little confused. Are you sure you tell me? Is this a little too early? In the other 3 families, it may be earlier, but in our family, as long as you have reached the level of strength, you are qualified to understand these things, and you must understand these things. Vic said, putting his eyes on the ring on Aaron's hand. As expected of me, son, I was considered a genius when I was in school, but I only entered the realm of a senior magician when I was 14 years old. It turns out your son is better than you. That's something to be proud of. Lysina smiled, then waved to the ceiling and held Abe in her arms. Son, is your pet getting fat? Well, the food at school is not as good as at home, but it can't stand the quantity. It's time to lose weight. Don't worry, madam, the diet for weight loss is already being formulated, and it is estimated that it will be ready tomorrow morning. Jeans said with a smile. Abe immediately began to express his dissatisfaction. His 4 white claws kept kicking back and forth, and his wings kept flipping. It's useless to be anxious, I won't be able to carry you if I don't lose weight. Lysina didn't take it seriously, but looking at Abe's aggrieved eyes, she couldn't help but take a step back. I'll give you a chicken drumstick tonight. Quote. Abe was unmoved and continued to increase his efforts in acting cute. Just as Aaron was about to pull it over, Lysina couldn't hold it in any longer. I'll improve the food every 3 days from now on, and really can't do more. Abe immediately became quiet, and Aaron could only sigh that it was too late. During dinner time, Aaron was absent-minded, looking at his father across the table, particularly curious about the family secrets. Others were eating peacefully. After all, it was really rare for the family to get together. Only Abe was holding the plate and gnawing wildly. His belly was so bulging that he didn't stop. It made tinkling sounds from time to time, but no one found it objectionable. They all understood Abe's thoughts. This is a dragon with high intelligence. It knows very well that tonight is one of the few feasts it has during this holiday. From now on, it will have to imitate humans and tighten their belts to live a better life. After dinner, Aaron hugged Abe and followed closely behind his father and housekeeper. He had walked this road many times, but this was the first time he was so nervous. Vico stopped in front of a gate, turned around and looked at his son meaningfully. Are you ready? Tonight you will learn the secret to the longevity of House Gaius. Quote. Aaron nodded solemnly. He had been to the treasure house more than once or twice. The things inside were very familiar. Although they were rare, they should not be considered secrets. You may be a little confused as to why I brought you here. In fact, any wizarding family with a certain heritage will have its own secret room, and our family is no exception. Quote. It's hidden deep enough, Aaron exclaimed. I've been here so many times, but I can't seem to find anything. Of course you can't find it, because the important thing is never the treasure trove, but the method. Vico said and took out a bunch of keys, all of the same style, but made of different materials. Aaron's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He also had the same key, which was a birthday gift his grandfather gave him before. My dear grandson, you have grown up, and it's time for you to know our family's heritage. He remembered this sentence clearly, and it deeply moved him at the time. But now that I think about it, it was all a routine. The iron key was incomparable to the one in Vico's hand. This bunch was obviously more elegant, including gold, silver, copper, wood, and several others that he couldn't even tell. Find out what material it is. If a key corresponds to a secret room, then, how many secret rooms do we have in our house? It's a little more than you think anyway. When your grandfather brought me here, my expression was exactly the same as yours, but I was 15 at the time and could bear much more. I won't go into too much nonsense, I'll let you gain some knowledge today. Quote. Vico said proudly, and then inserted a key into the keyhole. Wait, sir, it's not this one. Jeans's face changed slightly when he saw that the golden key was inserted into the keyhole, and he hurriedly reminded him, but it was still a step too late. Click. Dazzling golden light shot out from the crack in the door, almost dazzling the eyes of the 3 of them. The door opened, and Aaron walked in full of curiosity. Then his curiosity turned into astonishment, and his pupils even reflected the symbol of money. Abe's dragon eyes were also widened, and he ran directly out of Aaron's arms and plunged into it, unable to stop him. This secret room is very large, and its internal structure is exactly the same as that of the treasure house. It's just that there is a large wooden box as far as the eye can see. The wooden box is full of gold and silver jewelry. But the more visual impact is the mountains of gold coins piled high. Gold treasures can be seen everywhere here. Oh my God, Aaron couldn't help but swallowed. He knew that the Gaius family was not short of money, but he didn't expect it to be this much. He finally understood why Jeans always calculated the accounts of his shop. He looked nonchalant. His family has a mine, so he has a family in the mine, right? It's amazing that his house is built on a golden mountain. Aaron grabbed a handful of gold coins, and the heavy feeling made him want to lie down. It's better to close the shop and so on. This one is enough for him to squander for more than 10 years. So, this is our family secret. Have money to spend. Aaron turned around and looked at his father, still a little overwhelmed, but he soon found a reason for himself. Yes, that must be the case. No matter who you are or what you want to do, you cannot do without money. A few hundred years ago, the assets of the Gaius family would have been enough to support a kingdom in launching a decades-long war. Son, no need to explain. Aaron waved his hand. I understand the truth that money can make the world go round. Even the Dark Lord has to bow his head in front of such huge wealth. Not me. Needless to say, let me first accept the fact that wealth is beyond compare. Just as Vico was about to explain, there was a splashing sound from the side. The white holy dragon was swimming in the gold coin pool, having a great time. Dragons all like golden things, and it is no exception. For Abe, Aaron comes first, food comes second, and the remaining interest is treasure. This place is simply paradise for him. Aaron rolled his eyes and walked over and pulled it out. Although I was a little speechless, I felt that it was only natural for dragons, and there was no need to worry about it being sold in the future. Having seen such great wealth, unless someone can move Gringotts here, it really won't impress him. Son, this is our family's treasury. It really lives up to its name. Are the other 3 families the same? Quote, I don't know. The 4 hidden families are united and help each other, but they also perform their own duties. I really don't know about the financial resources. But even if it's not as good as ours, it shouldn't be much worse. Quote, Aaron thought the same thing. After thousands of years of accumulation, it was a bit exaggerated to accumulate a mine, but it was not unacceptable. Ahem. Jeans coughed dryly. Master, is it time for you to get down to business? Yes, I almost forgot. Vico smiled awkwardly but politely. We came to the wrong place, we have to go to another secret room. This is just a treasury, and what follows is the real secret of the family. Quote. Aaron also became serious and became more curious. There seemed to be something more important than this treasure in their home. Vico led the way to the end of the vault. He stood there for a while, and then the wall began to shake slowly, and huge amounts of gold coins were scattered to both sides, revealing an identical door, with a familiar keyhole suddenly appearing in the center of the door. Vico took out the bunch of keys this time, carefully selected the silver key, and inserted it into the keyhole. You won't make a mistake this time, right? Certainly not. There was a creaking sound, and the door was dark, which was much deeper and more mysterious than the grandeur of the vault. Aaron and Abe looked back reluctantly, as if they were about to say goodbye to this treasure after just one glance. Master, these will all be yours from now on. Jeans smiled and shook his head, so don't be reluctant to part with them. Aaron stepped into the black secret room. As soon as he entered, the door was closed. Then rows of lights illuminated the darkness. The things in this secret room once again made Aaron's eyes wide open, but Abe obviously couldn't arouse any interest and turned his face away arrogantly. This secret room is relatively small, and there are no large wooden boxes in it. There are just dozens of shelves filled with all kinds of cold weapons. Bows and arrows, swords, scimitars, daggers, hammers, shields, and all kinds of armor are available. Moreover, these weapons are very well maintained, and you can feel the sharp cold light just by getting close to them. These are antiques. You're right, any of the items here have a history of hundreds of years. Vico explained, it's a little early for you to be exposed to these at the age of 12, but it's not like there haven't been more geniuses than you before. About 700 years ago, there was a member of the family who entered this secret room when he was 10 years old. Quote, does it make any difference? Of course there is. Vico said with some reverence, this ancestor was a high-level magician when he was only 10 years old, and his talent is ranked among the top 5 in the family tree. 10 years old. Top 5. Aaron was surprised. He, the cheater, only reached this level when he was 11 years old. Although he hardly used magic points to improve his magic power, the gap of a whole year can explain the problem. This ancestor is a true genius, a genius among geniuses. Compared with him, Dumbledore and Voldemort are not even ranked. What? Can't you accept that there is someone more powerful than yourself? Vico wanted to laugh when he saw his son's surprised look. His own son often teased him because of his talent. Although he wanted his son to be successful, he was still a little unhappy. There is a world outside the sky, and there are people outside the world. Your talent is just to get on the stage. Aaron curled his lips disdainfully. I also have self-awareness, and I have never felt that I am number one. But my talent is only good enough to be on the stage, so father, is your talent just? You dare to make up stories about me? Vico's face darkened, but he quickly calmed down. But what you said is not bad, so my life will be much easier. Aaron's heart skipped a beat, and he always felt that there was something in these words. What do you mean? This is not the time for you to know. Vico changed the topic without leaving any trace. Do you have any thoughts after seeing these weapons? Aaron thought for a while. They should be quite valuable, no less valuable than gold. Vico stumbled and almost lost his balance, but thinking that his son had been dazzled by a large vault just before, it was understandable to think this way. Anything else? Don't you have the urge to try it? These weapons are all excellent and exquisite, extremely sharp. It is not an exaggeration to say that they can cut iron like clay. Quote. Not at all. Aaron shook his head lightly and said, times have changed a long time ago. Muggles use firearms to fight. Although cold weapons are not obsolete, they are really not very useful. Vico walked up to his son and patted him on the shoulder, his face extremely serious. Just when Aaron felt that he had said something wrong and made his father unhappy, the corners of Vico's mouth raised slightly. Dad is very pleased that you can realize this, but of course the ancestors of our family who you can think of can also do it. Think. Then you brought me here. Aaron was speechless looking at the warehouse full of cold weapons. Even wizards can't stop bullets these days. No matter how good you are with the sword, it's useless. One shot will still hurt you. Times have changed, but we have never lagged behind the times. Vico put on an inscrutable look, and then pulled out a short sword. Let's not talk about this for now, you can try this sword first. Quality. Aaron took the dagger, but the moment he held the hilt, he clearly felt that a small part of his own magic energy was lost, and it was poured into the inside of the dagger uncontrollably. This is. Aaron raised his eyebrows in surprise. Magic weapon. He tried waving it, and the clear sound of the sword could be heard continuously, and the robe on his body also danced slightly. Aaron's eyes lit up and he became more interested in these cold weapons. If it's just cutting iron like clay, it's not worth changing his opinion, because it's just a mortal thing, but if it's a magic weapon, that's another matter. King Arthur once used the sword in the stone to fight a city with one man. In fact, that is not a legend. But the real deeds cannot be told clearly in a few words. In that war, King Arthur's enemies were not only human beings, but also countless warcraft. Jeans explained, whether it is the magical world or the muggle world, a powerful weapon is enough to change a battle. Although the weapons here are not as good as the sword in the stone, they are much more powerful than ordinary weapons, and they also have a certain degree of restraint against magical creatures. In comparison, the weapons made by muggles are much worse. Quote. That's it. Vico shrugged. I'll give you a gun and let you deal with the dragon. I'm afraid even all the bullets won't be able to break the dragon's scales. In addition, there are ghosts, vampires, werewolves, etc., and the damage done by firearms to them is pitiful. But it's different with such a weapon. It definitely gets twice the result with half the effort. Quote. Aaron nodded and put the dagger on the weapon rack, which is the most powerful weapon in the treasure house. Vico and Jeans looked at each other and smiled. They are children after all, so they are a little impatient. TCH. If you don't say it, don't say it. There are only so many weapons here, so I can try them one by one. Quote. Vico was stunned for a moment, and then smiled even more happily. I advise you to give up this idea. I thought the same way before, but after working for several days, I couldn't find it. No way. Aaron opened his mouth in astonishment. then seemed to think of something, and looked at these weapons in astonishment. Isn't the most powerful one here? Smart, just a little bit revealing. Aaron pursed his lips and gave the butler an aggrieved look. Uncle Jeans, can you tell me? No. Jeans smiled bitterly and shook his head. Even the master can't use that sword casually, let alone me. Ahem. Don't say anything you shouldn't say, just save some face for me. Quote. Sword, you can't use it casually. Aaron raised his eyebrows and asked with interest, is it the legendary sword in the stone? Oh my god, that should be considered a divine weapon. Quote. What are you thinking about? Vico rolled his eyes. The sword in the stone is too powerful. It was sealed by Merlin after King Arthur died. No one knows where it is hidden. Isn't it? Then I'm so disappointed. What do you know? Although our sword is not as good as the sword in the stone, it is not far behind. It is a masterpiece that the ancient elves used various rare treasures and forged in the depths of the volcano for several years. It is used to bear witness to the elves and the friendship of the Gaius family. Because of its special meaning, it cannot be used casually. Quote. Can you take a look? I promise I'm just taking a look. Aaron rubbed his hands excitedly, his eyes quite sincere. The weapons here are all rare and exquisite, not to mention the treasures of the elves. If you can't satisfy the following curiosity, don't mention how irritating you are. Yes, Vico did not disappoint his son, but when Aaron was about to laugh, he added, when your swordsmanship is recognized by Jeans. Aaron, although he was disappointed, he still picked out a weapon from hundreds of weapons. Bring it on. Now, Jeans frowned slightly. Master, with all due respect, you are not even a beginner now, so it is too early to challenge me. I understand, I just want to know the difference. This. Jeans hesitated for a moment, turned around and glanced at Vico, as if asking for his opinion. Vico didn't speak, just nodded slightly. Jeans understood instantly and taught the young master a lesson, but he could not hurt him. Soon he also took out a sword, but after thinking about it, he changed the sword to a short knife, and finally chose a dagger, the length of which was less than 1/10 of the sword in Aaron's hand. Aaron saw the opponent's process of selecting weapons and said unhappily, you look down on me too much. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but I'm mainly worried about hurting you. Jeans waved the dagger in his hand. You don't have to worry so much when using this. It sounded reasonable, but Aaron still felt a little angry. Dad, you judge. Jeans is a professional, Vico said. I can't say anything about it. All right, Aaron said no more, holding the sword with both hands and assuming a fighting posture. Jeans didn't take it seriously, but still clenched the dagger in his hand. Vico pulled out his wand, a golden spark shot out from the tip, and the duel officially began. Aaron quickly swung his sword, and the wind howled. This was the sound of the long sword cutting through the air and making a friction sound. The hilt and blade were also hot, and the silver sword body was also flashing blue light under the supply of magic energy, as if it was about to burn. Jeans raised his eyebrows, smiled and raised his dagger to block. Click! The long sword and the dagger collided together. One side was the force maker and the other was the interceptor. Aaron wanted to take advantage and press the dagger down a few inches. However, Jeans simply turned sideways, and the dagger in his hand quickly slid forward, rubbing against the long sword and creating a string of sparks. Aaron only felt that his eyes were particularly dazzled. When he opened his eyes, the dagger was already in front of his neck, and his sword was stopped on the left side of Jeans. This is a loss, Aaron murmured, somewhat unable to accept it. In fact, this was his first time using a sword, and he knew how much he weighed. It was definitely an opponent who was not a steward, but he felt that he could survive 1 or 2 rounds. Unexpectedly, he was defeated in less than 2 seconds, so simply. Not bad. Stop comforting me and leave me alone. It's really not bad, Jeans praised. Although the attack is relatively immature and the adaptability is not enough, the momentum is very good, at least it is much better than those beginners. In other words, young master, you are quite powerful, better than the original master. Quote. Vico's old face darkened. Don't talk about this anymore. Yes, Jeans smiled sarcastically and put the dagger back on the shelf. Son, how do you feel? Very bad. I feel a deep sense of frustration. Quote. That's right, Vico pondered. This holiday, your task is to learn the sword from Jeans. What? Aaron's expression was a bit awkward. He admitted that the weapons here were quite good, but he didn't feel the need to learn swordsmanship. He is a wizard, not a swordsman, and a wand is enough. Vico was not surprised to see him like this, as if he had expected it. Okay, I know you may be a little reluctant. Indeed, magic is more powerful than weapons, and magic weapons are also a type of magic. You think so? Quote, is not it? Of course not, Vico said seriously. It's understandable that you have this idea. I thought the same way before. But son, I have to tell you a fact, a misunderstanding that all wizards easily fall into. The wand is also a type of magic weapon. A wizard has only one real power, and that is magic. Other methods are auxiliary, but they are indispensable, especially the ability to fight in close combat. Quote, Aaron was silent for a while after hearing this, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that it was right. The wand only makes the process of casting spells smoother, but it doesn't mean that wizards can't get along without a wand, otherwise there wouldn't be such a thing as casting spells without a wand. But you don't have to practice sword practice. Compared to those cold weapons, I am still more accustomed to using a wand. Casting spells at close range is definitely easier than using a sword. Quote, hearing this, Vico smiled and shook his head. Anyway, learning the sword has its benefits. You won't suffer any disadvantages, and you will be able to use it sooner or later. Give me a reason, Aaron said, a little unconvinced. This is a family rule. As long as you become a high-level magician, you must learn to use a sword. You have a holiday, but the sword is just the beginning. You also need to learn other things. Any comments? Quote, Aaron, you have even brought up the house rules. Dare I say there are any? I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.